Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we'd better get right to it. And as always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void, never to be seen again. Nobody wants that. Alright, Space Fams, beautiful to see you here on this Sunday. FUNDAY. First, I need glasses. And a hat. There we go. Looking good. Ready for the show. Shoutouts. Cthulhu. Joe47771. And Hermeteorologist123 in the YouTube chat. Less on lessness at close fourth. HBX also here. Moenoip. Boku. Skinny Stock. Troll Slayer. Man to the Pivot. Megastar, lowercase, over on Twitch. No vertical stream today, I'm too... whatever, I just didn't feel like it. Sue me.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Yeah, that's right. No vertical stream today, just Twitch and the regular horizontal YouTube stream. As I mentioned, a lot to talk about today. It's, of course, Mother's Day. Great job, moms, for being you. And making the galaxy a better place. Your refusal to never give up, never surrender is what we need.
Never give up, never surrender.
Speaking of moms, let's start this stream off here with a message at a military Mother's Day event at the White House that was held not on Mother's Day. That's right. To the United States. Uh-oh, I have no sound. Oh, that's why.
Ladies,
There we
the
go.
President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and First Lady Melania Trump.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Okay, so just to be clear, in case anybody didn't understand. Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, this was 4 days ago, right? Definitely not Mother's Day. I don't know why they decided to hold it on a Wednesday, just like a random Wednesday, but here we are. First Lady Melania Trump with great message for America.
And welcome to the White House. I would like to extend warm welcome to our Vice President,
Also-
J.D. Vance.
You know what I love? They couldn't be bothered to take down the bleachers behind her. So they're just like, am I the only person who finds it awkward to stand in front of like a completely empty set of bleachers that, by the way, if I recall correctly, never fills up during this entire thing. So it's just her standing in front of an empty set of bleachers for no apparent reason. Maybe it's ghosts? It's the ghosts of moms of the past.
And his wife, Usha. Welcome. It is our pleasure to join today by Secretary McMahon, Mrs. Haxett,
Thank you, Secretary
and I'm also
McMahon.
honored to welcome
Ms. Haxett.
Mrs. Melody Wolf and Lorraine Hawk. And to my Chief of Staff,
Thank
Haley
you,
Harrison,
Lorraine.
who
Very
is
good job.
preparing to welcome her second child onto the world. Haley, you are a wonderful mother, and I wish you and your growing family all great things. I often think about the brave people who make the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom. When I went to honor the fallen service members from the 103rd Sustained
When I go to honor the Jimmy Fallon soldiers, it makes me sad because I do not like Jimmy Fallon. And then they tell me, no, not Fallon, Fallen. And I say, oh, these make more sense. These make a lot more sense. I was like, well, at least Jimmy finally go. But no, not even
the
that.
fallen service members from the 103rd
The Fallon service
Sustainment
people.
Command at Dover
Jimmy
Air Force
Fallon,
Base last
Tom
March.
Fallon,
I
John Fallon.
realized
All of the
that
Fallon
words
soldiers.
cannot comfort the all-consuming grief that family members, and mothers in particular, experience. The loss is overwhelming. Although I understand the deep pride these families feel in their loved ones' service to our great republic, I cannot fathom the depth of their sorrow. A mother is awestruck when she welcomes her child into the world.
Oh God. Her accent, like, it's not just her accent, right? Like, the fact is, every single time this woman comes out and speaks, all I can think about is she has been here in the United States since the 90s. Since she was a woman in her, like, early 20s, if I recall correctly. If my Melania lore is on point. Early 20s, she's here in the United States, hanging out with a bunch of people who speak English all the time. And yet she can't read. She literally struggles to read. She's like, fallen soldiers. Wait, fallen soldiers. I'm very sorry. Not talking about Jimmy. Very nasty, saying the mean jokes. Saying the mean jokes about me and my prenuptial agreement. Fathom. Hegset. Like, he has like the reading comprehension skills of like a 2-year-old. Okay, a little more than that, but like a second grader or lower. But she's the goddamn first lady. She's had access, like she could have had tutors. You know? Trump is a billionaire. I mean, sure, when she first met him, he wasn't a billionaire. But like, she is surrounded by people with money. She couldn't have possibly asked for like a tutor on the English language at any point. She has no fucking excuse for it. She just doesn't have any. Like, plenty of people have perfectly reasonable, like whatever, like perfectly good reasons for why they struggle with things. This woman has had not a single day of struggle since the 90s. You know, like, I mean, come on. I mean, living with Trump is probably a struggle, but that's a choice. That's a life choice.
After 9 months, the miracle of life creates a fascinating bond between mother and child. With each breath, day by day, this bond deepens, bringing forth emotions never felt before. Quite frankly, these are emotions understood only by women. Only a mother can carry this type of powerful connection with her child, which is also too profound for words. This is a time of military conflict.
And then, of course, the genius thing. And there's like the whole genius thing of it all. Like, she's here on a supposed genius visa. Like, she didn't spend any time studying. You'd think a genius would be spending time studying.
With her child, which is also too profound for words. This is a time of military conflict for America, and whereby we honor our selfless and valiant service members regularly. Today is the day we hold their mothers.
I'd like everybody to pay attention to Trump's face during this part of the address by Melania here, by Flotus. The second she starts talking about Operation Epstein Freedom, Project Epstein Fury, or whatever it's called, like, you notice that He reacts. You just hold on.
This is a time of military conflict for America, and whereby we
He purrs
honor
away,
our
bud.
selfless and
didn't-
valiant
I
service
didn't okay
members regularly. Today is the day we hold their
And I'm sorry to keep interrupting this, but just to make it clear once again what we're watching here. This is an address to military mothers, right? It's supposed to be a military Mother's Day gathering, even though it's on a Wednesday and not Sunday.
mothers in the highest regard. It is these military mothers who find themselves alone, awake in their thoughts in the darkest hours of the night. Of course, we must also remember the mothers with a spouse overseas, praying for a safe return so their family can become whole once again. At the very heart of America's strength lies the boundless love and quiet power of mothers. We are the most devoted.
People saying he's falling asleep. I don't see it that way. I think he was falling asleep. I think as before she started talking about this subject, he was falling asleep. And then I don't think he reviewed this speech at all, right? He's like, okay, what, Mother's Day? Okay, that's one of the days on the prenup. I know I'll stand there, but I can't promise to stay awake. No, I'm not going to read the speech. Whatever you're going to, I don't care. Just say whatever you're going to say. And then he gets up here, and then all of a sudden she starts talking about, you can see him like visibly gulp. You can see him like visibly gulping when she's talking about like the soldiers getting home safe and shit. He seems to be like, you can see like his whole body kind of like tighten up a little bit when she starts talking about this. He's like, he starts looking around the room. He's like, hey everybody, everything's fine. Operation Epstein Freedom's perfect. Don't worry, nobody's dying. Everybody's coming home.
So their family can become whole once again. At the very heart of America's strength lies the boundless love and quiet power of mothers. We are the most devoted teachers, gently nurturing empathy, inspiring dreams, and guiding our children towards goodness. We help them rise with courage when life grows difficult. In every hug, every story read at bedtime, and every sacrifice made without complaint, mothers build the moral foundation of our families. In doing so, America's mothers help build the soul of our nation. I pray you find enduring strength as your loved one serves in defense of our freedom. Most know my husband as the strong commander-in-chief, but his empathy transcends the role and shape a caring leader.
That reaction from the room is fucking hilarious. And you know it's filled with like Trump sycophants and loyalists, and even they can't keep a straight face. She's like, she can't even get through the sentence. She's like going on. It's like, his great his empathy, and it, like they just. I gotta hear that one more time.
But his empathy transcends the role and shape a caring.
See, like his empathy transcends, and then people just start dying. They're like, transcends what? Like no man, like nobody's like no word that's coming next can possibly be correct. It transcends nothing. And even Trump's like, yeah, I get it. I know. Look, she thinks I'm a way better guy than I actually am. Okay. She doesn't know me like you know me. We don't let her watch the news, okay? She's not allowed to read. Maybe that's why. maybe I'm victim blaming. Maybe she hasn't been allowed to read for the last 30 years. Maybe they have kept books. Maybe she's just like, it's like her only opportunity to read is to read these speeches. Like, maybe I don't know. I honestly, maybe I'm being unfair, but like. Like, Trump's reaction to it is fucking insane. He's like, yeah, I know she's saying crazy stuff, doesn't make sense. I know I have no empathy.
His empathy transcends the role and shape a caring leader who constantly remembers each and every American soldier is someone's child. Distinguished guests, please join me with a warm welcome for our President, Donald J. Trump.
That's good.
And then the president drones on for about 35 minutes, and we're not going to listen to any of that because it's Mother's Day, not Trump's Day. Well, I guess every day is Trump's Day. But he goes on and drones on and on about a whole bunch of shit that's fairly meaningless. All right, let's go to a couple of articles I have queued up for us here. This is the Independent. What does that sound?
_9505 just cheered 100 bits. You Trump looks like a dried rotten tomato. I think I lost my appetite.
I'm sorry for that, Columbia Rican. What can I do? You know, he is the president of the United States. A dried, rotten tomato. And thank you for the bits. Appreciate that. By the way, everybody, just a reminder, very generous donation from a galactic individual earlier this week, or I guess technically last week now, since it's Sunday. So for the rest of the month on the galactic deficit, it's going to be dollar for dollar contributions, right? You can contribute $1 to the galactic deficit and another $1 gets donated to it, making it twice as easy to complete the galactic deficit this month than perhaps ever before. Okay. Okay, yes. Independent.co.uk. Melania Trump opens Mother Day military tribute with reminder of deaths from husband's Iran war. President Trump used his turn at the podium to boast about the Iran war, his cabinet, and the First Lady's Amazon movie. That's true, he did do that. First Lady Melania Trump appeared to leave her husband a bit uncomfortable when she reminded a group of military mothers at the White House of the 13 U.S. service members who have died in the war that he started with Iran more than 2 months ago. Speaking in the East Room Tuesday at an event billed as a military Mother's Day event, Melania Trump recalled how she'd been overwhelmed with feelings when she joined her husband at a dignified transfer ceremony, marking the return of the dead service members to Dover Air Force Base in Delaware in March. As her husband, President Donald Trump, stood next to her and watched, she told the military mothers and other attendants that she often finds herself, quote-unquote, thinking about the brave people who make the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom. When I went to honor the fallen service members from the 103rd Sustainment Command at Dover Air Force Base last March, I realized that words cannot comfort the all-consuming grief that family members, and mothers in particular, experience. The loss is overwhelming, although I understand the deep pride these families feel in their loved ones' service to our great republic. I cannot fathom the depth of their sorrow. The First Lady added that in this time of military conflict, it is military mothers who find themselves alone, awake, with their entire thoughts in the darkest hour of the night. Continuing, Melania Trump drew laughs from the crowd when she suggested that her husband's empathy transcends his role as president and called him a caring leader who constantly remembers each and every American soldier is someone's child. Yeah. Now, that's not the only thing that Melania's been up to this week. She also penned an opinion piece in the Trump sycophant-owned newspaper, The Washington Post. Of course, owned by Jeffrey Bezos. Another independent.co.uk piece. Melania Trump's Mother's Day op-ed published in the Washington Post has been torn to shreds by some readers, with the First Lady being described as quote-unquote tone-deaf and a disgrace. The piece, published Friday, sees the First Lady referred to mothers as quote-unquote the foundation of American democracy and the quote first teachers of empathy, aspiration, and discipline, unquote. It also called for the restoration of the quote honor of motherhood after years in which feminism often placed career above family, with consequences to our nation. Oh,
this
not
woman
the
is
feminists.
dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
The response to the opinion piece was met with swift
Immediately, if not
backlash,
sooner.
with many readers expressing skepticism over its authenticity and the First Lady's credibility to speak on family values. Quote, "This woman has done, all caps, nothing of substance for women, mothers, children, or anyone else well into her second tour as First Lady. Be best.
Be best.
And just go away," unquote. Well, wrote one reader in the comment sections of the article, invoking Melania's own words and Be Best White House initiative. Another posted, quote, "She lives a life of excess and materialism, and she's telling mothers, some who work 2, 3 jobs, to do more at home, but make sure that they take time for self-care. What a disgrace." Quote, "Your husband compared a female reporter to a dog the other day," unquote, one reader added. "You are a tone-deaf person," quote unquote, wrote another. The First Lady's op-ed comes after her self-titled documentary was released by Amazon earlier this year at a reported cost of $75 million. Billionaire Amazon founder Jeff Bezos also owns the Post. The connection was not lost on Washington Paper's readers. Quote, "Does Bezos' devotion to the Trumps have no bottom?" unquote, wrote one user. Quote, "If you haven't unsubscribed yet, maybe this will inspire you. The only way to save the Post is to cut off its air supply. Then maybe Jeff will sell it, and it can be reborn. The indignity he's visiting upon this paper is hard to bear," unquote, added another. One reader wrote, quote, "The Washington Post was once a great newspaper and my reliable companion every morning. Now, it's this," unquote. Since Bezos' takeover of the Post, it has lost significant readership after 40% of the Post's reporters were laid off in February. The newspaper lost 60,000 subscribers. The New York Times reported. Veterans of the paper have also resigned, including opinion editor David Shipley, who left in February. Longtime columnist Ruth Marcus followed a month later after claiming that a dissenting column she had written had been axed. Yeah. People got a lot to say about Melania in those comment sections, and I've got more. Hold on, we got to switch. Where is it? Okay, all right. Mercury News. More comments from the Washington Post comment section. Unfortunately, we can't access the actual comment section or the article because it's paywalled. And I don't have any extra money right now to go paying the Washington Post for articles. Okay. This article is so chat GPT, quote unquote. Where is it? Hold on, there's more. A comment that was liked by more than 200 people sternly began, "Dear Melania, you have no idea," parentheses, and I mean all caps, none, close parentheses, "what women of America go through raising their goddamn children." Okay, I added the goddamn in there. This person further admonished the First Lady, "So, please stop. You who have no empathy are not entitled to pretend to care about single women, working mothers, or children. Your husband cut childcare funds," this person continued. "Your husband cut aid to children across the world. Your husband cut healthcare funding, particularly Medicaid, which helps so many children and mothers. Your husband and his crew of pretend godly men want women to have a boatload of children, but given the new restrictions will have a very hard time finding care. Other people likewise blasted Melania Trump for touting quote-unquote empathy when she wore her infamous "I really don't care, do you?" jacket during a 2018 visit to migrant children who had been separated from their parents under one of her husband's hardline immigration programs. People also questioned whether Melania Trump could personally speak to trying to master that quote-unquote balancing act, given that she married a wealthy real estate mogul and didn't have to work while rearing Barron. Quote, "She lives a life of excess. Well, I mean access too. Excess and materialism. And she is telling mothers, some who work 2 and 3 jobs, to do more at home, but make sure that they take time for self-care." One person said, "She has raised an entitled nepotism baby and has done, all caps, nothing with her platform as First Lady. What a disgrace." Others questioned the man she chose to have children with. "With all due respect, Mrs. Trump, you lost all credibility by marrying an infamously dishonest figure," unquote. One person said, while another brought up reports that the president cheated on his first wife, Ivana Trump, with his second wife, Marla Maples. That he allegedly had cheated on Melania, his third wife, with porn star Stormy Daniels in 2006, shortly after she had given birth to Barron. It's true. Look, what do you expect? She's gross. Gross. You see what just came out of there? No way. Quote, "It is beyond me that a woman who made choices to be completely dependent on a bullying older man would lecture the rest of us on motherhood," unquote. Quote, "Picking a good, kind, and loving father, not a bag full of cash, greatly influences the lives of our children." Damn, dude. "Picking a good, kind, and loving father, not a bag full of cash, greatly influences the lives of our children," quote unquote. Goddamn. The Washington Post comment section is on fire right now. Whew. That is what he represented to her, no? A bag full of cash? She couldn't have possibly been attracted to his personality and or physique. Washington Post editorial page, which has shifted rightward under the ownership of Trump-friendly Amazon founder Bezos, also faced rebuke for giving this kind of platform to the controversial First Lady. Quote, "I guess Bezos wanted to publish this for the rage clips. This piece says nothing," unquote, one person said. Yeah. People got a lot of heat for this article and for the First Lady right now, rightfully so. I wish I got to read the whole thing. There's no, like, archive link on Reddit. Believe me, I already checked. I think the Washington Post has been, like, cutting, like, or I think Washington Post has found a way to get around it. Like, you have to enter a new email address in, effectively, like, rendering those links useless, I think. Like, you have to be signed in to view those links now. I'm I'm pretty sure that's why they don't work. Because I've been noticing I've been struggling with that a lot lately. What the fuck is going on? Why is my new clip not loading? Ah! At GSL, can you help with the Connie Chang versus Saikat debate? I don't know who either of those people are. Okay, that's good. And my browser has taken a dump. Good, 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 good. That's what we want. Use proper ad block. What are you talking about? Oh, for the fucking... For the articles? I thought you were talking about the video not playing. Yeah, maybe that would be the solution. I don't know. Oh, it's like fully frozen. Sweet. Can't even... Okay. All right. Fine. I guess I'll just completely restart my browser. That's not at all bothersome. That's fine. Actually, that's what I wanted to do. I was like, you know what would be great? If you could start the stream off with some technical problems. I feel like I'm going underutilized. My skills of opening and closing apps on my computer. Oh, that's bad. Oh, this has never happened. No, this has never happened. Now, now my browser doesn't want. There we go. For fuck's sake. Ooh, that was worrisome. Yes, please, GSL. Like I said, I have no idea who you're talking about. I can't help you with this. So this isn't going to be a trend for tonight. I'm not going to lie. Knowing absolutely nothing about what's being said, I feel like this is like a NCC debate. Oh, right. Connie Chang. That, right. The one who Trump said did a really great job at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. What's happening? What the hell is going on with her exactly? Isn't she like the new head of programming at CBS or something? Like she's like Barry Weiss's like a right hand woman. Yeah, but I don't know who the fuck Secret is. What the fuck is Secret? I feel like you're hijacking the stream right now because I'm not, because the programming has been canceled by my browser. And I feel like that's unfair. It's unfair for you to do. Saikat? Wait, Saikat Chakrabarti? You were trying to spell Saikat? God damn, Boku, you were way off on that one, dude. Yeah, I don't know anything about that one. I was planning on doing some, maybe I'll look into this. But yeah. Okay, let's wrap up the Melania Mother's Day situation. Keith Edwards. It's the only other good clip I could find on this situation.
Mother's Day to all the moms out there and to all the sons and daughters who have moms. And if you're not close to your mom, that's okay too. I hope you're having a great day. I just want to say Melania Trump came out with a Mother's Day message that to me seemed very pointed towards the president of the United States. And I'm not the only one who thought so. The Daily Beast did too. Now, what's interesting is that she wrote this op-ed. Let us put that in the largest air quotes imaginable. She wrote this op-ed. This woman can barely speak English. Ain't no way she's writing an op-ed for the Washington Post. The Washington Post, by the way, which is owned by Jeff Bezos and funded the Melania movie. Regardless, she's out with a Mother's Day message that is very strange. I'm going to walk you through it, and then I'm going to show you what the Daily Beast thinks is going on here. First, here she is in the Washington Post saying, mothers are America's strength. Women can lead boldly at work while restoring the honor of motherhood. All right, it says here, the household is our nation's smallest institution, yet is the foundation of all others, including democracy itself. The values cultivated in homes often shape the moral voice of the generation. Looking ahead, we must consider how to strengthen this vital role. Now, why does that matter to me? Well, I think there's a couple things going on here. It is interesting that Melania Trump is talking about how the household is the nation's smallest institution when she literally, like, her and Trump do not live together. They don't live together. They barely live together when they're raising the son that they have together, Barron. And so to me, this seems like a bit of a jab at Donald Trump because they do not share a household at all. And if it's the foundation of democracy itself, what is she really saying? Being a modern mother demands the discipline and restraint to not.
Honestly, what I got from this is it seems to me she's saying that we need mothers who don't work like her, who can be at home and basically indoctrinate the children. I mean, that's what it sounds like.
Disregard what came before us. In this spirit, the healthy evolution of the American family can best be achieved by preserving the elements of the past that have proved their worth. In doing so, America can restore the honor of motherhood after years in which feminism often placed career above family with consequences to our nation. American can restore the honor of motherhood. Has motherhood been dishonored?
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Awful. How have we allowed motherhood to be dishonored by the existence of jobs for women? I mean, that's basically the sentiment of this message from her. She's like, look, women, all right, you're being dishonored. Or I should say, women, you are being dishonored by having to have job rather than bag of money as husband. You can be best and not have job. You can be best, not have job, and take care of children. Is great, great honor when you think about it. Is backbone of democracy.
Feminism? Do you think that's true? I don't think that's true. I think, if anything, equality is something I really think is like a North Star. It's very hard to know if you ever fully achieved it, but we are certainly closer to it than we've been in the past. So I just don't understand this line of thinking. I truly think the only person dishonoring motherhood are those who seek to try to take away the ability for moms to live lives just as dads do. I don't understand this idea that moms have a certain kind of role in the household and fathers do not.
It is the long-living tradition
daddies
of
are more
course.
stronger than mommies.
Daddy can do no wrong.
That's what she's saying here. Anyways, Yes, women can thrive in both motherhood and business, but let's be honest, extended families and strong support systems are often essential to providing a solid base for success. That's why I admire the strength and dedication of single mothers in America who often handle these responsibilities alone. American women today are finding unique ways to balance career ambition.
Well, Melania didn't handle it alone. Well, I mean, I guess it depends on alone. I don't get the sense that Trump helped a lot in the raising of Barron, but she had an entire staff at Mar-a-Lago to order around, right? Like, she may not have had a nanny. Like, I've heard that she didn't like raise, like all of the Trump kids had nannies, like a fucking fleet, or not a fleet of nannies, but they had like a bunch of nannies. But apparently she wanted to raise Barron herself. But then, of course, once again, she had a literal entire staff at Mar-a-Lago to order around. And, like, you know, like it just, I mean, come on. Groundskeepers, pool boys, chefs. I'm trying to think of the other sorts of rich people's servantry jobs. What, fucking hell, housekeepers, whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like, she wasn't, like, you know, like dusting the mantelpiece at Mar-a-Lago. That's somebody else's job. She wasn't making sure there was no clutter. She wasn't picking up after you know, when Barron, when he made a mess, that was somebody else's job. She wasn't her job to make food. It wasn't her job to make sure that he, you know, like I'm fairly certain most of the things that most normal mothers do were not her job, right? Maybe she was around hanging, sure, but like, in a way, let's not forget that you could call this a tactical decision, right? From a woman who married a bag of money. Just saying.
The busy accountant who makes time during tax season to read with her kids before bedtime. Okay. The nurse who, she's just going to make up situations. The nurse who works a grueling shift, starting at 6 a.m., but treasures being present with her children when they return from school. We all know these incredible women. Okay. Again, and here's another jab at the president. To be fully present for a child, mothers must occasionally take time to restore their own energy. Such care is not selfish, but an important part of caring for others. Through self-care, your devotion to your children and the rest of your family is more effective. This approach will enrich every aspect of your life, professional and personal. And this one is a bit of a laugh. I constantly challenge myself as First Lady to think beyond the traditional responsibilities of the East Wing that has resulted in many new opportunities, including leading.
By the way, one of those traditional responsibilities of the East Wing is living at the White House, which she does not do. Apparently she lives in New York City right now with Barron because he's in college. He's in college right now and she wants to be with him for every moment.
Reunifications of Ukrainian and Russian children and their families, addressing the UN Security Council and achieving peace through education. The White House launching Fostering the Future Together, a global effort to help children through their safe and innovative use of technology. But family always comes first. Family always comes first. I don't see how that, I mean, this is some gobbledygook, isn't it? Let's champion a new American model that restores the honor of.
No, exactly, PB. Exactly. Like, this is the point I am trying to make. Like, of course mothers need downtime. Of course they do. You know, and today we should remind everybody that mothers need more help, not less help, right? To be able to do these kinds of things. But the government that her husband runs is literally taking away all of, like, not all of it, but so many things that are helpful to mothers, right? Including access to basic reproductive care. And, like, she had all the goddamn time in the world for self-care because she had all the money in the world. She never had to think one time about where she's going to get money and where, like, how things are going to get done. She just tells somebody to get this thing done. And then her and Barron ride in the back of the limousine to wherever that thing is happening, right? Or, like it's not, you know, that's not tough. That's not a tough job. and she pretends like it is. That's like the like people do that, like all the, you know, people like mothers manage, you know, at least not all mothers, but many mothers manage to get to their kids' stuff while also juggling 2 or 3 jobs, while also having to do the dishes and make sure the food is cooked and on the table for the kids at the right time, and they're in bed at the right time, their bedtime stories are read at the right, and they're, you know, they're going to the doctor's office and the health care is paid for, right? And like all of these other things that Melania doesn't ever for 1 second think about or worry about. And she's like lecturing people on making sure that they take more fucking time for self-care. Well, why didn't you tell Trump to fucking like, you know, like make like institute like paid family leave? That would help with self-care. I mean, shit.
By encouraging all women to lead boldly at work while also making the family the cornerstone of our national future. I mean, I truly don't think Melania Trump slash alleged Epstein lady should be telling us how to have families and how to raise kids. That's just me. Here's what the Daily Beast had to say.
Yep.
Whoever advised Melania to write this, I would advise you for the First Lady of the United States. Let's not forget that she's not just a model. She's not just a catalogue model. She's the First Lady. She represents the United States. And to not have someone, I mean, there are so many authors you could call, there are so many ghostwriters and speechwriters you could call to write something really moving and rousing. It could be a hymn to her own mother. And yet they've chosen to go the lazy route.
I mean, let's question the Washington Post's responsibility here. I mean, obviously they said, okay, great, you know, the First Lady is going to write something about motherhood. But when they're handed this thing, why wouldn't they say, no, obviously we can't publish this? Or are they saying, well, let's publish this because it kind of hangs herself? I don't know, but there's some weird lack of responsibility on their part.
Well, it's a...
Or it could be, let's remember, Melania, the movie, is an Amazon Jeff Bezos production. And Melania, the Mother's Day article, appears in the Washington Post, which is owned by Jeff Bezos.
So you're suggesting Jeff Bezos wrote it?
No, I'm suggesting that this is all part of a greater Melania marketing influence peddling piece of grift.
Yeah. Actually, I think that take from what's his face over here is right. I can't think of his name right now. I don't know why. Michael Wolf. There we go. I think that's right. I think to some degree, like Melania sees herself as a brand, even though that brand is just being a woman with proximity to money and power. Like she sees that as a brand, and I mean, to be fair, I guess you could call it a brand. I mean, it's vapid and vacuous and lacking any real substance to it, but okay, we can call it a brand. And I think that she sees the facts.
WSNT_me gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
Wasn't me. Thank you for the gifted sub. Much appreciated. But I think that she sees the writing on the wall, right? Her husband is a 80-year-old man with faltering health. She's in what? Her like late 50s? And they're like
WSNT_me just cheered 200 bits.
Thank you for the bits. Wasn't me. I think it was you. It's clearly you, if I'm being real. I can tell because it says it. Twitch says it. I appreciate that. But like there's a whole, yeah, 56 years old. She's 56 years old. She's literally like almost 25 years younger than the president. And like she's like, how do I continue to have the life that I live right now as basically the being proximate to a multi-billion dollar fortune? Well, I gotta create my own brand. What do we do with that? Let's see, get my own crypto, do my own movie, start writing opinion pieces in the Washington Post, which is basically, a propaganda vehicle for my husband now. Start using the apparatus Donald Trump has created to create her own brand and find a way to just continue funneling, like MAGA money or MAGA adjacent money or money that's trying to cozy up to MAGA, like all the different kinds of MAGA money, and get at least some portion of that funneling its way to her. Because when Trump dies, she's only got Barron, right? That's her anchor to the fortune, right? And without, and then Trump's got how many kids after that? What, Junior, Don Jr., Eric, Tiffany. There's like, isn't there like a couple others we just like never? I'm trying to think. Hold on. Let me think. I can just look it up. Barron, Ivanka. Right. I almost forgot about Ivanka. Right. Ivanka, Tiffany. Right. Okay. So. Like the fortune's gonna get split up at some point, and who knows what her name is on. You can assume that it was a fairly ironclad prenup. We've heard things about there being some sort of amended post-nup. Worked out supposedly over the years of the Trump political aspirations and such. But I do see this as being a move, right? And that she like that. I feel like that's why she came out and defended herself on the Epstein stuff and saying, I never met Jeffrey Epstein. I don't even know who that is. Who Jeffrey who?
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Oh shit, my browser just encountered an error. All right, I'm sorry, I lost track. Oh, right. We're an hour into the stream, so we'll start with the galactic content goal. We've already made some progress on it. Thanks to the donos over on Twitch. Just a reminder to everybody, please follow on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, and do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. Of course, we have the Twitch. But right now, Cash App, PayPal, Patreon donos go further than ever before the rest of the month, at least until the completion of the Galactic Deficit. Now, it won't count like double towards the content goal, just so you know. All right, that's too much. That's getting crazy. Or should it? I'm trying to think. Maybe it should. I'll think about it. But dollar for dollar, every dollar that you donate is gonna be matched by a very generous space fams till that galactic deficit gets completed. All right. Now it's Sunday Fun Day and Mother's Day. So we're going to celebrate a woman who I don't think is a mother. We watched part of this yesterday, and I just felt like watching the other part of it today. To the Majority Report with Sam Seder. I wonder who could possibly be on.
Sam Seder, Emma Vigland on the Majority Report. It is a real honor to welcome back to the program. I know, like at least in some of the iterations of this show, journalist, host of Democracy Now!, subject of the new documentary, Steal This Story, Please, Amy Goodman. Amy, such an honor to have you here.
It's great to be with you, Sam and Emma. I'm so honored myself.
Let's just start. Now, I know, obviously, you were the subject of the documentary. You did not make the documentary. The documentary was made by Oscar-nominated filmmakers Carl Deal and Tia Lesson. But the title of the documentary is both a reference to an Abby Hoffman book, I believe, but also sort of like the I don't know, the central thesis of like your work in many respects. We just talk about that because
Okay, I'm going to skip ahead because we watched this part yesterday. Just wanted to get this started. I think this is where we left off in the middle of it.
In the world, but those were the big TV gatekeepers at the time, so this really mattered. Until November 12th, 1991.
Oh shit, hold on. I gotta edit the goal already. Somebody just donated 5 bones. 10 bones. Sorry, 10 bones over on Cash App Cthulhu. Thanks for the stream. Thank you for the dono. Why? No. There we go. Well, thanks to the anonymous benefactor. And all of you. We're almost halfway through the galactic deficit. Killing it. Only 10 days through the month.
We went there. I went with my colleague, Ellen Nairn, an award-winning journalist who is doing a piece for the New Yorker magazine. And a UN delegation was going to come to East Timor to investigate the human rights situation, a true hell on earth. But we later learned at the behest of the U.S., the delegation didn't come. And so November 12th, people were just desperate. They had dropped out of workplaces, their homes. They'd gone into the Catholic churches of the country so they could speak to the delegation. Now they had no protection. When we had first arrived 2 weeks before, a young man named Sebastião Gomez had been killed on the steps of the church. And so this is the 2-week commemoration. On this day, they first went to Mass in Dili, the capital of East Timor. There were so many thousands of people, the priests had to hold the communion outside. And then they marched to the cemetery where so many young and old were buried. And we followed them. We were talking to them saying, why are you risking your life? I was only doing radio at the time, interviewing them. And when we got to the cemetery, the Indonesian soldiers marched up, 10 to 12 abreast, holding their US M16s at the ready position. Alan and I decided to walk to the front of the crowd. We always hid our equipment. I put my tape recorder in my bag, and because people would be arrested or disappeared or killed if they were caught talking to journalists. Now I slung my tape recorder over my shoulder. I held up my microphone like a flag. Alan put the camera above his head. We walked to the front of the crowd. We knew they had committed other massacres, but we thought maybe they wouldn't do it in front of Western journalists. They marched up. They swept around the corner past us, and without warning, hesitation, or provocation, they opened fire on the crowd, gunning people down from right to left. A group of them surrounded us. They beat me to the ground. Alan threw himself on top of me to protect me. They took their US M16s, used them like baseball bats, slammed them against his skull until they fractured it. So we're laying on the ground. Alan's covered in blood. They put the guns to our heads. They're screaming, Australia. They wanted to know if we were from Australia, about 300 miles away. And we knew what that meant. They'd stripped us now of everything. When Indonesia invaded East Timor, there were 5 Australian journalists with, among other networks, Australian Broadcasting Corporation, ABC, and they put them up against a house and they executed them. They never had to pay a price for killing them. We believe because Indonesia and Australia would later divide up the oil spoils in the Timor Gap. Oil is the source of so much pain in the world. So as they stood there with their guns to our heads, we shouted, no, we're from America, America. I threw my passport at them. It says America. And finally, they took the guns from our heads. We think because they would have to pay a price for killing us that they never had to pay for killing the Timorese. Their weapons were from the United States. They moved on. We got into a Red Cross Jeep that had pulled up. Dozens of Timorese jumped on top of us to escape this killing field. We got to a hospital. The doctors and nurses started to cry when they saw us. Not because we were in worse shape than the Timorese. The Indonesian military killed more than 270 Timorese on that day. But the doctors and nurses cried because they see us as Americans in 2 ways, as a sword and the shield. The sword, because all too often our country provides weapons to human rights abusing regimes or uses them themselves, like in Iran. But also as the shield. They see Americans as we're the only ones who can tell our government not to give those weapons over. And that day they saw that shield bloodied. We were able to get to the airport because we knew we couldn't stop the massacre there. So if we could only get word to the outside world that maybe the killing would stop. At the airport, we got onto the only plane that was leaving that day. We walked out onto the tarmac. The military was there. Alan was just had electric charges going through his body, and we had to stop. And I said, I want to stop because we couldn't let them know we were at the massacre site. I said, I just want to take a look at this beautiful country. And we got on the plane. When we got on the plane, the flight attendants gave me a silver bowl of water and said, clean him, about Alan, because the blood was now dripping down his neck. We got from East Timor to Bali, which is considered paradise, on Earth. It is a part of Indonesia. We got, and remember, Continental Airlines. We were able to get on that flight, flew to Guam, were able to get word to the outside world a massacre has taken place, flew to the United States. When Alan got out of the hospital, he held a news conference at the National Press Club and said it was U.S. weapons that were used in this massacre. And a nationwide movement grew up, the East Timor Action Network. I'm very sad to say a great activist who is very active in that, John Miller, just recently passed. But in 1999, the people of East Timor, in a UN-sponsored referendum, got to vote for their freedom. And as Indonesia burned the country to the outside, burned the country to the ground, East Timor, the Republic of Timor-Leste, became one of the newest nations in the world. And it really taught us, as we stood there on the day that they celebrated their independence, that we have a decision to make every day, every hour of every day, whether we want to represent the sword or the shield.
Okay, there's another excerpt from the Amy interview with the Majority Report. She is truly a national treasure. I just want to watch this real quick before we move on.
Hi, I'm Amy Goodman from Democracy Now!
All right.
Can you tell us what you think about President Trump saying climate change is a Chinese hoax?
I'm sorry, I'm running late for a meeting. Thanks.
Right, but you weren't running late when you were just standing there, so.
I fucking love this. Like, this is like I still haven't managed to fucking see the movie. It's been really eating me up inside, but oh god, just the trailer itself, just watching the footage of Amy chasing people around is just so funny.
Hi, I'm Amy Goodman from Democracy Now!
All right.
Can you tell us what you think about President Trump saying climate change is a Chinese hoax?
I'm sorry, I'm running late for a meeting.
Right, but you weren't running late when you were just standing there, so.
My first impressions of Amy.
What did you say to those who say that you're a war criminal?
Man, she doesn't care what anybody thinks.
Don't push me. I'm a journalist.
Independent media is the oxygen of a democracy.
What do you mean by independent?
Not being sponsored by corporations.
Amy's chaotically brilliant at the spy game.
We began on 9 radio stations.
If she believes something, she's going to fight for it and get it out to the world. Straight up.
This woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
It came from my Jewish education that you ask questions. Sharif, can you talk about what's happened on the Gaza Strip? From Ground Zero from East Timor, as we deplane in Haiti, from Georgia's death row prison.
We had to smuggle in our recording equipment. This was extremely dangerous. We're accusing a powerful American corporation of murder.
Without any warning, the military opened fire on the protesters. They put the guns to our heads. It is critical that we expose what is done in our name. Donald Trump understood corporate owners of the media would do anything for money.
She taught me, speak to the people at the target end of the bomb, speak to those who are being deliberately silenced.
When you hear someone speak, it's less likely you'll want to destroy them.
We expand the frame and center those voices.
There is a great force that would like to silence us.
The press is the enemy of the people.
And that's the only thing and we're not going to let it happen.
Amy Goodman continues to do the hard work out there. She's been doing it for decades, better than basically anybody else. All right, well, let's move on from Amy Goodman fighting for democracy worldwide, talking about fighting for democracy here in the United States, which is getting more and more complicated. Jamel Bowie.
Last month, as you are no doubt well aware, Virginia voters voted to redistrict. They took the old congressional map, which was more or less an even split between Republicans and Democrats, 6-5, I think Democrats and Republicans, and replaced it with a map that left the Republican Party with just one seat located in the general southwest region of the state. This was part of a national response by Democrats to a Trump-led effort to redistrict the fragile Republican majority in the House, to protect it through gerrymanders in red states. The House majority, it's just 2 people, 3 people, I think, and in the absence of any attempt to improve the president's popularity, and in the absence of any attempt to kind of squeeze more seats out of these states, that majority is probably going to go down in November. And so last year, the president announced that he wanted Republican-led states to engage in even further gerrymandering, beginning mid-decade districting cycles to try to get to this outcome. And it seemed initially that this was a bust. I mean, this was my view. It looked like a lot of Republican states were not going along. They recognized that if there was a large enough wave that this gerrymandering might end up actually disadvantaging them. And then Democrats began to retaliate in kind, first in California and then in Virginia. And after the referendum last month, it looked like Democrats had won this iteration of the gerrymandering wars. But then the Supreme Court announced its ruling in Calais v. Louisiana, which gutted Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act and gave Republican-led states in the South the opening to erase their majority-minority districts if they so pleased, under a guise of partisan gerrymandering. You're not racially gerrymandering people out of representation, you're merely partisan gerrymandering people out of representation, and that's different constitutionally, apparently. A few days later, Indiana Republicans, 5 of them, lost their primaries. These were Republicans who had projected the redistricting push last year. President Trump rampaged against them, promised retribution, and then they lost their primaries. They won't be returning to the state legislature, thus demonstrating the president's grip on his base and sending a warning sign to other Republican states that may not want to engage in this. And I don't think it's a coincidence that just today, and I'm recording this on Friday, May 8th, South Carolina announced that it would be pursuing some kind of change in its maps. The latest blow comes here in Virginia, where the state Supreme Court overturned the referendum results, invalidating the election on what is basically a technicality. Not even basically a technicality, it is a technicality. Let me explain. In Virginia, the process...
Yeah, and we've talked about this now a couple times, so I'm going to skip past this part of it. But the fact is that the Virginia Supreme Court said it was unconstitutional for voters to change who their representatives are, essentially. Like, that's unfair. It's wrong. It's not specifically written into the Virginia state constitution, so you can't do it. It's like only voters can pick, only representatives can pick their voters and not vice versa. That's basically the ruling that they came down with, which I found fascinating. Unfortunately, Democrats did not challenge this in appeals court, which I would have thought would have been the first thing to fucking do. That one was a little frustrating to me. And I don't know if I'm missing something or like it wasn't appealable, but I'm fairly certain it was appealable. They just didn't do it, and they should have. But, I mean, it's one of the most undemocratic fucking decisions I could imagine, right? Like, I'm trying to think of what would be more undemocratic. But saying that voters can't vote to decide who represents them is as undemocratic as it gets. Like, oh, no, I'm sorry. Only elected representatives can choose the maps. Voters can't do it. It's like... It's an arbitrary fucking undemocratic decision that's being made just for political reasons. It has no basis in logic or reason or anything, really. And it doesn't explicitly say it can't be done. It just doesn't explicitly say that it can be done. It's like, well, look, it doesn't say it can be done, so it can't be done.
A what now?
Obviously not the way it works. And you can avoid that outcome if you hew to the definition that the statute itself uses, that an election is election day, not the early voting period. But if you expand it to the early voting period, you're beginning to create these absurd things.
Oh, wait, I just want to go back. I'm going to go back slightly further. I went too far.
On a jury, you can't be asked to get involved in precede an election by 45 days. That's sort of what the statute says about early voting. The majority's definition creates an infinite voting loop that appears to have no established beginning, only a definitive end, election day. There are some other complications here. So the Virginia Constitution says that on election day, when there is an election, you can't be asked to sit on a jury, you can't be asked to get involved in the kind of judicial process. If you're a criminal defendant, sure, but otherwise you're off limits during the period of the election, during the period of voting. But if an election is the whole 45-day period, perhaps even a whole 90-day period, then for 90 days, state courts can't do anything. They're frozen. And that is absurd. That's obviously not the way it works. And you can avoid that outcome if you hew to the definition that the statute itself uses, that an election is election day, not the early voting period. But if you expand it to the early voting period, you're beginning to create these absurd things that don't really make any sense. And this is where the dissent kind of ends. I mean, this is where the dissent hits things quite hard. The dissent points out that much of the majority's opinion is going through dictionaries and all kinds of things to determine the meaning of the word election. But the statute is quite clear on what an election is. It refers to election day. And the majority doesn't really engage with the statute, with the text. And when you're doing legal interpretation, the text doesn't have to be the only thing, but it typically is the first thing. You just read what it says and see if there's any ambiguity there. So like I said, this is an absurd ruling. It's a ruling that you can obviously challenge on its own grounds, and you can obviously, I think, fairly portray as pure partisanship. Because the other thing is that I don't think there's anyone in the world, or anyone who pays attention to this stuff, who thinks that if the shoe were on the other foot, if Republicans were engaged in trying to redistrict using the referendum process, that the court would have ruled the same way. I don't think anyone thinks that. This gets to the second reason why you shouldn't just acquiesce in the face of this. And that is, a referendum isn't just any other vote, right? A referendum on a constitutional amendment is just not any other vote. It is a vote of the people in their capacity as sovereign. And sovereign simply means like ultimate authority. The Constitution, but the federal Constitution and state Constitution, to get their authority from the fact that they're creations of the sovereign people, ratified by the sovereign people. And the courts, which are meant to enforce these constitutions, also get their power from the fact that they're creations of the sovereign people. So what business does a court have overriding the people in their capacity as sovereigns? And that's what the referendum is. It's the people acting in their capacity as sovereign. The court may think that it can override the people in their capacity as sovereign, but it can't. It can't do that at all. It can certainly issue a ruling on this technicality, and that can be a nice curiosity. But in terms of the result, I don't think it matters. I think it has no bearing. If the people didn't want this, if they felt that there was something rushed or inappropriate about this, they could have said no.
Yeah, exactly. Millions of people voted in this thing, and they are disenfranchising those people directly of that vote. A decision that was made by the people is being nulled by a court. A small group of individuals is overruling the will of the people. That is the definition of tyranny. All right, staying on this topic of the redistricting fight that's been going on in this country, let's go to MS now.
Hey, good morning. It is Saturday, May the 9th.
Velshi.
I'm Ali Velshi, and there's a story unfolding right now in the American South that might not be at the top of your news feed, but I happen to think it's the most urgent problem facing every one of us today, no matter where in the country we live. It's a story you might even think you know because it started like so many second-term Trump emergencies, looking like a shameless power grab by a wannabe dictator facing the electoral consequences of his deeply unpopular regime. But two major developments in recent days have turned this cynical Trumpian scheme into a real-time deconstruction of our multiracial democracy. What we're witnessing as a result is the dawn of a new Jim Crow era, one that uses the same pernicious strategy of leveraging bad faith pretense and dirty tricks to rob American citizens of their voting rights or of the weight and value of their vote. The first part, the laying of the groundwork, you probably remember. Donald Trump was afraid of his party losing the midterms because his policies are so fantastically unpopular, so he set forth a plan quite openly of targeted gerrymandering to rig congressional district maps so that Republicans would pick up extra seats without picking up any extra votes. It began in Texas with a phone call from Donald Trump to Governor Abbott. Last August, Trump states his desires very plainly.
We have an opportunity in Texas to pick up 5 seats. We have a really good governor, and we have good people in Texas. And I won Texas. I got the highest vote in the history of Texas, as you probably know. And we are entitled to 5 more seats.
Entitled? It spread state to state, anywhere with a Republican state house. One of the only GOP-led states to buck the request from Trump was Indiana, where a handful of state senators, Republican state senators, voted down the effort to change their state map. Trump was quick to target them for retribution. In fact, this past Tuesday, in the Republican primaries in Indiana, 6 of 8 Republican state senators who opposed Donald Trump's redistricting effort were voted out by the MAGA base. They were replaced by Trump-endorsed candidates. Now, across the country, some Democrats fought back. In California and Virginia, both states which believe that redistricting should be nonpartisan, Democrats organized referendums to allow voters, you know, the ones who actually matter, the choice to adopt new maps as a sort of a counterbalance. So for a while, it was a fight. But then 2 rulings from 2 different courts changed everything. First, the U.S. Supreme Court.
Yeah, what I find fascinating about that, because for a second I almost forgot that California did the exact same thing that Virginia did. And it's like, all right, California and Virginia asked the voters. Unfortunately for Virginia and the voters in Virginia, a Republican Trump-appointed, mostly, well, very Trump-loyal court essentially disenfranchised those voters from doing that. Meanwhile, it's simultaneously supposedly constitutional for states like Texas to do it without asking the voters, or Florida, or wherever else, right? Tennessee.
Effectively tore down the last real remaining pillar of the Voting Rights Act last week, erasing protections that were designed to preserve.
But actually, what Virginia is saying is actually, no, you can only not ask the voters. It's unfair to ask the voters.
Voting power of black communities. That cleared the way for southern states to redraw districts in ways that will unquestionably dilute black voting rights, eliminate black majority districts, and roll back black representation in Congress. And they rushed to do exactly that. Louisiana, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, and South Carolina all began the process for implementing new maps. On Thursday, Tennessee's governor signed into law a congressional map. It's hard to see that these 2 maps look the same. Look at the one on the left, look at the bottom left corner, the little blue thing, and look at the one on the right. This new congressional map eliminates the only majority black district in the entire state, which is the Democratic-held district surrounding Memphis. You can see how they did it on this map. They took the 9th congressional district, which included Memphis and its surrounding area, and split it into 3 different districts. In gerrymandering speak, that's what's known as cracking. You take a concentrated population of voters and you crack the block into separate districts, diluting the voting power of that group. Every eligible voter in Memphis will get to vote this November, but their vote will mean less by design. Yesterday, a legislative committee met in Louisiana to discuss a new map which would eliminate one of 2 majority black districts in that state. Louisiana is 1/3 black, and under the new map that erases a black majority district, the state will have 1/6 black majority congressional districts. Mind you, 40,000 people have already voted in the state's primary, which has now been suspended. Alabama Republicans are attempting to fast-track a new map targeting 2 predominantly black congressional districts. Over a quarter of Alabama's population is black. They may not have a single representative in Congress after this. They'll still get to cast a ballot this November, but their votes will mean less.
It's a real fascinating fucking situation. There's so much hypocrisy going on right now. It is kind of incredible. Oh, God, it's a disturbing time. We are backsliding out of democracy into genuine totalitarianism. Whereas everybody else knows it, totalitarianism.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Totalitarianism is coming back.
Immediately, if not sooner.
By design. Mississippi Republicans will convene for a special session on May the 20th to discuss new state Supreme Court maps. It took Florida Republicans no time to pass a new map which targeted 4 Democratic seats. South Carolina Republicans are trying to eliminate the state's lone Democratic seat held by Congressman Jim Clyburn. But the Republican State Senate, their leader there isn't fully convinced just yet. But if they do push forward, they will have to delay their state's primary. And then yesterday, the other shoe dropped. The Virginia Supreme Court ruled that the state's new map, the one that would have benefited Democrats, the one voted in by the citizens of Virginia a couple of weeks ago, is unconstitutional. The ruling was essentially procedural. The referendum to redistrict was a constitutional amendment, and Virginia has a strict process for enacting constitutional amendments. In a 4-3 split decision, judges found a flaw in how the referendum was brought to Virginia voters, and they threw it out, without regard for the fact that they voted. Virginia voters voted 2 weeks ago to approve the amendment.
Exactly. It's just such a fucking disturbing situation that I feel like everybody should be outraged over. Like, every single one of these decisions by Republicans are just disenfranchising people. And much of it is clearly based upon racism. They may say, yeah, it's political. But, like, let's not forget that the outcome is racist, right? Like, we can't call it anything else. This outcome will disenfranchise black and brown voters across the South in red states all over the fucking place. And these decisions to nullify the votes of the people are even more undemocratic and like just blatantly wrong. Cracking districts in Tennessee and Memphis. And in Louisiana. You're supposed to have a representative democracy, and Republicans are trying to turn it into no longer a democracy and just an oligarchic republic, right? It's a democracy in name only now, right? They are trying to do everything they can to make their power not dependent upon the will of the people. They are trying to turn it into... I'm trying to think of the exact... Like... I'm trying to think of the right analogy for our current situation. I can't find it exactly, but like this moment is incredibly dangerous. If anything, we're just sliding back into America's dark past. And if you continue to disenfranchise people from the vote, you are going down a slippery slope. We've talked about this before. And actually, we're going to bring it up again. But important people in history, from activists to presidents, have recognized that you do this long enough and it leads to unrest in the streets. You make people feel like they don't matter in the place that they call home. They lash out. You know, and you cannot live on a farce of a democracy for very long. For now, people continue to do political activity. Like protests.
Tennessee! Who are we? Tennessee! Who are we? Tennessee! The distance may not be changed between abortion rights.
This is a terrible day for Tennessee, and it's a terrible day for Memphis. I was born in Memphis. I love Memphis. And today, Memphis is suffering from 1,000 cuts. And 100 of them came from Bill Lee and Donald Trump.
Yeah. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like.
I have feared
before Trump was elected for his second term, that, and I've shared this with family members and friends, that if he gets elected, we may not ever have an election again. And I hate to go down that doom and gloom road, but that's what it feels like. And now we're here. It's almost like it's becoming a reality.
Well, it's just a huge slap in the face, you know, for veterans, but also for the Black community, because they have sacrificed, I mean, more than we can even imagine. And we've all got to stand up for our neighbors, and they're all our neighbors. We're all neighbors. We're all in this fight together.
And we have to fight back. We have to fight back. We have to fight back. Because the reality is there's an intersectionality of our justice. That if Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, if we don't fight together now, we will see the greatest dilution of Black political power since the end of Reconstruction. Hear me now.
Weakening the collective voice of Tennesseans threatens our democracy. And a lot of great men before us quoted, "Hands off Memphis!
Hands off Memphis!" This is going across the South. We've seen some pictures of some potential maps where there is maybe a dot of two or blue. We cannot let this happen. United States of America, we will not allow this to happen to our country.
Liberty and justice for all.
There you go. That was sort of a recap of what's happened in the last couple of days, few days in Tennessee. I'm trying to remember exactly when that, because that was a AP archive clip, which included a number of different things, including the protests, speeches, marches leading up to the vote, the voting on the maps, the passing of the maps, and then the shaming of the Republicans who passed them. But I like that one lady in there. She's making a lot of sense. Our democracy is disappearing in front of us right now. Now for now, Democratic lawmaker from Tennessee. Representative Justin Pearson, who went on to CNN with, what's her name? What's her name show? I can't think of her name. Anyway, let's go here to this Forbes breaking news clip from Friday.
What does this mean for your campaign?
Listen, our campaign continues. We're continuing to pursue the issues that matter to people in our constituency. But the reality is, yesterday what happened in the General Assembly was a political lynching of the only Black majority district in the state of Tennessee. And it's not by coincidence or incident that happened.
So I want to read to you what House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries said today after the Virginia ruling. He said the unprecedented decision by the Virginia Supreme Court reinforces the need to go all in advance of the 2028 election. He said it's going to be incredibly important that states like New York, New Jersey, Washington, Colorado, Oregon, Maryland, and Illinois are aggressive in moving forward to ensure that there's a fair national map, particularly in light of what the Supreme Court's attack on the Voting Rights Act has unleashed. But I'm sure you hear in that There's no mention of your state. There's no mention of any state close to your state. Those are blue states. So taken together, all of these changed maps will mean that Republicans in blue states and Democrats in red states, like you, have likely no party representation when it comes to the House. Where does that leave voters?
I mean, well, first of all, there's still going to be Democrats here. 50% of Black African-American people live in the South. So the South cannot be abandoned. It has to be invested in. The races are going to be more difficult. Our race for U.S. Congress just got a little bit harder. But the fact of the matter is we can still organize, mobilize, and with the necessary resources, win the district that we're running in. And so we cannot give up on the South. It's 15 to 20 congressional seats, 200 state House and state Senate seats. This is an opportunity for us to mobilize and to build and to organize power. And that's what we need to do as a party.
If you lose significant Black representation in Congress from the South, how is that going to affect Black communities? How do you see that going?
I mean, it'd be absolutely detrimental. And that's the intention of the Republican Party. I mean, white supremacy is a core pillar of the Republican Party. Donald Trump is the biggest white supremacist in the United States of America who is pushing these states to take these actions. And they are willingly capitulating, from Bill Lee, Cameron Sexton, Lieutenant Governor Rand McNally, all the way to the governors of Alabama and Mississippi. By not having Black representation, this puts us back in 1964, 1960, 1955, where Black people to be able to advocate for their issues and the concerns that we had. The Voting Rights Act was the most substantial piece of legislation because it started to make the ideal of democracy become a little bit more realized. And now that has been gutted. And so that takes away the voices that are necessary to speak to the issues of some of the most oppressed people in the United States of America who've endured the worst that this country can do. And that's what we're going to lose in Congress and likely in our state legislatures if we don't fight back.
And you know, Representative, that Trump would push back on that assessment, right, of him and where he stands.
Who cares if you would push back? Look how CNN has turned the full-on Trump propaganda. No, Trump would push back on what you're saying right now, right? It's like, why is that the next question? So fucking dumb. CNN has become subsumed by the regime. Who's next, do you figure? NBC? It's a little disappointing, you know, to just watch our entire media apparatus. It was already not doing a very good job. Just sort of slide into becoming fascist propaganda. Here to push back whenever anybody says anything mean about the president. No, it's against the law to say something mean about, it's mean, you can't say mean things about Donald Trump. Aww. All right, let's go to Ed Markey of Massachusetts. He had the reaction not to the Tennessee situation, but to the decision of Virginia's Supreme Court to deny the will of the voters.
The Virginia Supreme Court just overturned the will of the people in order to benefit Republicans. Here's why. Donald Trump and MAGA Republicans know they can't win on the issues. So instead, they are trying to trample over our Constitution and rig the rules in their favor. From the highest court of the land to Virginia to Tennessee, we are watching an all-out attack on the right to vote. And what's more, Republicans in Congress are trying to pass the Save America Act to further restrict our elections and disenfranchise millions of voters, including women and Black and brown communities. But we know what it should really be called, the Save Their Asses Act.
Oh! Disgusting and probably illegal.
Yeah, that is absolutely what Republicans are trying to do. But here's the question. Here's a question I keep asking myself throughout all of this, because this is certainly a fucking difficult and dark time. I'm not here to say that democracy isn't crumbling in front of our eyes, but we're still technically having elections. We're still technically counting the votes. So, will we allow this to disenfranchise us and to prevent us from going out and voting? Or maybe we should use this, maybe we could use this as a point of motivation to get out there and vote extra hard. You know, to make sure that we get out there, we vote in the primaries and the general, right? We don't even wait for, to be given candidates. We make sure we get the candidates we want in the elections, that we vote, that we tell other people about the candidates that are running. Because it is what it is. It is a word of mouth game. I mean, sure. Are these things usually filtered through us, through particular channels, through the media or whatever else? Yeah. But it doesn't have to be. And it's currently, it feels like it's being suppressed, as I've talked about. NBC only covered the Kornacki cam, only covered the Indiana State House elections and like a handful of other like specific elections that had to do with Donald Trump and Trump only. They didn't talk about the Indiana House, right? Not like the members of the House for Congress. They didn't talk about any of the federal elections, the governor's race, I'm sorry, they did talk about the governor's race in Ohio with Ramaswamy. They didn't talk about the Senate races. They didn't talk about anything. So we gotta create the apparatus for ourselves to disseminate the information somehow for the primaries, for all the states. God, we need the Kornacki camp for every freaking election. I am trying to set myself up to be able to do that. I'm actually thinking about creating like an official like election coverage screen. It's like a whole thing I'm trying to work out right now. It's kind of a lot. And I'm only one man, and I'm trying to do hundreds of elections, and sadly, not as many people have taken up the call to help me out on it as I would have liked. But if you would like to help out, we do have a Discord channel set up, a Google spreadsheet as well, where I'm keeping track of the candidates, the currently best candidates in the races that we've got going on in each state, every single House race, Congress, states, Senate. I'm not sorry. We're not doing state Senate because I don't have the energy or wherewithal to do it. Unfortunately, right now, I don't know how I would go about it at this point. I've tried, but I've tried the avenues I feel like I have available to me. And so I'm just gonna have to try and slog through what I have. The House of Representatives, the Senate, the Congress. I keep saying the Congress even though I've just said the House because my fucking brain is broken right now. Governor's races, there we go, and attorney generals. Attorneys general. I can't think of words right now. There aren't that many Senate races. There's 35 Senate races. That's a lot. There's 35 Senate races. There are 35 Senate and 35 governor's races. And I don't know how many. I think there might be 50. No, how long does the attorney's general job go for in a state? Is it 6 years? I can't remember. It's 4-year term, right? Okay, it's twice as long as a House seat, 2 years less than a Senate seat. Okay. Right, yeah, there's like 400, right, there's 400 House races, 35 Senate races. But I mean, 35 still, like, each thing is like, it's a fucking task. Thankfully, the Senate races aren't as complicated as the House races. Still, it's a lot. But like, I'm trying to figure out a way to like do like an interactive map for like each county. I have no idea how I'm gonna handle that task right now. I've been racking my brain over that one. Just gotta be a resource somewhere. Like, I want to do my own version of the Kornacki camp, the Galactic camp, you know? Midterms 2026. But while we're talking politics, we should talk about one of the most powerful political lobbies in the United States, the ADL. Crystal Kyle friend.
Let's talk a little bit about this latest ADL anti-Semitism report. They do this every year. They've just released their version for 2025. According to them, overall quote-unquote anti-Semitic incidents were down from last year.
Which
Why?
they give Trump credit for, by the way.
Are you serious?
Oh, he's very serious. I'll be right back. I need tea.
We give Trump a lot of credit for getting down the anti-Semitism amount. I'm not kidding.
Incredible.
To show you just how shamelessly made up this thing is.
Well, and also the reason that their count of anti-Semitic incidents is down because you don't have the college protests. Right. They considered all those college protests to just be totally anti-Semitic. So let's go through some of these examples. We put E5 up on the screen of things that they cited just to give you a flavor of the type of incidents that they tracked here as anti-Semitic. They said a Jewish public figure received anti-Semitic harassment online from an ex-user who accused them of being involved with the assassination of Charlie Kirk and being a foreign agent. Don't laugh, Ryan. This is very serious. An Israeli flag.
When I say human being, well, it's a bot.
True. Yeah, we don't even know this was a real human.
How do they even know the person is Jewish?
We don't even know that any of this really happened, honestly, because it's the ADL. Anyway, an Israeli flag was moved from a locker.
No.
And a potentially anti-Semitic flag, potentially, I want to know what a potentially anti-Semitic flag is, was placed across from it at Syracuse University.
I wonder what a potentially...
I know that really piqued my curiosity, too.
I think that's somebody who, it was like an Italian flag and the person just didn't know what flag it was.
This might be anti-Semitic.
Or like it's
Irish or something.
Remember it said anti-ice on the bullets after the ICE shooting?
Yeah.
Somebody writes like anti-Israel with a question mark.
We have got to stop with the conflation of Israel and Jewish people. It's got to stop. It's got to stop. It's a serious problem. Oh, God. There was another piece that I saw today, and this is representative of a lot of these that I've seen. Not all of them, but like these anti-Semitism specific rallies I've been seeing lately also seem to be populated by people carrying Israeli flags and like banners that says like stop Israeli hate. Or even worse, like banners that I think I saw one earlier that was like a Jewish flag. And I'm sorry, God damn it, now I did it. It's motherfucker. So it was an Israeli flag. See, look what they've done to me. They've broken me down. I'm a broken man. Now I'm doing it. God fucking damn it. But like Israeli flag that says stop Jewish hate. And we gotta stop the Jewish conflation. That's what we gotta stop. We gotta stop it. It's out of control at this point. And it is, it is not helping anything. If you actually care about anti-Semitism at all, like even just a little bit, you gotta knock it off. Just do the anti-Israel hate rally somewhere else. Make it a new rally, okay? And make it a completely different designation, okay? But we gotta stop treating them as the same thing. It's not. Such a sad and tired
All right,
narrative.
this one.
honestly, the ADL is done, right? ADL is done. They had a lot of people's respect for quite a while. And in the last few years have utterly undermined all of that respect to the point that they will never be able to come back from what they will never be able to be seen in the same light of legitimacy that they once had. And, you know, like, I think they should just disband.
Some protesters had messages including Zionist fuck off.
That is by definition not anti-Semitic. It doesn't say Jews fuck off. It says Zionist fuck off.
Indeed. All right, next one. An individual wearing a Palestinian flag harassed people participating in a pro-Israel march saying, "Free America from the chains of Israel, free America, and you are propaganda."
How on earth could... It says it's at a pro-Israel march. They were protesting a pro-Israel march. And they're trying to spin this as anti-Semitic?
They are. And I think we have one more we can put up here. Students for Justice in Palestine at Brooklyn College posted a message on Instagram attacking Hillel, writing, "Hillel is not a student group as it claims, but an active participant in genocide." The post also targeted 2 Jewish students by name who had served and volunteered with the idea.
This is ridiculous!
So you can't even take issue with being being near people who have been actively committing a genocide. Okay. Like people who are like proudly like genocidal. Like you can't even criticize them. You can't have a problem with them being in your like, you know, like in your school or wherever. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I'm just thinking over here. I gotta stop it. I'm just thinking about how frustrating all this is. All right, we're gonna continue the topic of discussion here. Well, somewhat tangentially by going from the ADL to the ADL's most hated man. You know who I'm talking about.
Hasan Parker.
That's right. Hasan Parker. But before we do that, we got to take a quick galactic intermission. That's right, we're 2 hours into the stream. Actually, we're not quite 2 hours. We'll do the Hasan Parker first. Well, actually, this one, I feel like this one's going to take a minute. No, yeah, we got to take a break. We'll take a break. Quick space break. We'll be right back after these brief messages. I have no sound. There we go. What's that? Oh, shit. All right, everybody. I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Amazon. Throne, if you want to donate in a different way, rather than in money, but in physical items. Things like snacks, drinks, and other items you can help crowdfund. That's the greatness over on Throne. But of course, the very, very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is Patreon. where for the low, low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad. Those sweet, sweet galactic bennies unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar on one of the break screens, shout out at the end of every show, and much, much more. Also, thank you to Wasn't Me for the 2 gifted subs on Twitch. To Purple Perp and Nudie Branch. That gets us even closer to completing the galactic content goal. How far are we? Let's see. 2 subs there, 1 sub there, 300 bits there. What's that? We're like, if you include the dono over on Cash App, I think that's about 60% of the way through the goal. Less than an hour into the goal timer. We can certainly make it happen with that sort of progress. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack. I'll be right back. All right, everybody, we're back. That's right, break over. Stream about to begin once again, so you better get yourselves back in those seats, otherwise you might miss it. Okay. We're back. Let's go here to Hasan Piker, who watched the debate Brian Tyler Cohen did on CNN. This should be interesting.
Let's bring in Brian Tyler Cohen, host of the No Lie with Brian Tyler Cohen podcast, and Caroline Sunshine, former communications aide for President Trump's 2024 presidential campaign. Welcome back to both of you.
That name is so
Brian,
fucking dumb. It is such a stupid fucking name. And apparently that's her real name. Caroline Sunshine. God. What a stupid name.
This is the CNN segment that your trainer was talking about. The Trump aide mentioned you in the convo. Oh, maybe this was the nighttime
You have
one.
been on this redistricting train for years, telling Democrats that you should redistrict. A lot of times,
Bro, Brian Tyler Cohen, I'm not going to lie, trying to look like me a little bit with the beard.
they wouldn't listen to you. Now it seems like they finally are, and realizing the risk of this. What's your reaction to what happened in Virginia and what Democrats should do now?
Look, I think that the reaction to what happened in Virginia is that it is the perfect encapsulation of the asymmetry between the two sides, where we have independent redistricting.
He's going to cook here, by the way, and I 100% endorse Brian Tyler Cohen's statements about the redistricting. This is one of the things where I'm like totally on board with the Democratic Party. I don't give a fuck if you call me a reactionary bourgeois. Literally, it's correct. Okay, it is the right thing to do. The party actually did one.
Dude,
like,
I'm burning you down.
Very unique, very rare circumstance. The party actually behaved in a way that a competent party is supposed to, an opposition party is supposed to, and then they immediately backed away from it. It's very frustrating.
Missions in all of the Democratic weapons, and even when you go to the voters, even when 3 million people show up to vote in a referendum that, based on some small technicality,
Yes, you invented having a beard.
Wait, Twitch chat thinks Brian Tyler Cohen's trying to beard mog on Hasan? Wow.
When it started, man, I'm fucking joking. Okay, I'm fucking joking. Am I allowed to joke? Yes, I did invent the beard. Okay, no one else had ever had a beard before me.
All of those voters' voices are going to be silenced at the same time that we have Republicans in Florida, in Texas, in North Carolina, possibly South Carolina, Tennessee, all who've just decided by fiat that they're going to redraw their states' maps. I mean, basically ushering in
legislatures.
Elected legislatures, but redrawing the state maps without a single person weighing in on this stuff.
I like your suit choices a lot, man. Shit looks extremely well on you. I wonder if it's off-putting to the younger viewers or if they like it as well. It does make you look more serious. I assume that's the point. Will you update your background as well? Maybe, but I do like the suits. I like the suits. I like dressing up.
Basically ushering in Jim Crow 2.0 in the South. I wouldn't be surprised if we get to a point where we see no black representation in any of these southern states. And so I think it's a wake-up call to Democrats across the country. If you are a Democrat in New Jersey, New York, Maryland, Illinois, Oregon, Washington, Colorado, this is the time to start fighting back and recognize the urgency of this moment right here. Because Republicans don't believe that Democrats have a right to exist as a party. And so if we don't start fighting back, and if we don't stop unilaterally disarming, we're basically going to good government ourselves into obscurity.
Caroline, what do you think of this? Is it Jim Crow 2.0?
Well, so you're opposed to this because you think that this dilutes people's political power unfairly? Is that why you're opposed to this?
I think that it dilutes the ability of people in certain jurisdictions to be able to vote for their representatives. Nashville has been cracked into multiple districts. Memphis has been cracked in multiple districts. And so there's no way that those people who live in those jurisdictions can vote for their representatives because the Republicans have purposefully gerrymandered those states to dilute.
Told you. I mean, he's cooking. He's right.
Their voting power.
So you're against diluting voting power?
I'm against gerrymandering.
Okay, so do you support then illegal immigrants being allowed to vote in?
Wait, what? What the fuck does that have to do with anything? What are you saying right now? Oh my God, this is the best that MAGA has to offer? Hey, yo.
Elections?
Illegal immigrants don't vote in federal elections.
Well, illegal immigrants are who Democrats want to vote in federal elections.
But that's ridiculous. That's not a thing right now, and it most likely will never be a thing. What?
And before we get too far down the road on this, I had to look into Caroline Sunshine, right? I was like, wait, that's got to be a stage name. Not a stage name. That's her real name. Caroline Moore Sunshine. Born in 95. She's a 30-year-old woman who's essentially an actress. She has no background in, like, academia. She went to, like, one of the, I can't remember the name. What's it called? A Claremont McKenna College is like where Republicans go to pretend that they're learning. It's like a Republican liberal arts college, which is one of the funniest things I can imagine. And like she she is here because she was on a Disney Channel series called Shake It Up back in 2010, and in the feature film Marmaduke, apparently. Two things I never saw myself. But those are her qualifications.
What kind of fucking stupid counter is that? That has nothing to do with redrawing maps. The fuck?
It doesn't matter if they want. It doesn't matter what anybody wants.
If you are against diluting political power for anybody,
But she's like a full-on stage child, apparently. Like, she started her acting career in, like, 2004, so she would have been, like, 9 years old or something like that.
not want illegal immigrants to vote in American elections because we
Illegal
can't
immigrants
dilute the
This is the Fox News argument. It doesn't hit with the CNN audience. It just doesn't hit when you have someone with.
Oh. And she's a former Trump White House administration intern. I wonder who she worked under. Spicer, you think? Or maybe what's her name? Reagan? I can't remember. What was her name? I think she has her own podcast now. Which who's the? Actually, I think Spicer might have his podcast. Might have a podcast now too. What's the name of the woman who was Trump's former White House spokesperson?
Just cheered 100 bits. The whites are here to rescue us from us.
The whites are here. Yeah.
This is the Fox News argument. It doesn't hit with the CNN audience. It just doesn't hit when you have someone with a brain, okay? It just doesn't hit. It ends up hitting you in the fucking face. If you're on Fox News uncontested or talking to a bunch of other dumbasses who are going exactly, then sure. But you're not at Fox News. You're in front of two other adults, which, as far as I understand, have functioning brains. It's not gonna fucking work. Illegal immigrants.
Kayleigh
Democrats
McEnany.
want
Yes,
illegal
thank
immigrants
you.
to vote. The fuck are you talking about? It's
Yes.
literally illegal. What the fuck?
But that's not what we're talking about.
This isn't a discussion about that. And illegal immigrants are not allowed to vote in federal elections. What?
Like, am I wrong, or is this woman not like hold on, we'll go back to where is she? I need a close up of her. Where is it? Yeah, oh, so close. Wait, what? Where's the close up? I can't see it. What the fuck? There's supposedly one right here. Oh, there it is. No, but why are you being a dick to me? I don't understand. Why are you doing this? Stop it. There we go. They're like clones. Like the White House makeup, like is. Look at these two women. In fact, if we just switch to the blue one, just switch to the blue outfit. Wait, no, hold on. I'm fuck Instagram. I'm not signing into that shit. Oh my god. Yeah, I bet she worked for Kayleigh. They're like the same person.
fairly. Is that why you're opposed to this?
I think that it dilutes the ability of people in certain jurisdictions to be able to vote for their representatives. Nashville has been cracked into multiple districts. Memphis has been cracked in multiple districts. And so there's no way that those people who live in those jurisdictions can vote for their representatives because the Republicans have purposefully gerrymandered those states to dilute.
Told you. I mean, he's cooking. He's right.
Their voting power.
So you're against diluting voting power?
I'm against gerrymandering.
Okay,
Oopsies.
so do you support that?
Illegal immigrants to vote.
I went too far
What the fuck are
back.
you talking about? It's literally illegal. What the fuck?
This
isn't a discussion about that. And illegal immigrants are not allowed to vote in federal elections. What about this move of what the Supreme Court did and what Republicans are doing right now when it comes?
Yeah, she's gonna be like, Ellie.
But do you see what I mean? What I've been saying over and over again is Republicans are now in a place of weakness, even though they're in power on a narrative, on the basis of narrative. They are in a place of weakness. They're in power because of the fact that they're in power, and everyone's upset, right? Like they're in power, but they're making everything worse, and everybody can see it. And so they're all trying to shift away from the real issues, because at one point they were trying to talk about things, you know, especially during the election and things like, they were actually trying to talk about things that some people actually cared about, like inflation, affordability, a new word, no one's heard of it before, and being like anti-war for a second, right? And like all these other things, and like, oh, we're gonna get gas prices down, right? They're like, but Biden made your gas prices unaffordable, right? Like, time again, like they tried to go after Democrats on actual like valid policy issues, like but now that they're in power and they've solved nothing, and they made America worse and started a forever war and made gas prices higher and like made your healthcare more expensive and like done all these things, like they've all just switched to the culture war. They're like, we don't want to talk about the issues. We don't like. So she just pivots. She's like, well, you want to talk about, but what about illegal immigrants? It's like, why are you bringing up a red herring right now? What is it with this fake example of this thing that doesn't exist? Why do you want me to care about this while you're not? It's because she's not answering the question. You just have to be listening. She's just trying to not answer the question and shift to the culture war because it's all they have left. It is all they are grasping it with like the tightest fist right now. They're like, but what about the trans immigrants voting in your kids' elections?
They're being biased. Yeah, bias is the truth, maybe. The fuck?
Comes to redistricting, a lot of this started with President Trump telling Texas to get him more congressional districts.
That's why it started. And the real reason why it started is because Donald Trump was worried. Donald Trump knows he's unpopular and he wants to work against that. And the way to try to work against it is by gaming the system, okay? To create new districts so that there are new Republican seats, like safer Republican seats in red states. That's what they're trying to do. That's the goal here. So in an effort to combat that, in an effort to combat the voter displacement in the national level, at the federal level, the Democratic Party said, okay, you redistrict here, we're going to redistrict there. And not only did they do that, in Virginia, they did it in the most ethical way possible. They put a timeline on how long those districts, the new redistricting initiatives could exist until the new census, right?
Well, I think checks and balances played out here. I mean, the Virginia...
Oh, this woman is not not smart. I don't think she spent very much time actually examining the things she's saying. I get the sense that she's given like a talking points list or something from somebody over at like PragerU or something like that. Like, get in there, Caroline. Be the sunshine that we need.
Supreme Court said this can't happen in 2026, but it could happen in 2028. So I'm not sure what the big deal is here. This went through the Democratic process.
Oh my God, she worked on Trump's. Wait, I didn't even know this. I don't think this even showed up on her Wikipedia page. She was a communications aide on Trump's 2024 campaign. Fascinating. So she's been hanging around the Trump orbit for
Supreme
nearly
Court,
a
the
decade.
judge struck it down, saying the language in the referendum was flagrantly misleading, and he's not saying it can't.
By the way, that was the literal, that was an argument in Louisiana, which the Supreme Court of the United States did not take into consideration when they did the redistricting after people had fucking voted. So shut the fuck up. You have no leg to stand on.
No, absolutely. We're just going to skip to the end of this clip. We don't need the whole thing. It's rather long. And Brian's not my favorite guy. I mean, don't get me wrong, like, and I think at some point Hasan gets into it as well. Like, am I aligned with him on more issues than I am not? Probably. But I don't know. Like, he's like, as you all know, he's not my favorite guy. There's a lot of things that I've got issues with that he's done, or that he, like, I feel like he's kind of hyper focused on like US specific stuff, mostly because I think, from what I can tell, he is like a neo-lib, and his foreign policy stances on a lot of stuff are real bad. That's my guess. As well as, like, you know, like people like him and David Pakman embracing things like crypto and other shit like that, like shilling for crypto, like, as well as the chorus nonsense. I mean, there's quite a few things, actually.
Republican gets a lot of attention on social media, had a debate this week, got a lot of attention for it. What do you make of what Spencer is doing right now? He's running ads that he's getting a lot of attention for. Certainly a lot of Republicans around the country who don't live in Los Angeles and can't vote for him are endorsing him. What do you think of his chances to actually win in a deeply blue city?
I think Spencer Pratt could be the next mayor of Los Angeles, and I'll tell you why. The last time a reality television star who was politically incorrect ran for office, he ended up all the way at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. And Spencer Pratt is reminding me of the saying, first they...
Oh my God. More of this, please. Yes. Keep reminding people in Los Angeles that Spencer Pratt is just like Donald Trump. No, definitely. It's so funny because I made that comparison knowing full well that that was something that would devastate his chances in LA.
Ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, then you win. He has all the makings. I don't even have to use the Donald Trump example. He has the charisma of Mamdani, AOC, Trump. He has that outsider, anti-establishment energy, and he is good at harnessing attention. He is running, tactically speaking, a very nimble, agile, smart campaign. I can tell that campaign is not being governed by committee. My guess is it's a very small team of 5 to 6 people who, just like Trump in 2016, are able to move a lot faster than bloated political consultant type campaigns. And Spencer, you know, people are saying they don't like his politically correct, you know, comments. So in the debate the other night, you know, people said he was offensive maybe when he was suggesting that Nithya Raman go ask.
I mean, did Trump have 6 people on his team? I don't think so. When? In what year did Trump? Even in 2016, I feel like he had more than 6 people on his fucking team. Where's she coming up with that number, 6? Yeah, it was a large structured operation. Probably had thousands of employees and staff.
People who were homeless under the freeway for treatment, they were going to get stabbed in the neck, and people were really offended by that. Well, guess what? In Venice, California today.
God, you want to know what's crazy? Nithya Raman could have literally been like, you know, that's wild that you're saying that because I'm the only person on this stage that has actually done that. And I did it in my district, and it was an unbelievably successful initiative where I went and actually talked to the homeless population, and we were able to convince many of them to get permanent shelter and permanent housing. And she didn't. And she didn't even say that. It's literally her strongest. It's her strongest fucking thing. It's her thing.
We had a man get his arm sliced off with a samurai sword. So Spencer Pratt, it looks like, is way more in touch with reality than the rest of the candidates on that stage.
Quickly, Brian, thoughts on Spencer?
What could possibly go wrong with a longtime reality star who speaks bluntly, knows how to game the media, and decides that he wants to be a politician? Look, I think that would
what
actually...
What do you have to lose, Brian?
I think that
Look
that would
at this
actually
city.
carry...
What do
I
you
think
have
that
to
would actually
lose?
carry more weight if Donald Trump's approval rating wasn't what it is right now, and if he wasn't, you know, basically exposed as a con.
I gotta say, that's a great strategy. You know, what do you have to lose? Look at this city. Like, that's a great way to just shit all over Los Angeles. Like, that's not gonna win her any. That's not gonna win her any popularity. I mean, like any other city, Los Angeles has problems because it's a city. It's a dense urban center with a massive population. Just think, what do you got to lose? You got the whole fucking city to lose, I guess, technically, in theory, and all the people in it, like, in one way or another. I mean, you have it's an important job. And it's also, like, a weirdly blasé take. It's like, what do you got to lose? Like, she's basically saying, this guy, even if he fucks up really, really bad, you know, even if he's Donald Trump, what do you got to lose? Probably being one of the biggest urban centers, and I think maybe the biggest. I mean, in terms of urban area, it's the biggest. In terms of, like, geographic area, I mean, it's the biggest in the country. Might be by population, too, in terms of county. And the GDP is enormous, of course. And so the economy, people, I don't know, like, all sorts of things, bad things could happen. I don't know. What? Also, real quick, just staying on this same topic, like, weren't Republicans like her? Now, Caroline Sunshine's a new personality to me I was unfamiliar with until today. But weren't Republicans like her blaming Mayor Karen Bass for the fires in LA, or like some amount of the response and like all these other things? Like, weren't they just utterly just like, they were like furious, like, oh, but now it's like, what do you got to lose? It's like, you guys were just like saying that the leadership was so vital that it led to the you know, any lapse in leadership led to this utter catastrophe. So it seems like there's actually a lot on the line, right? Like, if we were just to accept their own premises on all of this stuff, it seems like there's actually a lot on the line. Like, otherwise, why even vote? Like, it basically, it's a very, you know, disinterested sort of point of view. It's like, well, you know, who cares who's in charge? Well, I guess don't vote then. Maybe just don't do that. People like her shouldn't vote. I'm not saying that she can't vote or that I would take away her right to vote, but I just don't think she should. I think it's best for society that she just stays at home and thinks about things. Because I'm worried, you know, when she says, like, you know, really dumb stuff like that, that she's also somehow involved in deciding how society works. But that is her democratic right, of course. And people are preparing to do their democratic duty and voting for Abdul Al-Sayed in the Michigan primary, which is happening, is that June? Sorry. Did the general already happen? No. No, of course not. Why can't I? Hold on. I can just look here. It's easy enough. Click this. This is why I have the spreadsheet. Okay, Michigan. Where's Michigan? No, I don't want to see this. Please. No, don't. You're a dick. God. Google has gotten worse. Even though they've added AI in, it has not gotten better. It's very annoying. It's always later than June. It's August. August 4th is the primary for Michigan. People are gearing up to vote for Abdul Al-Sayed for Senate. Well, there you go. The Abdul Al-Sayed campaign. If it were a Wes Anderson film. I just thought that was a good one for a Sunday fun day. Just throw in there while we're talking elections. And now to California. To the Change the Party rally with Saikat Chakrabarti. From 2 days ago.
Hi, I'm Jean. Oh, hi, I'm Jean.
And I'm Natalia. Oh.
And I'm Natalia. And we are beyond excited to welcome you to the Change the Party rally.
started on the campaign back in July, and back then we had this office opening party, and we actually had to run through the program twice because we maxed capacity at our office so quickly. So we were like, okay, going forward, like, I guess we have to book larger venues, but just found out we actually maxed capacity here as well tonight.
And that is all because of you. We want to thank you so much for taking time.
Man, you can tell it's at max capacity. You hear that crowd? They are maxing out those microphones big time with the applause. I wonder what drew out crowds. I mean, I'm sure it's a number of different reasons. Seem to have a bunch of guests here. Who's this guy? Oh no. Oh no.
Mike 2! What's up, what's up, what's up? Yo, DJ, turn that music back on.
No, don't do it, Jamal. God damn it. You son of a bitch. You're killing me. You're killing me. God damn it. Like, I'm trying to avoid getting copyright claimed over here. I'm beatboxing the Wu-Tang Clan. We can't be, this is untenable. This is untenable. God damn you, Jamal. Turn the music back on, you son of a bitch.
Now, we are here because of people and children like Hind Rajab, whose family was slaughtered in Gaza when 335 bullets hit her family's car.
Illegal.
A 6-year-old baby taken from us, all of us. Tens of thousands of children killed in Gaza with a U.S.-backed and sponsored genocide. Tens of thousands of women, children, and innocent people killed in Gaza by U.S. dollars and weapons. We are here also because of George Floyd. 9 minutes, 29 seconds, lynched in front of the entire world. Shame. We are here because of Jamal Khashoggi and all of the journalists who gave their lives to bring us the genocide in Gaza. This is not the time to only fight against Donald Trump. We need to fight against a system designed to keep us separated, divided, marginalized, and oppressed. This
Absolutely. I mean, people ask Martin Luther King that. Like, is this the time to take a stand against the war when we have other things to fight for right now? But he said, I can't remember the exact quote, that the fight of those across the planet are our fight. All right. Who's this other guy here at... You tell me who this guy is. Big guy here. Big, tough guy. Big, tough, beautiful guy.
San Francisco, can you hear me? Wow, it is always so difficult for me to come out here and have to follow incredible former congresspersons like Jamal Bowman, but it's always an incredible honor. Give it up for Jamal one more time. Now, there's a lot of people that did not want me to be here today from, that's right.
It is
the local San Francisco Democratic Party and numerous AstroTurf organizations that put flyers all around San Francisco. But they didn't even do the right thing and hire an artist. They had to use AI art. And guess what? Not a single person showed up to protest. There's a lesson there in that story. Because the reality is, they can have the moneyed interests, but we have the people. There's a reason why they're not only coming after me, but they're coming after all of these wonderful candidates that are putting the working class first in their message, in their platforms, in their policies, because they're terrified. They're terrified of the fight. They don't want to have that fight. And I'm not just talking about the Republicans either. We know that the Republican Party is a reactionary scourge in this country. We know they're fascists. We know they're racist. We know they're warmongers. But we say no more to the Democratic collaborators too. Yeah! And that's precisely the reason why you have bipartisan congresspersons coming out together with Mike Lawler in New York, alongside Josh Gottheimer from New Jersey. Because they put Israel's interests first above your interests. Fuck Israel! I didn't say that. I'm not trying to get Saikat in trouble tonight, okay? He told me, yeah, free Palestine!
I didn't say that. I didn't say that, says Hasan. Although I would point out Hasan's immediate reaction to it was, yeah. And then he was like, wait, I didn't say that. Oh, God.
Saikat told me, be on your best behavior, so I'm trying to do my very best. They keep asking me to do these rallies. It's getting real difficult for me to hold back.
Oh my God, you're right, Moadub. It's not just a watermelon purse. This woman's got a watermelon purse and a one-piece outfit. Look, I mean, hold on. This is perfect. Look at that. What is this? Sunglasses store? Lowercase. Thank you. No, that's not the one piece that I mean. Yeah, this one. Look, this one piece. God damn it! What is happening? Look at it. Look at the one piece outfit.
The Green New Deal just cheered 100 bits. More sunglasses.
More sunglasses. We need more sunglasses. I'm already wearing sunglasses. You guys are buying more sunglasses. What is going on? Look at one piece outfit and watermelon purse with the Saikat sign.
When I come out here, especially when I see a wonderful crowd such as all of you tonight, I feel the power in this room, the labor power, the people power. Because you, every single one of you, is what is responsible for the productive output in this country. It's not the corporations, it's not the military-industrial complex, it's you, the people, who have been shafted every single time. We now have an opportunity for the first time in a long time. We tried in 2016 with Bernie Sanders and also in 2020 as well. We tried to elect progressive congresspersons here and there. But through the people-powered movement, through the Democratic Socialists of America as well, the Working Families Party, and all of these other door knockers, we were able to elect a socialist mayor in the heart of capital, in the heart of empire. San Francisco, you deserve better. This city deserves better. We deserve a better party that will put your interests first, and Saikat Chakrabarty will be the person who will fight for you. And I feel like, at least with these candidates that I've been working with all around the country, they've made my job a lot easier as well. That's one of the things I told Zoran in the beginning. I was like, look, you win, and it's going to be much easier for me. I could just point to your success and say, just do that. And it turns out, we can let 1,000 Zorans bloom. Because just like New York City, San Francisco is also another heart of capital. But capital has no value without labor. Capital has no value without you, the people. Every single one of you experiences economic struggles. Rent is unaffordable. People get priced out of housing. And the only solution that mayors like Daniel Lurie
I'm being repressed.
and numerous other unbelievably wealthy people, or those who are servile to the interests of corporations and the wealthy, they say the only solution to this is endless militarism in the form of expansive police budgets. We say no more.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Your salary raises come at the cost of inflation. You get a little bit more year over year if you're fortunate, but then inflation eats it away, or your landlord takes it from you. Your bosses steal all of your productive output. We say no more. And not only that, but then you pay your taxes with the expectation that you can live in a safe and clean city where living is affordable, where the cost of living is manageable, where you have adequate public transit. And yet, that never comes. Why? Because they take that money from you and they spend it on blowing up schools overseas. That money is stolen from you. They say, we never have money for health care. They say, we never have money for free education. They say, we never have money to fix the potholes or improve the infrastructure. In the wealthiest nation on earth, where 600,000 people sleep outside every single night, we say no more. The Democratic Party in San Francisco put out a bill to not only condemn me, But to also condemn the term change the party. I see a lot of people in this room that want to change the party today.
Immediately, if not sooner.
But listen, change is not easy, and it doesn't happen overnight. It takes a long time to get there. But we all have to fight to make that change. We have to fight to make sure that we elect responsive politicians who will serve our interests rather than the interests of corporations. We will fight, we'll door knock, we'll phone bank, and we won't stop after our politicians are elected. We will.
You know who Zoran's sounding a lot like right now? Anybody? Anybody? Got any thoughts on who else has been saying this? Much smaller audience. Because this is sounding a hell of a lot like what I've been trying to say lately. We need to seize the apparatus of the party. You know, go volunteer at the fucking DNC. I don't care what you have to do. You know, and start knocking on doors for your preferred candidate. We got to start working at like as local of a level as we can possibly do. Start building power, taking seats in Congress, changing the way this unresponsive, shitty, ossified Democratic Party we've been forced to live with, force-fed over and over again, told, oh, it will change, we'll change it next time. Well, I'm sick of hearing about next time. And this is that next time. This is the time. Like, we didn't get a chance for democracy in 2024. Instead, we were force-fed Kamala Harris, no primary. Even though the president dropped out of the race. We've had these things sort of, happen over and over again throughout the 21st century, essentially having to accept all of these concessions and compromises with Republicans. Oh, no, we need to be more centrist. Well, that's what's gotten us to where we are now. Where nobody can afford to live. And we have Donald Trump as president. It's not good.
Make sure we hold them accountable too. And I promise you, I believe in Saikat. That's why I'm here. But if he doesn't follow through on his promises, I'll be knocking on his door. But I don't think I'm going to need to do that. And that's precisely the reason why not only the Republicans, but some of these do-nothing Democrats have been actively fighting back to make sure this necessary change within the party doesn't happen. So we have a goal. We have to vote them out. So when I say, Saikat Chakrabarti, I want you to say, change the party. Saikat Chakrabarti. Saikat Chakrabarti. Saikat Chakrabarti. All right, it's a great honor to be here tonight, everybody. You've been wonderful. It's an even greater honor to introduce to you Saikat, my friend, Saikat Chakrabarti.
Gotta make a change. You guys gotta make a change on the music. Can you not play like blatantly copyrighted shit from like big music labels? You're killing me. You guys are killing me with that. Don't get me wrong. They've been playing some great songs. But, I'm over here. I'm demonetized. Like, I'm trying to keep the stream from doing things like that. God God damn it.
How about this one? That one's working? All right, we'll do this. I just got one question for y'all. Are we ready to win? Okay, I lied. I got two questions for y'all. Are we ready to change the party? Man, oh man, thank you, Hasan, Jamal, Angela, Melat, Daria Lisa, Alexandra, and Elise. What a freaking lineup, right? They came out here from all over the country because you know what? San Francisco, the political revolution is here. See, y'all, this is a historic election. This is the first time San Francisco has had an open congressional primary since I was a 1-year-old baby. And I decided to run for Congress over a year ago against Nancy Pelosi. Because I felt at that time, like I feel today, that we need a new generation of leaders that won't just stop Trump, but that will deliver on a vision for a fundamentally better life for all. And to do that, we have to completely change the direction and leadership of the Democratic Party.
Okay, we're not gonna watch this whole speech because it's like the rest of this thing is like 30 minutes long. I gotta keep this stream moving somehow. I have not been moving as fast as I would like to tonight. I could be, I guess, moving slower, but I'd prefer that not to lower the bar on that for myself today. So let's see. Let's just go to the end of this speech of his. Or towards the end of the speech, at least. Hold on. I'm going to move slightly further back.
Force to be reckoned with. We've seen people take to the streets to protect their neighbors from ICE, organizing like they haven't done in generations. We've seen millions show up to these No Kings rallies to stand up to authoritarianism. And millions more right now are tuning into these elections, standing up, demanding change. And the thing is, all of you here today, you are a part of that movement. You are a part of that movement. And this is a movement built to win. And the fight between these two forces, the oligarchs and the people-driven movement, it's all coming to a head right here in San Francisco. We're the seat of the most powerful corporations in the history of this country. Artificial intelligence is being built right down the street. We've got the unfortunate distinction of being the place that created the wealth of people like Elon Musk and Peter Thiel and Sam Altman. But you know what? Those tech oligarchs, they do not define San Francisco. They do not define San Francisco. No, because we have a truer legacy in this city. Because this city has been always the home of the people-powered movements that fought to fix what the nation gets wrong. When police opened fire on striking workers in 1934, this city shut it all down in a general strike. We unionized the entire West. When trans women at Compton's cafeteria were sick and tired of being beaten by the cops, they stood up. We sparked the queer liberation movement here, right here in the Tenderloin. When the federal government refused to recognize disability rights, it was activists in San Francisco that occupied the federal building, and we won. And it's because of a San Franciscan, Wong Kim Mark, who had the guts to go up against a racist government, that we have birthright citizenship today, and why I can stand before you as an American.
Okay, well, there you go. Saikat and Chakrabarty getting the crowd fired up over here. Talking about the legacy of San Francisco, not one of tech oligarchs, but one of immigrants and workers and activists and artists and all, you know, a beautiful tapestry of America. And he does seem to be probably the best candidate here in the former seat of Nancy Pelosi. I thought we were going to have a very different dynamic with this race, right? I thought we were going to, like, initially when, because we've been talking about Saikat since he first announced. Like, if you've been watching this stream for the years that we've been doing this, and you know that at one point we caught wind of his challenge to Nancy Pelosi. That was before she had basically said that she was not going to run again. He was like the only person that had the temerity, the guts to even try and challenge her, right? Because she has just been there in power in that seat for so long. I think she usually runs basically unopposed in the primaries. He was like, that's enough. We've had enough of this. And which is something I'd been saying for a while. So I was like, dude, anybody is going to challenge her. Let's get them in there. And there was not much buzz about him. He didn't really have too much of a social media presence initially, but he started working on it. And he's really, the campaign's starting to come around. He's clearly networking with good people here. Jamal Bowman, Hasan Piker.
Hasan Parker.
And I mean, there's a great way to get people to come out to listen to you speak in California, of all places. Perfect guy to get out there. And the crowd certainly seemed pretty revved up there. Hopefully that translates to votes. All right, we're not done. What time is it? How are we doing? Okay. How are we doing on the goal right now? We've definitely gotten some bits and subs over on Twitch. I know that much. I don't know exactly how much. One dono on Cash App. We've certainly been making progress. I think we're stuck at like 60% of the way through the galactic content goal. What's annoying is that I can no longer have a YouTube super chat counter. That was slightly helpful to me.
Help! I'm being repressed!
While we're talking about the vibes in the elections, we should maybe take a moment.
Sam Seder, Emma Vigeland on the Majority Report. It is a pleasure to welcome back to the program Ested Herndon. He's the Vox editorial director and host of the new podcast, America Actually. Ested, welcome back to the program. What tell us about America Actually?
Yeah, it's good to be back here. Our hope is to do something that looks kind of beyond Trump. You know, I was thinking kind of how we're marching towards elections. It's going to be an open primary for the first time in a couple decades. And so I wanted to follow up on what we did about elections, kind of seeing things from the bottom up. But I was like, also thinking about how much he's blocked out the sun. And I think some of the seeds of change that are going to define both 2026 and 2028 are going to be based beyond that. And so our hope is to kind of our hope is to see that. So we're looking at immigration, we're looking kind of at changes in both parties. And our hope is to kind of identify the groups that are going to lead. I think two parties have to ask fundamental questions about themselves, things that weren't answered in the presidential election of 2020, which was all kind of sucked up by the Trump emergency. So that's our hope, is to start asking those things, and every Saturday.
Yeah, it's an important. It seems like an important thing.
Also kind of began doing that in 2024. Your reporting indicated that the economy was going to be really the main driver of that election, or determining factor, and that the Democrats were really slow on that front. For people that may not be familiar, just talk about what you reported on in 2024, and maybe you can toot your own horn about what you saw coming and what others didn't.
Yeah, I mean, our goal in 24 was really to ask, like, how did we lead to this kind of double haters election? Like a kind of party and establishment that had nominated candidates, that the clearest sign in polling, the clearest sign in our kind of anecdotal work was that folks didn't want it. And so we were looking at that gap and where kind of that was emerging. And so in doing a lot of that, we were seeing the places that I think Democrats were talking over and now kind of know of that stuff. When we were checking in with voters, particularly in 2022, 2023, there was legitimate anger about an inflation crisis folks felt was unseen. There was anger about southern border for folks felt was overrun. We would feel things about Biden, the kind of uncertainty or kind of shock that he was thinking about reelection, even though there was a kind of certainty in my kind of DC and CNN life. And so we were seeing a lot of that. And one of the things we report on.
Before we glaze past that one point, I would just like to point out that the reason that vibe existed regarding the border is because Democrats were incapable of properly messaging on it and ceded all ground to Republicans. Right? Like when we watched it all happen. Biden even shut down the border at one point, but that was way down the road, literally in 2024, if I recall correctly. And so the primary was already underway, and Donald Trump had already been hammering him over the border, and they had been doing fucking nothing. Even though they had all been doing everything Republicans wanted to do, they passed the Lack-and-Riley Act and all this other dumb shit. They couldn't properly message on it because they had already ceded all the ground to Republicans and basically said, yes, there is a problem with the border. So of course everyone thought there was a problem at the border, because Democrats and Republicans were both saying, yeah, there's a problem. But they blamed Democrats for it, of course. And that's the issue there. If you cede that ground and then they blame you for it, you've kind of shot yourself in the foot, haven't you?
We talked about was how the price inflation, the kind of way that they were talking about Bidenomics at the time was not reflected by anyone on the ground. The job numbers were still in that pre-revision stage. And I think we were kind of telling a story to ourselves that was kind of ridiculous to folks who were experiencing month-to-month pain. And so we were talking to people, we were in Cleveland, we were hearing a lot of that stuff about the need for folks to focus on raising minimum wage. They were wondering where Democrats were on kind of basic promises like a $15 minimum wage. And that stuff came, I think, to be seen more clearly as Trump was able to seize on it. And so that's really what the run-up was about, was, I think, not necessarily trying to predict DR, Trump winning, Biden winning, Harris and all that, but really trying to find like how the unity among DR and independent was really about what was clearly a disconnected establishment, what was clearly a broken, felt like an election that was a manifestation of broken system. And so hearing those voices really made that the clearest for us.
It would be fascinating if there was a way to get like a autopsy from the Democratic Party. Like if they could go in, obviously not enough. Like if there was just some way that they had a mechanism.
Only.
To look back, if you will, retrospectively in some sort of analytical way, written out maybe in some sort of a, normal research format, graphs, numbers, polls, analysis, that would be really fascinating. I feel that would be helpful, informative, perhaps even instructive. If you were to take the numbers in there seriously. If only such a thing existed. If only such a thing existed, we could solve some situations. Although we know what the problems are, right? The independent media, generally speaking, on the left, we know what the fucking problems are in the Democratic Party. Like the regular, and let's be real, they know what the problems are too. They just don't want to accept them. They just keep asking for new results from polls. That's really what we have here, right? They did an analysis that they were hoping would be able to come back with something other than you guys made a bad choice. And what's clearly come back in this supposed autopsy, I can almost guarantee you, is demonstrably a condemnation of everything they chose to do. Right? From 23 to from the very beginning, like from Biden not saying before the primaries ever started that I am not running, to not having a primary, to refusing to take a better stance on Gaza as Kamala Harris or Biden. I don't know if it was just Kamala or if they were also. You would think that the two are almost inseparable because Biden literally just gave her the Democratic nomination, essentially. Nobody voted for it. Like, all these things were unpopular decisions. The Biden-Harris administration was already unpopular. They then squandered the gains that she got after Biden dropped out and took the nomination by supporting bad policies, bringing out Republicans to the fucking, your Liz Cheney's or whoever else, bear hugging Republicans into voting. Like, that didn't work. None of that worked. We see it. And I'll bet the numbers say it. I'm new. I just downloaded YouTube. You're just a polite guy. Polite guy 48. Yes, you do seem polite. That's exciting for me. We like polite guys. Rude guys? No.
How rude.
No.
No!
Don't do it. The mods are watching you. I'm watching you. I mean, so far you haven't said anything offensive. People think you're sus. But so far, I don't think you've done anything worthy of an Any sort of retribution from the mods yet? Okay. Well, moving on from the elections of the race to the Congress and all of that stuff, to some Sunday Funday races.
You are not funny.
The 85th annual Iroquois steeplechase in Nashville, Tennessee. News Channel 5 from yesterday. But did you think Sunday Funday was canceled? No. No, I wouldn't do that.
Oh, it's a great day, beautiful. Sun is shining, birds are singing, people are having a great time, and the horses are getting ready to run.
At the Iroquois steeplechase, the track at Percy Warner Park welcomes all, from first-timers to seasoned veterans.
It's a ordered chaos. I think this is my 24th rodeo. It's the vibes, it's the vibes. Everybody's having a good time. Everybody's happy to be in the great state of Tennessee.
And for any great Southern event, there's gotta be food, music, and of course, friends, family, and fashion.
Come out here, enjoy the beautiful landscape, see the horses run by, see the beautiful people. Nothing is better. It's the new, it's the old, it's the who's who, it's the up-and-comers. You got it all out here.
Actually, we've been going to steeplechase for about 25 years together, and she texted me a few days ago and said, hey, do you want to take the girls to steeplechase? And here we are. So
I really like horses that have like a black and white theme.
And you look great.
Well, I appreciate that. Thanks to my daughters that love to dress me, and my sister who kind of put the rest of the stuff together. So a great man has a woman to dress them in times of struggle.
And like any horse race, sometimes your position will give you an advantage.
We got a great corner, so we're right in the middle of everything. So we're hoping people to come by and say, hey, let's come meet some good people. You know.
Well, there you go. The 85th annual Iroquois steeplechase in Nashville, Tennessee. Everybody's got their funny hats, spring dresses out here for Mother's Day weekend. Now to a woman making history. I'm not sure if she's a mother, but what's her name? I forget her name now, but I believe a 30-year-old woman has just made history in a brutal 250-mile ultra marathon in Arizona, beating out the entire field.
A female marathon runner completing the ultimate race, 34-year-old Rachel Entrikin, made history yesterday, becoming the first woman to win the Cocodona 250 Ultra Marathon. She beat the entire field, consisting of both men and women, and finished with a record time of 56 hours, 9 minutes, and 48 seconds.
I mean, that is freaking wild. One woman proving that the long-standing
Daddies are more stronger than mommy.
Daddies are more stronger than mommies trope. Truly wrong. Now, here's my question. Is this fair to the men? Is this fair to men? How dare? Like, I mean, it's just one of those things that I just found fucking fascinating. That I don't see any of the like men's rights or the what do they call them? The trans exclusive feminists. I can't think of what are they called. I can't remember the name for them. The TERFs. Oh, that's exactly what it is, isn't it? Okay, well, yeah. Okay, I'm just but like Where's the outrage that men and women are competing on the same stage? And that men were unfairly beaten by this woman. This strong woman.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
And finished with a record time of 56 hours, 9 minutes, and 48 seconds. The Cocodona 250 is one of the world's most daunting races that started on Monday. It takes place in central Arizona, starting in Black Canyon City and ending in Flagstaff. Despite its name, the Cocodona 250 is actually a 253-mile race. Athletes deal with more than 38,000 feet of elevation gain with a high point of over 9,000 feet.
That is really impressive time right there. She's running like more than 5 miles an hour, I think. You know, or not quite, but close. Finishing in 50 hours. That's a little over 50 hours. It's wild. And just nonstop. Like more than 2 days. How? It's like, it seems like physically impossible. Like that takes a certain level of what is the word? Like it's like beyond. I keep thinking stamina, but that's not quite the word. It's like beyond stamina. It's like the ability to like go beyond like what, like, you know, like you're. It's just it's insane to think about doing that in that time. 200. It's like like I'm just trying to think. I mean, it's basically the entire. I don't know if it's the entire state of Arizona, but I think it's close. It's a big. I think at least like across. Oh, that's wild. I want to look at the map right now. Where is Phoenix? Okay, all right, it's not quite that much. It's like a third. It's like a third of the state. But still, that's just insane. Just like doing it flat out. No breaks. Come on! How? Like at some point you would think you would just fall asleep while running. You would get so tired you would just pass out. You know, like at least like as a person who does like marathon streams, right? I'm just trying to think to myself, like how delirious I get if I haven't slept for more than 24 hours, right? I just start like losing it over here. Run for your mammal lives while Duck has entered the chat. Watch out, everybody. A duck has entered the chat. A wild Quaximus has appeared. Well, it would be easier to do this race in one of these. Let's go to KTLA 5, Los Angeles, from Friday.
It is a wacky race where creativity and showmanship are just as important as speed.
Rich Jamiro shows us how one engineering team is prepping.
Goddamn, KTLA 5 just got a free Jeep commercial into my stream just now.
Come on! The challenge in today's Rich on Tech.
The Red Bull Soapbox Race is returning to downtown Los Angeles. It sends homemade race cars flying down a Hollywood-themed course. I recently met up with some UCLA engineering students taking on the challenge of building a winning ride without an engine.
Is this going to be safe?
Yeah, they wear a helmet. It's safe.
These engineering students are preparing for the race of a lifetime.
He's going to be stealing some honey from some bees, and then he's going to be getting away through the Red Bull soapbox race.
UCLA Racing is just one of 32 teams selected out of more than 400 to compete in the Los Angeles edition of the Red Bull soapbox race.
The thing that's at stake here is we really want to show the engineering that we as UCLA students do and kind of put UCLA racing on the map.
The race challenges teams to build wacky, creative rides that can make it downhill to the finish line. No engines allowed.
It comes down to style, ingenuity, ability to race, and of course, safety.
Ryan Scheckler is one of the judges for this year's event on May 16th. He's a pro skateboarder and longtime Red Bull athlete.
It is a fun event, but they're also really looking to push these individuals that are in, design or creative or engineers. Like, they want to see something spectacular.
We might have.
Oh, there you go. This young group of UCLA students working on a creation which they plan to raise in the 2026 Red Bulls soapbox race. Very exciting. Very exciting. Now, maybe soapbox racing, not your thing. And you'd prefer to take a nice bike ride through the city. Well, let's go to New York. News 8 from yesterday. Rochester Bike Week rolls into Monroe County with 10 days of events.
Bringing you 10 days of rides, events, and community activities. The event, which started yesterday, is aimed at encouraging people across Monroe County to ride bikes. The week offers family rides for women and girls, and even history tours. Organized through Reconnect Rochester, which is a local biking group, say they celebrate biking, wanting to make other bikers feel welcomed no matter their experience.
I think the city found in 2019, when they were doing some research, that the average city resident, not county resident, but the average city resident had a 4-mile commute to work. And when you compare that to the Los Angeleses and the Atlantas and the Phoenixes, it's such a manageable distance, especially in these days of high gas prices. We have the Rock Easy Bike Map on our website, which is a custom map of the easier ways to bike around Monroe County.
The event goes until May 17th, with their largest event happening in Fairport on the 15th, which is...
Well, there you go. Bike Week. People taking advantage of the spring. Ride their bikes. Avoid paying for gas, which continues to skyrocket, as that one guy mentioned. Yeah, now's the time to start thinking about commuting in alternative ways to the car. That is for sure. Now, this next story is quite disturbing. How do we... This is outrageous to me. Like, I cannot believe this shit. Like, people suck, but wow. But wow. Okay, the trigger warning, this next fucking story may upset you, as it does me. Speaking of biking, one young lad was attempting to have a nice ride around the neighborhood on his new e-bike and was stalked and chased And I mean, how do I even put this? Like, this is so fucking. It just makes me so mad. Like, I don't know whether to like what kind of human being does what we're about to see here next, huh? Like, let me show you what we're talking about. You don't even need to see. Like, I think you already probably know where this is going. Like, you probably don't even need to see the video. But we're gonna watch it. Here's CNN with the clip. This is Washington State, I believe.
Oh my God!
Video captures the moment a suspect drove recklessly on a suburban sidewalk and chased a child with their car in Cheney, Washington. A woman was arrested later and charged with first-degree attempted assault, DUI, and first-degree criminal trespass.
Just trying to run.
Illegal.
Oh my God!
What kind of psychopath goes fucking, like, rocketing down the sidewalk after a child on a goddamn e-bike? You have to be a sick, demented fuck to do anything even close to this. And then to just continue chasing him around the neighborhood? Like, you have nothing better to do? It turns out they were apparently, allegedly drunk. And arrested.
Right away.
That person seems like a danger to society. It's right. It's exactly right. It's out of some GTA shit right there. This is some lunacy. Thankfully, the child, I believe, was able to avoid injury, even with this deranged adult. Speaking of deranged adults and outdoor activities, Donald Trump has reintroduced the Presidential Physical Fitness Award. A man who probably can't even do a single push-up.
President Trump officially bringing back the awards tied to the presidential fitness test in public schools. He signed a memorandum on the awards yesterday morning after announcing last year he was bringing back the test. It includes a 1-mile run, pull-ups, push-ups, sit-ups, a shuttle run, and a sit and reach.
What happened to the arm hang?
Oh, is that a thing? Is that an arm hang?
They would time it.
Now, I just want to remind everybody that Donald Trump thinks that exercise kills you. It saps your life battery or whatever. Like, he really genuinely believes that. So, if Trump believes that exercise kills you, is he trying to kill the nation's children? I'm asking, I'm being serious. Is he trying to kill the nation's children? Because he believes that exercise like saps you of your fucking life force. Like, we all know this, right? Hold on, I think there's like a clip of him actually like saying it. Hold on. Is he trying to kill the kids? Where is it? No, that's all. Is this the one? Hold on. Was it
Why are you so healthy? Is it golf?
No, it's genetics, I believe. You know, I'm a big
Genetics
believer.
is a big factor.
I really am. I mean, my father was.
Unfortunately, it is a big factor for health. Some people are just way more robust. But you do play golf a lot, and that is exercise.
Both of my parents. It for me, it's good.
Fresh air.
It really is.
This isn't the one. Where is it? I'm trying to find the one where he says it, because he's definitely said that he thinks that this life force is determined by some sort of finite battery. Like, because if he exerts himself too much, it'll kill him. Is this the one? I can't remember where you were. Somebody help me. Here it is. CNN. It's time to revisit Donald Trump's battery theory of life force. When Donald Trump heads to Walter Reed's Medical Hospital Friday afternoon for his annual physical, he will bring with him a very interesting and still uncovered theory of exercise and energy. In a terrific piece of Trump's physical health, CNN's Jeremy Diamond and Kevin Liptak give us a hint of it. Nearly a dozen White House officials and sources close to Trump said that they don't believe he's set foot in the fitness room in the White House residence, maintaining his view that exercise would be a waste of the energy he has always touted as one of his best attributes. For the uninitiated, Trump ascribes to what he has been described as the battery, quote-unquote, theory of life force. Evan Osnos, in a profile of Trump in the New Yorker a few years back, described it thusly. Other than golf, he considers exercise misguided, arguing that a person like a battery is born with a finite amount of energy. Exercise other than golf, of course, is viewed by Trump as an unnecessary drawing down on your battery life.
This is ridiculous!
So is he trying to draw down the battery life of these children? That's the only way I can interpret
You're
this.
hurting the kids.
But he did spend some time on a battery neutral activity with his own children. Earlier this week, Donald Trump and the boys Eric and Don were seen at the Live Golf Tournament, which I believe is planning to cease its operations. So this is potentially one of the last Live Golf tournaments ever to be held at Trump National Golf Club. So you got to get the family here for this event.
Coming up with planes here, so they all just like walking around. Hey! What are you doing, Georgia? How you feeling? Finer than a frog here. Feeling mighty fine. You get a day off? That ain't right. There you go. I like it. She's awesome. We love Ellie. Good. Hey, if I don't see you, have a great time on your trip. Yeah.
I just realized Don Jr. didn't make it. Where's Don? Where's Little D? Little D energy missing. Well, not missing. Ugh, I'm hungry right now. Let me make myself a snack. All right, speaking of other Trump-sponsored sporting events, let's go to the White House, where Trump this Wednesday unveiled a series of renderings for the planned 250th UFC Fight Night extravaganza. equipped with the fitting. Are those hands made? Am I wrong? Are those, or am I seeing things, or are those handsmaids? I know this is probably AI, but I love how AI inserted an entire bleacher filled with handsmaids. Is it handmaids? I can't remember. Is it handmaids or handsmaids? Handmaids. Handmaid. It is Handmaid's Tale. That, God damn it. It's been a second since I watched that. But yeah, is it not? I mean, does it not look like that? Here, I'm going to zoom it in for everybody more. I mean, look at it. You can't tell me that's not a bleacher full of handmaids. It's weird.
They make me vomit.
You figure they did that on purpose? Or what? Or do you think the AI like hallucinated hand? Like, I mean, to be fair, I think this is probably just AI accurately interpreting the vibes of this event.
Big fight. It's never going to happen again. Never happened before, and it's all of the best fighters, the best 4 fighters standing right behind me.
I just can't figure out. Like, the book is called Handmaid's Tale, but isn't handmaid, that's the singular version of the noun. What is the plural version of the noun handmaid? Handmaids, okay, but just no apostrophe, right? Okay, I guess that makes sense.
And all champions, all people invited. Our country is invited to this. It's free. And you know, in the park right across the street, they're gonna have
too many hands. It's too many hands. Handsmaids is too many. You're right. It is too many hands. Why do these handmaids have so many hands?
And you know, in the park right across the street.
Also, what is this shit? Why do we need? Why are they building out?
All people invited. Our country.
Why are they building out this entire like outdoor stadium on the fucking front lawn? This shit is insane.
This is ridiculous!
How much is this costing again?
Invited to this. It's free. And you know, in the park right across the street, they're going to have, I guess, anywhere from 75 to 100,000 people. Free. They're going to set up 8 big screens, and they're going to have the fight. And then out here, we're going to have 4,000 seats right in front of the front door of the White House. Ilya Topuria, who they say does not get tougher. So it's pretty much, I mean, that's it. They're very special. And a friend of mine, Justin Gaethje, who is just a fighter like you've never seen. You see this
like a fighter you've never seen.
And then all of a sudden it's over and the other guy's not in good shape, right? It's a crazy.
All of a sudden it's over.
How big of a part?
Did you just grab his dick? I'm sorry. I didn't notice. Oh my god! I didn't watch this earlier. I just listened to this. This is what I get for sometimes just listening to something and not watching it. Did Trump just grab this guy's dick? Just that image is fucking hilarious. Yeah, I'm sorry. I gotta go back a little further. We gotta watch this. I'm sorry, everyone. I know this is childish, but it is Sunday fun day.
It's a crazy.
At least have an
not in good
excuse.
shape. How big of a part you were to the UFC coming on?
I'm sure that guy's glad his hands were in the way for that one. Trump getting real handsy over here. We've been speaking a lot about hands all of a sudden.
Becoming
It's
mainstream
weird.
in the early 90s when nobody would let us and nobody
It's
believed in
weird.
us, and they thought we were just absolute animals. And you gave us a chance to fight in your property.
Well, they're right about that, though.
Well, yeah.
In what way?
Yeah, they were right.
We just, yeah, I mean, it's truly an honor. It's awesome. It's your birthday. Awesome. It's Flag Day. Wonderful to represent this country.
You know, I think for the 250th White House celebration, we will just pretend to be celebrating Tupac's birthday and my birthday, because we all have like the same birthday week, me and Trump and Tupac, you know, from worst to best, of course, in order. Okay, what order did I say again? Screw it. Forget the order. Yeah, exactly. He's turning his birthday into a holiday, so we're gonna celebrate everybody else but him. I believe Tupac's is the day after Trump's. You want to talk about which day mine is? We're just going to do that. Okay, now, hold on. I forgot to grab this video. Where is it? Look, you get a mixed bag with the June Geminis, okay? What can I say? What do you want me to do exactly? How can I help you? It's a sliding scale of greatness, everybody's saying it. Where is... What was it? Right. Ah, yes, here it is. Let's just take a look at these renderings really quickly.
UFC is planning a massive event at the White House on July 4th, 2026 to mark America's 250th birthday. And tonight, UFC CEO Dana White shared renderings of the event during a Fox News interview with Brett Baer.
It's going to be under 5,000 people. You know, it depends on how much the lawn can hold. You know, as far as weight, the octagon itself weighs 15,000 pounds.
Dude,
so
these people are fucking. These people are fucking insane. They have zero respect for the history of this country. Trump demolished the White House. At least a third of the White House, and is now building a fucking gilded monstrosity / bunker for himself. And now they're gonna build out this fucking like UFC like outdoor arena. And if it, by the way, if this is how they're planning on doing it, it better not rain. Oh, that would suck. Because this is done. If it rains, this whole thing is canceled. Oh, God, I hope it rains on the 14th. Oh, boy. We're going to need to do some, like, galactic rain dances. Oh, and they'll have, like, millions of dollars of lighting gear and, like, oh, that would be so unfortunate for them if they were to do such a thing. Expose all this stuff to the elements and then have it ruined by some sort of Storm. Ugh, that would be so sad. That would probably, I mean, who's paying for this, by the way? That's a question I feel like we need to answer.
And my vision for this thing is we have this big arch, as you can see, with the lighting grid, because what I want is the White House in the back. And then when you shoot, when the fight goes around to the other side, you'll see the Washington Monument. So, you know, at first he put Ivanka in charge of handling this thing and putting it together. And when we sent the plans over to Ivanka, she said, Dana, you do not mess around.
I'll say. Dana White says the event will seat under 5,000 people near the Octagon. But another area nearby could hold up to 85,000 fans.
We can fit 85.
Oh my God, no shot. You're fucking... This is a fucking travesty, dude. Oh my God. I mean, let's start off with the fact that the UFC is a private business, okay? So, I'm glad that it's not being funded by your taxpayer dollars, technically, even though it's being held on White House grounds. Guess what? UFC is going to be shelling out,
Narwhal_by_nature just shared 100 bits. We can't see the video.
Oh, you can't
the whole
see it.
time.
You can't. Oh, no, the whole time? That's no good. Thank you for the bits. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Columbia Rican. Didn't mean to do that. We'll go back. You can't see these horrifying monstrosities. You need to see it as I talk about. You need to be seeing this as I talk about this. This is a fucking. This is a travesty. Although, I'm just gonna skip through the pictures and go to where we were, so we don't have to listen to Dana White say words more than we have to. But look at these fucking images. This is ridiculous. Look at it. It's a completely open concept stadium, right? No covering. No covering. The only covering that exists is the thing that's wired with all of the lights. Who engineered this shit? This was a dumb idea. Look, they even have the sky in the renders. They even have the sky in the renders. Yeah, it's gonna be completely open. And yet somehow, look at all the gear that's gonna be out there. LED panels, lights, like I said, it's gonna be like $1 million worth of gear on the White House lawn. Like, something like that. It was, boy, I would love for it to rain on this right here. That would be hilarious. Oh, like a sudden unexpected storm that like NOAA misses. Oh boy, if anybody here works at NOAA, and your agency's been getting unfunded over there, this might be the time to not do your job. June 14th. Just get the prediction wrong. If you can just get the prediction wrong for the location of Washington, D.C. on June 14th, so that these guys set up this $1 million fucking monstrosity on the White House, and then just watch it get dumped on. That would be beautiful. You think AI designed it? Oh, definitely. It looks designed by AI. This is ill-conceived project. They got to just pray to God that there's no rain on June 14th in Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. doesn't get rain, though.
Of handling this thing and putting
fine.
it together. And when we sent the plans over to Ivanka, she said, Dana, you do not mess around.
I'll say. Dana White says the event will seat under 5,000 people near the Octagon. But another area nearby could hold up.
Oh, I didn't finish what I was saying. Just now. I got distracted because I was doing my job poorly. I was distracted by my own mistakes. But so UFC is going to be paying for this. But guess what? in order to offset some of the costs of this event, this multi-million-dollar event, they're going to sell ad space. They're going to partner with some different brands. Here. Look. UFC says it won't profit from the White House event that could cost upwards of $60 million. Rogan and MMS fighters expressed caution about upcoming UFC White House event. Joe Rogan and MMA fighter Brendan Allen had shared their skepticism about how the June 26th UFC event at the White House will work, arguing that there are security and weather concerns. Oh, no.
Safe flight repair, safe flight replace.
Oh, you bastards. You bastards. How dare you? This is very rude. This is I am highly offended by this. Ay, ay, ay.
Yeah. So who knows what's going to happen? I guess they'll probably have to have some sort of a roof over it. But what if it's like 98 degrees outside?
It's going to be crazy.
It's June in Baltimore, or in Maryland, rather, and D.C.
Yeah.
Whatever that is. It's like D.C. is, it's not even a state. D.C. gets hot. It gets hot in the summer.
It's going to be crazy. I always wonder
No
like how
storms
much
ever either.
behind the scenes work goes into like for the Sphere, for example, because obviously they have everything else down to a science, but
do they, though? Now, now here's the thing. They're going to be... here we go. TKO Group Holdings is taking on all the costs of the event, which include building an arena on the south lawn of the White House and paying its fighters. The UFC hopes to get at least half of that $60 million back through sponsorships and other avenues. But it's still expected to be a big loss. Oh, well, yeah, well, good to know that you're losing money. At least you're telling us that you're going to lose money. I'm sure there'd be no way of obfuscating that. Quote, we are working to determine on a parallel track a package of inventory in and around the weekend of events that we can monetize, primarily with corporate partners. Unquote, Shapiro said. Quote, business to business players that will offset half of the spend, even if that 60 million goes up or rides up on us, we believe we can offset half of the spend. The White House did not immediately respond to requests for comment by Fox News Digital. Shapiro said that there are several current and prospective partners that are pursuing multi-year partnerships with TKO that would be inclusive to the White House event. So they're selling multi-year partnerships to people that include this event at the White House that basically everyone in the country is going to wind up probably watching to some degree or another. This is insane corruption. We're talking in the tens of millions of dollars. And like, who knows exactly how much? Because like they just had multi-year deals. Like this, if this is getting drawn into multi-year deals now, I mean, think about that for a second. Oh, they claimed they wanted to drain the swamp. They claimed they wanted to drain the swamp. Now they're bringing it directly to the White House for full display for everybody. Watch how your billionaire corporate overlords spend your money and continue to enrich yourself on your tax dollars at your house. I mean, the White House is supposedly the people's house, right? Oh, it's so disturbing how it's just being done in broad daylight. And these are the same people who were complaining about Burisma like 4 years ago, however long it's been since they were talking about the laptop from hell. It's actually been less time. It feels like it's been 4 years, but it's been less.
85,000 fans.
We can fit 85,000 people over there. We're going to have a stage where music, we'll have bands playing all day, and then people will be able to bring blankets and, lay around and watch the fights. We'll have screens up everywhere for everybody. We're literally going to take over Washington, D.C. that week. We're going to do the weigh-ins there. We're going to have fan events.
At the Lincoln Memorial.
That's what we're talking about, yeah.
Okay, just to be clear, everybody, the 8-ball command is not AI. The 8-ball command is just a 8-ball, a magic 8-ball. I have in code input a bunch of different outcomes that you can get that are just randomized. It's just a randomizer. That one's not. A bunch of these aren't AI. There's like some of these like commands are just, most of these commands, the only one that's actually AI is the one that Soul Life added. It's called Nightbot. That just uses some token system for some old version of ChatGPT or something. I don't know exactly how it works. Exactly. Thank you, Mona. It's not AI, it's magic. That's magic. Okay. Let's move on from the ridiculous event that's going to be taking place about a month outside the White House to some other sporting events that maybe people can get a little bit more excited about.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. Trump is literally loitering in the White House. He needs to be kicked out. Dude is literally destroying our house.
That's true. Sure, he's the worst. Thank you for the bits, Columbia Reagan. Speaking of bits, we are 4 hours into the stream, which means the Galactic Content Goal timer is up. But I'm not going to be the Grinch that stole Mother's Day and Sunday Fun Day all at once. Not going to do it. So I add a little bit more time to the goal. Have not made a lot of progress in the last hour or so. First hour was good. Then we slowed down. Now, let's see. 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait. Am I doing that right? Hold on. Hold on. What? I don't think I am counting this right. Unless I counted it wrong earlier. Hold on. I gotta go all the way fucking back here. Let's see. I can't do the math right now. Fuck it. Sports. Philadelphia. To the world of hockey.
Well, the Flyers are fighting to keep their season alive tonight. They are in danger of being swept by the Carolina Hurricanes. Our Eva Anderson is live at Xfinity Mobile Arena in South Philadelphia. And Eva, I see you have your orange on. You also spoke with some fans on their way in tonight. How are they feeling? Any optimism in the building?
Surprisingly, well, maybe unsurprisingly, there is a ton of optimism, Ross. You know that Philly fans go hard. As for myself, I've only been Philly for less than 3 years, but I got my orange on, my gritty earrings. I even got my phone to match, so take a look at that. But again...
Oh, God. I just realized, did I say Narwhal? I feel like I didn't say Narwhal when Narwhal is the one who said we can't see the video. I thought that was Columbia Regan. That was Narwhal who helped me with the video situation. Thank you, Narwhal. There's a fly. Why is there a fly in here? Unacceptable.
are just still trickling in. Puck is about to drop here, and they understand that the Flyers are facing an uphill battle tonight, but many are holding on to hope still. A lot of that optimism comes from history. Fans pointed to the Flyers' 2010 playoff comeback against the Boston Bruins when the team rallied after trailing 3-0 in the Eastern Conference semifinals. Now they're hoping lightning can strike twice. We've heard everything from lucky outfits and game day traditions to strong support for players. I think there's still a chance to win.
Yes, I do. And, well, because I'd like to think we're good luck. We came here for the last game when they clinched against Pittsburgh, and I wore the same outfit, so hopefully.
I want to see Vladar, especially today, play exceptionally well. He stood on his head for us against the Penguins.
Okay, well, there you go. Flyers fans here in Philly hoping to make it to Game 5 in, I think, is this the playoff series right now, I think? Sorry, I'm not a big hockey fan. But fans are certainly excited about everything. Oh, wait, you know what? No, screw it. We don't need the rest of this. It's fine. Where's Gritty? I think the Gritty was, you just passed it. We just passed him. While we're in Philadelphia and talking about sports, we should go here to the 9th annual Eagles Autism Challenge.
Ninth annual Eagles Autism Challenge is happening at Lincoln Financial Field. Eagles players, swoop coaches, and fans alike are all there today for a morning of cycling, running, and fundraising. Our Ray Strickland is live there as well at the sports complex in South Philadelphia with a look at all the excitement. Hi there, Ray.
Hey, good morning to you, Jen. It's been quite the turnout here in South Philadelphia. There's well over 70,000 people here for the Eagles Autism Challenge. Some of the cyclists are now starting to return, as you can see, and now you can see the walking portion is underway. Like I said, 70,000 people here, Jan, so you can imagine how many Eagles chants we've heard throughout the morning. I mean, talk about excitement, Jan, and people, of course, got even more excited once some of the players started to arrive. Take a look. Several Eagles players showed up to sign autographs for fans. Saquon Barkley, Jalen Hurts, Devontae Smith, and even Jason Kelsey were here, all of them taking part in the bike ride this morning. Now, of course, getting a chance to see the players was huge, but the reason why they're here is what matters most, and that's raising money for autism research and care programs. We actually got a chance to speak to Jeffrey Lurie, and he told
Well, there you go. Players and regular people from Philadelphia all participating in the Eagles Autism Challenge bike ride. Raising over $1 million. Sponsored by Tylenol.
You are not funny.
Okay, it wasn't sponsored by Tylenol. I'm kidding. But while we're talking about this, maybe we should talk about Donald Trump's war on disabled people. You know, the guy who's been sort of at the forefront of this sort of nonsense, like claiming that Tylenol causes autism or whatever other nonsense that they have been up to over there.
We are back, and we are joined now by Eli Hager, writer at ProPublica, here to discuss his piece, "The Trump Administration Aims to Penalize Disabled Adults Who Live with Their Families." Eli, thanks so much for coming on the show today.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. So Trump is now essentially via the supplemental social security income moving to, at least the administration is, according to multiple sources who spoke to you at ProPublica, they're moving to really severely cut or even eliminate these important benefits for hundreds of thousands of people with disabilities. And this is targeting people who live in the same home as their families. Could you explain what they are moving towards and how this works?
Right. So the system that already exists is that people who have disabilities who choose or need to live with family members or with friends have their SSI benefits reduced by a certain amount, because the idea is that you're getting that help from your family or friends, so you don't need as much of the federal benefit. But there's always been an exception to that rule, which is that if you live in a quote unquote, if public assistance household, so like if the family is lower income and they're receiving SNAP or TANF benefits or these other programs, then it's understood that the family can't just support you. It's a lower income family. The Trump rule would reverse this approach specifically with SNAP households. So essentially, if you live in a household that receives SNAP, you're going to have your SSI benefit reduced by a third, which could be hundreds of dollars a month, just for the fact of living with your family. If it wouldn't be reduced by a third if you lived on your own.
And which
Yeah, this is completely fucked up and punitive for people trying to take care of their family. It's disgusting. They claim to be the pro-family party, but then they hurt people for staying together and taking care of each other. It's completely antithetical to the whole thing. Uh-oh, polite guys stopped being polite. Polite guy stopped being polite, got taken down by a galactic mod. Very sad.
Disabilities, adults that are going to be impacted by this, and children, I guess. What kinds of disabilities are we talking about here that are going to be targeted because they still live at home?
Right. So a lot of the most common situations would be young adults and middle-aged adults with intellectual disabilities who still live at home. So a common example would be a young adult from age 18 to 30 or 35 who's still living with their parents because they have Down syndrome or autism that causes them to be nonverbal and other things that prevent them from being able to support themselves and make a full living. So that would be one common situation. Another common situation would be older people who would essentially be destitute without the help of the SSI program and have to move back in with their adult children because they have no other place to live and no other way to survive. So both of those groups of people would have their SSI disability benefits cut by a third, again, hundreds of dollars a month, just for the fact of continuing to or having to live with their families.
It is a punitive. It is a punitive measure. It is, once again, it's just anti-family. It's disgusting. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm sorry. I'm making food right now. I'm starving. We're 4 hours in, and I still haven't had a snack.
Tell us a bit about supplemental security income when we're talking about SSI. I was reading your piece, not shocked, but dismayed to see that despite the fact that millions of people are disabled or unable to work because of disabilities or the old age, which you're speaking about there, that a very small fraction of people who even apply to this, to supplemental security income, are even approved.
Right. It's a very rigorous process, which is what makes it somewhat misleading when the current administration talks so much about fraud and so on in some of these programs. Fraud does exist in safety net programs, but in the SSI program specifically, the process is incredibly complicated, and the steps you have to go to can often take years. You have to not only demonstrate that you have a severe disability, or that you're essentially indigent in old age. You also have to provide extensive financial records showing everything about the household where you live, and your income and assets. You also can't have assets over $2,000, so people can't save more than $2,000 or
Right.
more than $2,000. So it's
Yeah, how dare somebody with more than $200,000 in assets, not cash, assets, like a home. How dare somebody who has a home benefit from the existence of the government with more than $200,000 in assets? Let me think of somebody who benefits from the government with more than $200,000. Oh, that's right. Donald Trump and basically everyone in Congress. Donald Trump and everybody in Congress all have government healthcare, premium government healthcare, government protection, government salary, and all this other shit paid for by everybody. And they all, almost every, I can't think of a single senator, congressperson that doesn't have assets of at least $200,000. Or maybe there might be a couple of, like, in the House of Representatives, maybe. But that's it, right? Is it 2,000 or is it 200,000? Gotta go back. Did you say 200 or 2?
Actually indigent in old age. You also have to provide extensive financial records showing everything about the household where you live, and your income and assets. You also can't have assets over $2,000, so people can't save more than $2,000 or
Wow.
more than $2,000.
$2,000. So it's not even, I mean, it's even worse. So let alone not having a home. If you have a home, you're fucked, I guess. Even if you're all living in the same place and would not be able to survive outside of that home. But now, no, that's completely out of the picture. $2,000. I mean, that basically means that people have to be, like, unable, in many cases, in many like municipalities, basically unable to pay, like, even like the bare minimum bills for next month. Like, they can't even be saving for the bills for next month. Because I'm certain, like, a lot of people, like, the bills add up to more than $2,000 for the month, especially like families, which is who we're talking about right now.
This is ridiculous.
I remember that horrible story. We've covered that before. Yes.
Right. It's extremely rigorous. And so for that reason, less than a third of applicants to the program are approved. And even after they're approved, they undergo near constant supervision of their finances. As often as every month, they have their finances and household arrangements double checked to make sure that they essentially still qualify for the program.
And this would create wildly, this wildly increased the paperwork requirements that are already as burdensome as you describe.
Right, exactly. So that's what happens for a lot of SSI recipients. But the paperwork requirements are reduced if you're in a lower income household, because it's understood that they sort of use how say the SNAP program or another one of these programs has already demonstrated that this is a lower income household. The Social Security Administration accepts that and understands it to be a lower income household, and they don't make those households do all of the same paperwork. And
Columbia _9505 just cheered 100 bits. Okay, I'm gonna say what we are all thinking. The country has money to give to Israel, to ICE, to rich corporations, to bomb countries and start wars. But no money for food and safety nets for average citizens. Like, what the fuck? This admin has ballooned the debt so much.
Yes, indeed. Thank you for the bits, Columbia Rican, and the message. Can you get the link for the video into Discord? Yeah, I can try and put it in the Discord for you. When I get a second, I'll at you with the link. All right. You can't listen to this whole thing right now. We just got a lot more to talk about here tonight. I've made very little progress. Very, very slow. We're more than 4 hours into the stream. We've only taken one break. And I'm very less than half of the way through the videos. That's a bad combination.
Rely on SSI and Medicaid waivers. Perhaps I could answer that for. This is about disabled adults that live with their parents or with another family member, right?
Right. This is a penalty for living with others. So if you live alone, you wouldn't be affected. I mean, yeah.
And can you just speak about you talk to people in your piece, and it's just abundantly clear that living, if you have a mental disability, some of them make it so that living at home is often much more preferable. There's a familiarity, there's a comfort, there is obviously if you're living with a parent as well, you're going to be saving and not have to put yourself into one of these institutions or be put in one of these institutions. But like just the psychological safety that is often present for people with intellectual or mental disabilities and their ability to live at home.
Yeah, it's very true. I mean, there's an interesting coalition building around this issue. So I spoke with some evangelical groups who care a lot about this, and essentially they see it as a family issue, a family values issue, in the sense of keeping families together and it being better for people to be able to be with their families rather than separated into institutions or potentially living on their own with little support. So the SSI program helps families stay together in their view. And as you say, if we also spoke to people who have, say, adult children with Down syndrome and autism, to where they're nonverbal and things like that. But it gives people sort of a sense of pride to be able to be a part of their household and contribute to their household a little bit, help pay for the utilities, that sort of thing. So it definitely makes. I mean, I think anybody watching this knows the value of family. So it definitely has those benefits.
Well, the Republicans, aka the anti-family party, doing whatever they can to hurt everyday people. Like, I know somebody who I was romantically involved with at one point. And her older brother, this is like a long, long time ago. Like a really, really long time ago. But like her older brother lived with her and her parents, and she effectively like took care of him, and there were like benefits to her not getting, like, leaving like as an adult to go get a job so that she could take care of her brother and her parents could work instead. And that was sort of the arrangement that was set up. And it's exactly this sort of thing that like goes after families like that who are just trying to stay together and like make things work. And her brother really did need people around. He's not somebody who, like, you know, would have been able to live on his own. Yep, and of course, are going to affect mothers.
And New Orleans mothers.
Autistic children. And On this Mother's Day, Melania Trump told moms to, do some self-care.
Be best.
How are they supposed to do self-care when their benefits are being taken away, huh? Now, here's one community benefit. A Mother's Day concert and picnic in the French Quarter.
A New Orleans
Louisiana.
Mother's Day tradition returned to the French Quarter today. Families gathered in Cabrini Park for the annual Mother's Day concert and picnic. The event featured live music, dancing, and food. Organizers say the event has continued bringing people back year after year because of the sense of community and tradition it creates.
Well, I think a lot of them have been coming for over 20 years, and they know that it's a great way to spend Mother's Day. They know that they can come and relax for a beautiful afternoon, and the orchestra, they play some great jazz.
Look how we got like a half a second
John
of the
Elliott bringing
jazz.
us the
Okay,
fork.
great jazz. If you say so. If you say so. All right. What next? All right, yes. Yes, yeah. Let's go from Louisiana to Tennessee. It's an interesting way for those without mothers.
But while it is a time for celebration for many, for those who've lost a loved one, it can also be a really tough day. Allison Young from East Nashville took to social media this week, inviting people to stop by her yard today for a unique way to grieve. As Rob Coles explains, it's just one way to help people feel connected to their mom, even if she's no longer here.
I feel like people my age truly do benefit from being able to have those continued conversations.
A gentle breeze may carry more than just music.
I do tell people, well, if you don't know the phone number, just write the name.
This is a wind telephone. Allison Young put it in her East Nashville front yard. The idea is people can come in and give a call to a loved one who's passed away.
You can use things like a wind telephone where you continue to tell the person what has happened in your life. They continue to be something part of your life.
Young is a cancer research registered nurse who also has advanced training studying dying, death, and bereavement. She got the idea to do this from the original wind telephone in Japan. Earlier this week, she posted on Facebook inviting anyone missing their mom or any loved one to come by and make a call.
Mother's Day, on Father's Day, on Grandparents' Day, any of those family days that people come out here and have a chance to have conversations that they may have missed out on.
It's just one way to help folks who are grieving a mom who's no longer here.
That's a nice sentiment. For those who no longer have their mothers. All right, now to LA. See what moms across LA think the meaning of motherhood is. NBCLA from 3 hours ago.
Well, today we hope all moms, grandmamas out there, aunties, all felt special and appreciated.
Oh, yes. As we celebrate Mother's Day, moms across Los Angeles are sharing what motherhood means to them. Here's NBC4's mother, Annette Ariella. A picture-perfect Sunday morning to honor the women who have nurtured us through our lives.
What are moms up to today?
It's just a special day, just filled with love and being around your loved ones.
What's a perfect Mother's Day gift for you?
I think just being here now, present with my son, my husband, and my health and my faith, and that's good enough for me.
On this Mother's Day, the focus for so many is once again on family.
I remember what my mom did, and so I do the same. Always just take care of them, make sure that they're good and they're happy and healthy, and, you know, do what we can.
At the Cathedral of Our Lady of the Angels, a special blessing paired with prayers and flowers to those superhumans who love tirelessly, making countless sacrifices, and still find the time and the strength to keep our world going every single day.
It is a challenging job, yeah, it is. But it is fulfilling. Yeah, it's rewarding. Yeah.
One day they'll thank us.
Yes, hopefully. Yeah.
And regardless of how you've earned that most precious title, just remember this.
It's a gift. It's a right. At the end of the day, I think people mother in all the ways that they've been taught.
In Los Angeles.
Well, there you go. Moms across LA chiming in on what Mother's Day means to them. A time to spend with loved ones, a time to reflect, a time for family. Time for celebration, fun. Everything in between. Maybe even a time to get a little fancy. And you could get fancy. Oh, you could get very fancy. By getting in on the auction of Marilyn Monroe's private collection.
This material has never been seen before, and it's never been offered to the public. It's literally been in the confines of the estate of Norman Hedderoston, and so it's really special because it's not material that's been bought and sold over the decades, and this is something it's a discovery, frankly. I mean, you're talking about jewelry that she wore when she blew that famous kiss, the little hoop earrings. One of my favorite pieces is behind me, and it's a Christian Dior, wool skirt suit that she wore on her honeymoon getaway with Joe DiMaggio. I mean, it's incredibly elegant. I mean, there's a piece that we have when she was filming Some Like It Hot. It's on Hotel del Coronado stationery, and it was right before she was about to, overdose, and they had to halt production. But
Oh, there you go, people. I don't know how much these items are going to go for, but I'm going to assume it's going to be a lot. Actual collection of the belongings of Marilyn Monroe. I think there's going to be some eye-watering prices at that auction. Collection of what? Dresses, letters, jewelry, other effects. Now, unfortunately for society, we've created a system where we're sliding into a world where it's not just fancy collectibles going up for auction. It's us every single day when we walk into the supermarket, when we go to buy tickets for a plane or for a concert or for whatever, book a hotel. You're in an auction that you don't realize you're in. However, one state...
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 1,000 bits. Happy birthday, ye Mr. President.
What does happen? Oh, okay. Thank you, Megastar, for the biddies. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Yep, happy birthday to you. More like happy birthday to me with the bits over here. Thank you, very generous. That gives us to, I think 7 or 8. I think 8. I said 6, so I can't go back, but I think I miscounted originally, but we're going to call it 8. Of 10. Very close to completing it. One state is standing up to the concept of dynamic pricing, becoming the first to ban it. That is the state of Maryland.
And Maryland is banning dynamic pricing on groceries and food delivery. AI is making it easier to change prices in real time based on customers' personal data. Now, Maryland is becoming the first state to ban the practice. Elizabeth Schelsey has more on what could be a growing trend.
Hey, Diane, this is a big move to try to crack down on dynamic pricing when companies use AI to change prices in real time based on customers' personal data. So you might pay a different price than someone buying the exact same thing at the same time. Maryland just became the first state to ban dynamic pricing at grocery stores and with food delivery services. As of October 1st, any store that uses shoppers' personal information to charge higher prices risks facing a $10,000 fine. Last year, a small case study found that Instacart charged different prices for shoppers buying the same foods at the same time. After backlash, Instacart later said it ended those pricing experiments. There have also been concerns with Walmart's shift to digital price tags in all of its stores by the end of next year. The retailer says that prices are the same no matter who is shopping. There is clearly some momentum on this. Dozens of other states have introduced legislation to try to ban dynamic pricing, including at grocery stores, or to force companies to disclose if they are using this strategy. Some consumer advocates actually say Maryland's law doesn't go far enough. For example, it doesn't apply to prices associated with stores' loyalty programs. While an Association of Maryland Businesses is pushing back, they say grocery stores don't engage in individual price gouging.
Right. I agree, though. This doesn't go far enough. We need to be banning dynamic pricing full stop for all of these businesses. You don't get to charge more for coffee just because all of a sudden people are coming to buy coffee. That's ridiculous, okay? Post a price. Stick to that. Do not play games. In fact, the price tag was a hard-fought innovation that prevented exactly these kinds of practices back when, back in like the Gilded Age, essentially. But with everything going on, I think businesses trying to wring out every last dollar from their consumers at every turn. Gas prices at all-time highs. Well, not quite, but nearly. I think a lot of people are opting to not spend their money on big ticket stuff. Skip the concerts, the shows. They continue to get more and more and more and more expensive every single year. Maybe find other options, other alternatives to their entertainment.
To the epidemic spreading across the music industry. Have you heard of the so-called blue dot fever? It's a term coined by the internet and tabloid newspapers after concerts are canceled due to low ticket sales. The main symptom represented by the little blue dots on Ticketmaster's venue map. Artists including Post Malone, the Pussycat Dolls, and Meghan Trainor all canceling concert dates as speculation grows over weak ticket sales. It comes as the average ticket price in 2025 hit $135, and as you know, skyrocketing during resale. So are concert goers at their breaking point over prices? Let's bring in Puck contributor and host of the Decibel and Docket podcast, Dave Brooks. Dave, thanks so much for joining Top Story tonight. So what do you think is this? I mean, I know at some point there's going to be a reckoning with Americans and the prices they're paying for live events. Is it this, or is it the acts not just drawing enough fans?
Oh, it's a little of both, I think. I think that, there's obviously demand isn't really strong for some of these acts. I mean, look at Post Malone. He just toured last year and just did stadiums, He's definitely got enough demand to headline Stagecoach Festival last weekend, but, fans aren't necessarily buying tickets for this stadium tour with Jelly Roll.
Yep. The fact is, these sorts of events continue to get more and more and more expensive to go to, and seem to intentionally cater to a more and more privileged and moneyed audience, rather than just people who just want to go and listen to some music and enjoy themselves. Like, they're trying to create these, experiences. I don't know what to even call them anymore. But it's just gotta, they gotta stop with that, and maybe just do music good. And stop trying to turn these productions into freaking live music videos every freaking time. Like, I mean, I'm not saying they shouldn't have production value. I'm just saying, like, maybe you shouldn't have to raise ticket prices to some stupid level to make it profitable. Right? Like, you should be, like, that's all I'm saying. Like, you shouldn't have such a large production budget to make it, in order to make it profitable. And of course, involved in all this is sort of Ticketmaster and other things like that, who are not helping in any of this situation, because I feel like people like Ticketmaster have been, or literally Ticketmaster has been disincentivizing people from getting involved in these kinds of events. Because they have been doing things like dynamic pricing, and because people are just obsessed with like eking out like every freaking dime that they can from people just trying to have a good time. I think it turns people off. I mean, the fact is I do basically the opposite of that. Technically, for instance, our galactic content goals that we do every stream, I did the math way back. I knew that I was going to have a problem, but I figured, hopefully if the show is good, people will donate more. But technically, especially if the donos come through on something like YouTube or Twitch, like, when we get if we complete the galactic content goal at every stream, 20 streams a week, it still doesn't actually wind up covering all of my bills. And I'm still hoping. That's why we run a freaking galactic deficit every month. Skadator, thank you for the raid over on Twitch. Thank you very much. Greatly appreciated. Hope you're all doing good. We're just complaining about how expensive ticket sales and entertainment is right now. How these greedy assholes are ruining it for everyone. Speaking of greedy assholes ruining it for everyone, let's go to Donald Trump, who's asked about the future of a particular individual as it relates to the United States' health apparatus.
What's going on with Martin McCary? Nothing much. Are
you going to fire him?
I've been reading about it, but I know nothing about it. How do you think about Iranian response to you tonight? What about it?
Are you optimistic about Iranian response to your proposal?
Well, we'll see what happens. Look, they have no military. They have not a lot left. We'll see what happens. Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. President, if you decide to pull your... Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. President, you announced
Well, there you go.
Selma, this cruise ship is expected to dock in the Canary.
There's Donald Trump talking about Marty Malarkey or whatever his name is. Marty Makari. Who's the current, the acting, I think, current commissioner on food and drugs. But he may no longer be there. Donald Trump not being entirely clear about what's going to happen to him, but people think he's going to be getting fired at the FDA. Just for some clarity on this situation, here's the New York Times. Trump plans to fire FDA Commissioner Marty Makary. Dr. Makary has been a supporter of the Make America Healthy Again movement, but you bastards just ruined. I was in the middle of talking. Highly rude. Highly rude. Support of the Make America Healthy movement, but made some enemies in the administration over vaping, the abortion pill, and rejection of new drugs. Well, Marty might be out. He said, actually, maybe the abortion pill, not that bad. That was it. Or, well, he's not out yet, technically, but seems like he's on the way.
This weekend, what exactly is going to happen?
This is a really complicated and sensitive operation.
Mouse on Mars with the follow. Great name. That's a great name right there. Mouse on Mars. Huh. Can mice survive on Mars? It's a question. Hasn't been tested
to get
yet.
these passengers off the boat safely, of course, while also keeping them in isolation. It's something that the Spanish authorities have continued to address. There is even protests on the Canary Islands against the boat docking, so you can understand just how sensitive of an issue it is. Now, Spanish authorities say they have an ironclad system in place. It's going to be a closed circuit loop. There are medical facilities and medical personnel waiting to provide treatment to those who need it, waiting to provide any support that may be needed. They're going to have special entrances to enter those medical facilities that are specifically prepared for these passengers. They will all be seen, treated if they are needed to be treated. And then the other element to this, the part two of this, if you will, is repatriating those citizens to their individual countries. You have more than 20 different countries among more than 140 people. So Spanish authorities right now are speaking to each of these individual nations to figure out what their plans are for.
So this has been, of course, one of the big stories of the last week, going into the weekend here. That was the multiple cases of Hantavirus on this rather small cruise ship. This is not like a giant cruise ship, a fairly small, I think 150 room ship or something like that. Very, very small in comparison to your, like giant Carnival cruise type dealios. And everybody's been talking about this. Everybody's saying it's the next COVID. And then the WHO has been saying, no, this isn't the next COVID. And it's fairly unclear to me whether or not to know, or like whether whether or not to be concerned, I guess is really what I'm saying. Although I do know this. Most versions of Hantavirus are transmitted from exposure to like mouse or rat droppings. Most of which are in the southern, the warmer regions. Although you can find some cases of it slightly north. But like for instance, like New York State hasn't seen a case of Hantavirus for years. Fairly rare in the north, like in the colder regions. But it can technically happen. And although this particular situation is supposedly a different, like a fairly rare strain of Hantavirus called the Andes strain, I believe from South America, hence the name, that leads to human transmission, hence the comparisons to COVID-19. All right, let's go through a little bit more of this.
Granadilla, Diabona. And actually to demonstrate that everything is going to happen safely, they have finally defined the protocol on which they are going to transfer all the passengers from the boat to their respective countries. In the case of the 14 Spanish people that are on board of the cruise ship, they're going to be taken here to the Spanish capital, and actually they're going to be moved to the hospital that you can see here behind me. This is a military hospital, and in the very last floor of the building they have a high-level isolation unit that they are going to use in case that they detect any symptomatic case between these 14 people that are going to get here. So far, none of the passengers or crew members that are on board of the MV Hantavirus is symptomatic. All of them are asymptomatic, but the authorities have confirmed a few hours ago that there's the first suspected hantavirus case in the country. It has been reported in Alicante.
Is this the beginning of another pandemic? We certainly hope not around here. But it's got vibes. It's got some vibes going for sure. However, the authorities continue to tell everybody nothing to worry about, and that the situation is being handled with great seriousness and competence. And hopefully this is prevented from spreading into the wider population. But that's what we need, right? Like we need like a like on top of the already existing just fucking global calamity we have going on. Let's just add in another lockdown. That'll be good. That'll help. That'll help. I mean, if it becomes necessary, we're gonna we'll have to. But like, I mean, I'm just saying theoretically, that's not. I don't think anybody wants that. I don't think anybody wants that scenario to happen. That will be bad. We're not gonna stay too focused on the situation. But I figured we would at least check in on it really quickly. Make people aware of the situation that is going on. Now, the World Health Organization is involved in a effort to bring passengers from the ship onto, I always forget how you say this, Tenerife? I believe a Spanish island. Here on Mother's Day, get people back onto land and give them medical treatment. Here is Reuters from last night.
So the plan will be that the ship will anchor and that there will be small boats that will take some of the passengers, and it will be done in a very choreographed, coordinated way, in a very protected way. bring those passengers to shore. There will be small boats that will bring the passengers in groups to the dock. There will be a medical screening that will be done. If there's anybody that develops symptoms, anybody that has symptoms, they will immediately go to a medical evacuation plane and be taken to the Netherlands for care. For those who are healthy, those who are doing well, they will go to individual planes that are being organized by countries.
Well, there you go. That was the White House, not so White House, the World Health Organization official speaking there on those efforts to repatriate the ship's passengers to land. That's really not how you want your vacation to go. You're out there, you're trying to have a good time, you're on a cruise, probably spent a fuck ton of money to get on that cruise, you're just hoping to relax, and then Hantavirus. Remember when we had that ship off the U.S. coast and Trump said nothing to see here? Wait, which ship? There's been a bunch of ships. I'm not sure which ship you're referring to. This ship specifically? I don't remember that, actually. There's been a lot going on. I must have missed it, if that's what you're referring to. All right, while we're talking cruise ship disasters, we should talk about the problem of over-tourism. Too much of a good thing.
As we head into the summer travel season, the world's most famous destinations have one thing abundantly in common: lots and lots and lots of tourists. So when is many too many? Seth Doan checks it out.
We're bombarded.
At the beginning of COVID? You know, I do vaguely remember that. It's just been so long. It feels like that's like so long. It feels like decades ago. I know it's not. But the last 6 years have been like the longest years of my life, I feel like.
Or both, as hotels, airlines, social media influencers, cruise companies, and our own friends curate, post, and tempt.
Tourism can bring a lot to a community. Money, jobs.
Yeah, I mean, tourism is a huge economic force. Globally, tourism is 10% of the global economy. It's about 1 in 10 jobs around the world.
What's often cropped out are the crowds and lines, the frustrations that can come with vacationing today or living in a vacation destination.
Where we see neighborhoods starting to serve tourists more than residents, that's where we start to see problems, and that's where we start to see pushbacks, like we've seen some anti-tourism protests in places like Barcelona.
Paris-based writer Paige McClanahan has covered travel and tourism for decades.
The Louvre is a place on many.
Yeah, and we've actually covered this issue, and specifically some of the protests in Barcelona over tourism. The fact is, in places like Barcelona, the cities are now becoming solely there to serve the tourists, not the people who actually live there and make the tourism economy even exist. And that's untenable. Airbnbs and all these other sorts of things that are taking away available housing and using up vital infrastructure. Same thing has been happening, or was happening. And it's, I think technically to still some degree is still happening in places like Amsterdam and the Netherlands, and I suppose we should go there now.
And we're seeing that in Amsterdam, they've upped the tourist tax to 12.5%, which is currently the highest in Europe.
Amsterdam is known for its canals and more, its crowds. Home to fewer than 1 million residents, it saw a record 23 million tourists in 2024.
At a certain point, residents started to raise their voices.
Anushuka Traushka used to manage what she called a typical tour company, but said she had an inner conflict.
You feel like, I'm an ambassador of this city, but on the other side, you were feeling that you were part of a problem.
She organizes community sessions to brainstorm solutions to over-tourism.
Wie is er bewoner in de oude binnenstad?
And started Tours That Matter,
Yeah, it will leave, I think, in about a minute.
which tailors visits, often touring less trafficked spots.
Hold on, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit.
Yeah, my street.
Edwin Schlovanik is pushing for that transition.
How long have you been here?
33 years.
He lives in the world-famous red light district, known for its windows and sex workers, but says his friends won't come visit anymore.
Because?
Because there are too many tourists.
Lately, he's been able to find a little more peace at home. Guided tours are no longer allowed in the often noisy neighborhood, and bars must close earlier. He's also joined a community campaign called We Live Here.
The idea is to show this, the visitors to this area that there's not only party, but there's also a residential area.
Well, there you go. Residents fighting back against the tourism industry taking over their lives. Okay. Now, are you guys value-tained yet? On this Sunday Fun Day / Mother's Day? No? Well, more Mother's Day action then. To the Crystal Springs Gardens in Portland, Oregon. KGW News.
Every 10 square foot can kind of be its own oasis, though. Even with this many people out here, there's a lot of winding paths, beautiful plants kind of intersecting them. So every piece can be found.
Well, a moment of peace for well-deserved mothers and mother figures in Portland. Today, Crystal Springs Rhododendron Garden held its annual Mother's Day show and sale. The group's members and the public were invited to submit their roadies for a chance to win an award. Well, this is prime time blooming season for this type of flower, so the Portland chapter of the American Rhododendron Society also hosts a flower show. Some families make this event an annual tradition.
Well, there you go. Mother's Day flower show at the Crystal Springs Rhododendron Garden. Is it a bald eagle? There's just with a random bald eagle hanging out.
Fuck yeah!
America, moms. Come on. Come on. All right, down to the Bay Area next. California. Cron 4 news from yesterday. To the rescue of a cute, furry creature wandering the Sierra Point Parkway. Whoops. Did that in the wrong order.
Brisbane police say this sea lion was found wandering near Sierra Point Parkway earlier today. What a cute face. An off-duty police officer spotted him wandering near the Doubletree Hotel and used his car to slow down traffic in the area. The Marine Mammal Center came out and used special equipment to safely transport him to a veterinary hospital and eventually release him back to his natural habitat.
And there you go. One sea lion pup got lost, found wandering through the Sierra Point Parkway on the road, slowing down traffic, causing people to stop, ask themselves if they've been possibly taking hallucinogens or something like that.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Now here's another strange sight in the Bay Area. A coyote on a roof.
Take a look at this. You may have heard of elf on a shelf, but what about wolf on a roof? Yeah, this coyote in San Francisco proving it's not just humans who enjoy a little sunbathing on the rooftops of the city. Animal care and control, they say that this coyote was enjoying the peace and quiet of this secluded spot in North Beach. Animal control officers say the coyote was gone, though, by the time they showed up.
There you go. One coyote taking advantage of a sunny spot this spring in San Francisco. Gone before authorities could catch up to him. Now all the way down in LA, with spring comes those that have been in hibernation. I am, of course, talking about
tonight,
the bears.
another bear in a tree on a private property, this time Altadena. The owner says a bear has been in her tree since 6 o'clock this morning. Curious neighbors stopped by just to see the animal.
Yeah, the bears, they always come down. They always come, like, because of the fires, you know, like all kind of animals, coyotes. We always experience stuff like that around here, so. But we heard about it, so we came down here because we couldn't believe that it was actually in somebody's yard. So, you know, we're here now just checking it out.
Well, there you go. Bear in a tree in Altadena. Yes, indeed. And with spring, not only come wildlife sightings, but also fishing season. Let's go to Minnesota from Friday.
500,000 Minnesotans will be for the fishing opener. Our Barrett Leone, she drew the lucky straw this morning. She's in Stillwater this morning. Is that Governor Tim Walz there with you, Governor, with you, Barrett?
It sure is Governor Tim Walz, AJ. Yeah, who better to talk about the governor fishing opener than the governor himself? Thank you so much for being here. I mean, does it get any better than this?
I was just talking to Mayor Kozlowski and talking about this, a Chamber of Commerce Day in Stillwater. Look, this is one of America's great cities to start with, but the fishing opener, a day like this, we're going to have kids down here learning about the outdoors, getting them involved, and just a great way to celebrate what Minnesota has to offer.
Yeah, this is so peak Minnesota. I mean,
it is peak Minnesota, and listen to everybody talk, and it is just a tradition. It's kind of the unofficial kickoff of summer, but it does really highlight how special it is. You know, we are known for our fishing, we're known for our outdoors, that commitment to it, and the people who are invested in it, and like this community rolling out the red carpet for everyone to highlight. And you know, to be quite honest, it's about the economics of this too. $4.5 billion industry in fishing. It creates a lot of jobs here, not to mention all of the memories you get. So it feels really good here. And I was said, knock on wood, it looks like my last one. There's going to be sun. So. Yeah.
Well, there you go. A sunny, warm Minnesota governor fishing. Well, he's wearing a jacket, so I assume it's not that warm. Fishing season opener here in Minnesota. Looks beautiful. Picturesque. It seems like some good Sunday fun day stuff for people. All right. Moving on from Minnesota and Governor Tim Walz down to Chicago. Where they're getting ready to ring in the summer.
3, 2, 1. Chicago officially switching on Buckingham Fountain. The annual tradition is a partnership with ComEd and the Chicago Park District.
This year's Switch On Summer was emceed by ABC7 meteorologist Cheryl Scott. The event means we are inching closer to summertime.
Watching that water come out of this beautiful fountain, that's the best part of this.
This year, the guest of honor was Zach Gray from Logan Square. He won ComEd's contest. This year, ComEd received more than 8,000 entries. One winner gets picked in the raffle and has the honor to flip the switch on one of Chicago's most iconic fountains.
Well, I got an email a few months ago and was immediately like, this sounds like fun. I love all like Chicago get ready for summer events. I did not believe it when I got the news. I was like, there's no way, I've never won a contest before.
The event brings families and performers to Grand Park to usher in summertime and take part in what Chicago has to offer.
Well, there you go. A beautiful celebration of the city of Chicago here, the turning on of the Buckingham Fountain. An apparent tradition for Chicagoans. Chicagans? I always forget how you say it. Whatever it is. Looks fun. Good way to bring in the summer months. It's coming soon. Now just more people ringing in the summer months. Or trying to, at least, even though it's still cold. At the New York Botanical Garden.
John Elliott bringing us the forecast from the Bronx this morning. What are you up to there this morning, John?
So I got to tell you, first off, a little fun with science. This is kind of cool. So we're at the New York Botanical Garden, which we love. Got a big Mother's Day celebration, gets underway at 10. But look at, see, we're dry. Here's the line right here. So there's light rain. That's about all there is light rain. And then there's me. So they're going to put up tents, and they're going to have all kinds of activities. And also, over my shoulder, I can't stress this enough, buy your mother something from the New York Botanical Garden. Look.
Thank you, John. Okay, hold on. We can't watch this whole thing. It's like a 30-minute live stream of just John going around and talking to people. Which we're gonna get a little bit of, don't worry. Don't you worry. Just can't watch the whole thing. John's out here celebrating Sunday Funday at the Bronx Botanical Garden here. And Mother's Day. Even though it's wet, rainy. He's trying to pretend like it's not wet and rainy and cold. But
we had their annual
truth.
Blue Jean Ball at the beautiful Performing Arts Center there in Newark. And again, you know, it's blue jeans, so I'm wearing blue jeans. I got the tuxedo on top and the blue jeans on the bottom. Normally we do the total shout out from inside, but the money kept coming in, so we had to wait till the after party for the good news. And take a listen.
Community Food Bank of New Jersey, you just raised $1.8 million.
I could not believe.
Okay, hold on. More. We got more. Wait. All right, here we go. Here we go.
I've got a couple of guests. But one of them is extremely shy. She does not want to be on TV because I thought this was brother and sister. Who's this young lady?
This is my mom. I brought her here to just celebrate the day.
Is this the sweetest kid or what? Bradley, right?
Yeah.
So what are you guys going to do? Just walk around? You know there's a big Mother's Day thing starting at noon.
Yeah, so that was probably the main reason why we came today.
Oh, what do you love about your mom?
Well, especially now, like, she's always been helping me, like, throughout school and, like, mainly, like, the major parts of life and stuff.
You're doing a good job, Mom. You may be shy, but you're doing a good job. Well, you guys have fun. You were just on live TV. Now your phone's going to light up. Hey, were you just on Channel 2? Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Who is this? Tell me your name again.
My name is Neilani.
Neilani. Neilani, tell me what's the Circle C? What's Constellation about?
This constellation is about
Watching John run around accosting everybody on Mother's Day is fucking hilarious. But everybody loves him, so they're like, it's fine. It's fine. But he's just like running around, just like manhandling everybody, be like, hey, how's Mother's Day going over here?
So they have these cookies, and they're setting up right here for cookies, but you've got this great pine tree cafe, and you're going to see thousands of people here today, right?
Yes, I am.
Excited?
I am.
You excited about Mother's Day?
Pretty much, yeah. And I do love like the sandwiches that we make over here. We have like our chicken mozzarella sandwich, as well as our caprese sandwiches, which are vegan and vegetarian. So
Making me very, very hungry.
And she had no idea she was going to be on live TV. All right, now you stay here because I'm going to show you guys the radar. First off, we've got a little bit of rain, but look they're setting tents up, so you guys are going to be fine. You guys are going to be the most popular spot. Heavier rain.
Okay, everybody's gonna be fine.
Masterful.
Yeah, okay.
I love that. This is the most fun. So look, they're yelling at me because I'm going over. But what do you love about being here at the New York Botanical Garden?
Oh, it's just the scenery is just so beautiful. And honestly, I love the best part of my day is working with the staff. I got a staff full of mothers that show up every day and do not stop. They are the heart of this cafe.
See, now that was a great soundbite, and it was live.
John never stopped. It was a great soundbite. The Constellation Kitchen, powered by mothers of New York. All right, let's see who else John found. What other victims John found in here?
It's joining us underneath the pavilions, going into the azaleas with an umbrella, or going into our conservatory and getting nice and dry and seeing the plants that really do best in a moist or dry environment.
Yeah. And we do need the rain.
We do.
So, I mean, we're sharing these pictures, these beautiful pictures of the garden. You made a great point to me.
Sure.
With this kind of cloud cover, you actually see color better at the garden?
That's correct. Because you have sort of an overcast sky, you can even see it around us, right? Colors are popping more just because of the way that physics with light works.
Yeah, and look at this. As Tainui makes the big turn all the way down to the peace sign that we're going to talk about again, you really see this rich green.
Yes.
It's just absolutely beautiful.
Wow, wow, wow. Well, there's a silver lining. Sure, it might be cold and gray, a little bit rainy, but did you think that the contrast between the dark sky and the beautiful naturey colors might actually make them even more vibrant? No? Well, now you know things about stuff.
Bird watch and walk around with an umbrella even when it starts raining there.
Well, and you can see, too, I'm here with my new best friend, JoJo Strauss, who's, by the way, a veteran of CBS Sunday Morning. She's been interviewed on the network side, but you can see the sun kind of playfully, kissing our hair and shrouding us. How many years have you been coming to the New York Botanical Garden?
Since I was a lot shorter and younger.
But you're now a dedicated volunteer. How many years have you been volunteering?
Since 2001. And when I retired, why wouldn't I want to be here more often?
Why do you do it?
I love nature. This is my happy place. When you come here, you can't believe you're in New York City. You're surrounded by all this natural beauty.
And what are you doing what's your class that you're sharing today?
Okay, I'm leading a tour through the Azalea Garden. It's called Ecotherapy in the Azalea Garden, where we learn about the benefits of nature. Just relax, look at the flowers, the beautiful trees, and listen and smell the sounds. You can't
smell the sound. Wow, that just blew my mind.
Smell the sounds in the Azalea Garden, everybody. Well, there's some Mother's Day, Sunday, Monday fun for you all. I hope that was value-taining for you folks. Smell the sounds of nature. right. These are kind of in the wrong order. Whatever. Let's go here to Rochester. News 8 WROZ. To the opening of the ROC Artists Open Market.
Sunday also marked the return of the 4th annual Rock Artists Open Market. Every Sunday until October, guests are welcome to shop products made by local artisans, enjoy live music, activities, as well as vintage goods and even produce. Organizers say Mother's Day is the perfect time to kick off the market.
It feels great. This is my first market and I'm so excited. It just feels amazing to be a part of the community and to be a local vendor here supporting other local vendors. It's amazing.
Yes, there's lots of great vendors here. I met Tookie over there. She's really cool. And there's a lot of great people here.
The Rock Artists Open Market is at Innovation Square at 295 East Broad Street.
Well, looks fun. People getting out with the community, patronizing local artists. All right. Now to Brooklyn. Prospect Park. The lakes, to be specific. And the Mother's Day canoeing that's happening there. Well, been happening there all day, apparently. CBS New York.
Well, it was nice weather today to celebrate Mother's Day out on the water where people went canoeing in Prospect Park Lake. Christy Kalisian shows us how it brought families closer together.
For Mom, a beautiful view you can only see from a canoe.
Totally unexpected. My son lives close by. He said, come with me. We're going to the park.
And here they are paddling around Prospect Park Lake. Mother's Day canoeing wasn't Joe Bernhardt's first guess for how she'd spend it with her son, as with other parents who got out of their comfort zones.
My husband was also a little bit uncertain about the decision, but he just gave me a high five and said, good call.
Appreciation from Mom. Any message to her?
Don't tip over.
Yes.
Rhea and Camilo Quinones from Bed-Stuy warmed the kids up to the adventure Sunday morning as the sky cleared up and the water stayed still for a smooth ride. Free canoe and kayak rides by city parks take place at several parks and even on the Hudson River from May through October.
To be able to do this in a familiar place feels extra special to see the park from this perspective.
Do you like it so far?
Yeah.
And it's toddler approved. Obviously, this is a very unique experience for Mother's Day. What does the perfect Mother's Day look like for you?
Coming to Prospect Park and enjoying it with my family.
Well, there you have it. Mother's Day canoeing in Prospect Park. Everybody enjoying the sun and their families. I have these in the wrong order. All right, now down to Long Island. To a rather problematic water-based situation, I'm afraid. Yes, we gotta talk about an environmental issue here while we're trying to enjoy it. We gotta talk about the Brookhaven landfill, which is causing many residents a great deal of concern about the toxic plume potentially poisoning all of the groundwater.
An enormous landfill on Long Island is scheduled to close in 2 years. But neighbors in Brookhaven tell Jennifer McLogan that the underwater toxic plume created by the landfill has them anxious and worried.
It's terrifying. Artist Juliana Kirk and her family live adjacent to Beaver Dam Creek and down the road from Bellport Bay. Both bodies of water plus underground drinking water wells are threatened by a 4-mile toxic plume emanating from the 52-year-old Brookhaven town landfill, according to the state. I have been terrified of the landfill for a long time, and now the 4-mile plume
is only going to get larger.
The state DEC required Brookhaven Town to submit a cleanup plan for the toxic forever chemicals traveling in an underground plume. The town has proposed expanded public water hookups, enhanced groundwater monitoring.
Wait a minute, what just happened? Are they saying that the easiest thing for them to do is to keep monitoring after all these years?
Other options the town rejected include landfill excavation and reclamation, removing contaminated groundwater, closing the landfill immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Residents of the town have been fighting for decades to get the dump closed. It's scheduled to be shuttered in 2028. Locals say they cannot wait for the cleanup to be funded.
Yeah. Unfortunately. Lawmakers in Long Island have not done anything about this toxic fucking disaster. Just an idea. Maybe stop voting for Republicans. Oh, okay. Now something else people are fighting for. Specifically, lure workers. That's right. Long Island Railroad workers are rallying this weekend as a potential strike looms in the near future. Unfortunately, there has not been a lot of great back and forth coming from leadership.
Well, the clock is ticking for the MTA and Long Island Railroad unions to come to a contract agreement. With just days left to avoid a possible shutdown of train service, there was a rally in Nassau County in support of railroad workers. John Diaz has more.
What do we want? Contract! What do we want? Contract!
They came with passion and perseverance. Hundreds of Long Island Railroad union workers rallying Saturday morning inside the parking lot of the Massapequa train station for what they call a day of action.
The cost of living has skyrocketed. Yet, the MTA and Long Island Railroad still expect our members to settle for less.
5 unions representing thousands of the employees are threatening a major commuter disruption in just 1 week. A total shutdown of the LIRR starting Saturday morning if they don't come to an agreement with the MTA over their salaries.
We have stood together at the bargaining table. We have fought together, and if necessary, we will walk together.
The MTA is offering a 3% pay raise for its workers, but unions want 5%. MTA officials telling us this 2% gap could increase fares on the LIRR, Metro North, subways, and buses, meaning commuters will pay the burden.
If it's going to cost us a lot more, then we're going to suffer. I'm unhappy about it. The prices have gone up a lot.
I know the workers work really hard. They're due their increases, especially in these difficult times. But I also see the MTA's point of view.
And the MTA CEO saying over the weekend there will likely be some casual discussions.
Well, there you have it. Union workers fighting for better pay. Unfortunately,
next formal meeting scheduled.
Whoopsies. Not getting the response that they wanted from the MTA. As a result, the strike may happen. Which, I mean, technically, if the strike happens, that'll make fares really, really cheap. Free. Because you won't be able to take the train. But yeah. Weren't landfills always temporary until we figured out trash? I mean, I suppose. Yeah, I suppose. I guess that's the way to look at it. When will we figure out the trash situation, though? There's a question. We certainly have a lot of it. Landfills are filled with all sorts of stuff. Fast fashion. Plastic bags. Everything humanity uses. Many of these things probably shouldn't go in there, of course. Speaking of fashion, let's quickly talk about outdoor brand REI and another strike that is looming. REI workers calling for a boycott as they feel that they are being treated like expendable wage slaves by their supposedly progressive, environment-loving company.
After 4 years of negotiating a first contract with REI, we're here today asking you to join us in a boycott for REI's anniversary sale from May 15th to May 25th.
REI, this little friendly outdoor company, they want to be just like Amazon or Musk or Starbucks or Tesla, and they want wage slaves, no matter how progressive they claim to be.
This week we got the company back to the table and we made a series of proposals that were extremely concessionary, and finally the company met us with something that was degrading and insulting.
I feel like these progressive companies have put on such a facade. It is just very clear that there are more people that are from Amazon and from big oil that are just making decisions based off of bottom lines and spreadsheets. If REI isn't going to take us seriously, we think the only thing that they will take seriously is their pocketbook.
They hired Morgan Lewis to represent them. It's a law firm that has represented Elon Musk, President Trump, and they're just an international labor-busting giant, and we're just some little guys. We've been trying to get this contract for 4 years.
I think REI's leadership right now is so anti-worker and so bent on eroding basically anything that the labor movement still has today, and I think it's disgusting.
While REI is still trying to save face and put off the front that they are this co-op that has everybody's best intentions in mind, stewarding the future, stewarding the land, it is a false narrative in the way that I understand it when I'm sitting in the room with these lawyers that do not want me to make a living wage.
So the company is telling us, that they're in tough times, that we all have to tighten our belts, but with sales that they've reported of $3.5 billion, seems like they could reinvest in their workforce, take better care of us, give us reliable schedules. I mean, we're holding the stores together.
It doesn't feel good, but it does almost feel comical in the way that REI does claim to not have enough money to be able to staff its stores appropriately when Morgan and Lewis is getting enormous amounts of money from REI. They are not a cheap law firm. Just to be able to union bust.
They've withheld.
Wow. Union busting tactics happening at the supposedly progressive company of REI. But of course, we must remember, effectively, every one of these multinational corporations are not, they're not environmentalists. They're not progressives. Right? They're not leftists. They're capitalists with one thing and one thing only in mind: the profits. And we can't allow them to continue to greenwash. That's one thing that's been going on for too long. It's just got to stop. All this greenwashed consumerism shit. It's got to end. Like, there is no none of these companies like this are actually helping the planet, no matter how much they want to claim. They come up with convoluted schemes to make it seem like they're doing good.
Aren't I a good guy?
We're do-gooders. They're not. They all have massive carbon footprints. Well, we're talking about adventuring brand REI. We should talk about British adventurer who just celebrated his 100th birthday this week. and has just had a newly discovered parasitic wasp. I am, of course, talking about the one and only Sir David Attenborough.
He's a broadcaster, a natural history broadcaster primarily, but even within the scientific community, he is held with extremely high regard. And that's both in terms of the content he's producing and also the way that content is inspiring scientists.
Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't. I'm like in the zone right now, but like the totally zoned out zone. That was More Perfect Union's video. I should have said it in the beginning. I usually do, but I totally forgot. Previous video, More Perfect Union. And this video is the Associated Press.
As well as other people.
Taxonomists who work on all sorts of organisms have named species after David Attenborough because he's been such an influence on so many of us. I mean, just today, somebody mentioned there's a hawkweed named after him, which I didn't know about. There's Attenboroughsaurus, of course, massive extinct sea reptile. There's a butterfly, there's a dragonfly, there's an echidna. That's pretty special. There's not many people have an echidna named after them. Possibly only the one.
Sir David's documentaries really played an absolutely pivotal role in fostering and nurturing my passion, even though I never met him in person. But I realized that there were people out there who had the same passion as I did. And there's nothing more exciting than to really get a deep understanding of the world through his incredible work.
Well, there you have it.
Pushing boundaries.
Sir David Attenborough as he turns 100 years old here. Having a parasitic wasp named after him. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but that one I would pass on. I'd be like, no, it's fine. No, name it after somebody else. Like, you don't want to be known like as a parasitic wasp, do you? Parasitic? Maybe a friendly wasp, but a parasitic wasp makes you sound like a real dick. All right. Now, in lieu of space news today, I've got a couple of other a couple of other clips for us to dive into here, if you will. You'll see why that's a funny pun later. And rather than talking about the possibility of space exploration or living on the moon or whatever the fuck else we talk about during the space segments of the stream, I would like to point us in a different direction, and that is down. BBC News on the future of humans living underwater.
Pushing boundaries while under pressure. It's what happens here, literally. We're checking out some of the latest tech helping people stay underwater for longer.
I think. Nice. We're going to head over to Sub Island over here and then onto the floating pontoon with some of the floating walkway.
But to get where we need to go, well, we're going to need a boat. Yeah, we're going to stick to travelling above the water for this one. Let's go.
Let's do this.
Tell us where we are, what's going on?
So, we are here on the lake at Deep Campus. It's a massive body of water, about 600 metres long and up to about 80 metres deep. So we're right near the border with England and Wales, just outside Chepstow. And usually I can promise you it's really sunny and beautiful down here.
And it's really windy right now.
It is.
And we're going over this way, right?
We are. We're going to head over first of all to what we call Sub Island. It's the home of our sub. We're going to dock there, and then we're going to walk over the floating walkway and end up over here on our saturation diving training facility, which is on a floating pontoon, which is just being constructed at the moment and should be finished around autumn time.
What was this before it was what it is now?
Yeah, so this used to be a quarry, a working quarry. People used to learn to dive here. There's a lot of kind of curiosities at the bottom of the lake that the divers used to dive to that still exist. So things like a double-decker bus, a helicopter, an aeroplane even, some tanks. And if you were going to go on a sub ride, you could have seen a few of those, but maybe next time.
And how far down are we talking? Like how far can you go under us?
Yeah, so its deepest point is about 80 metres.
80 metres?
80 metres, yeah, that does vary throughout the year, up to about 8 metres, when it's kind of more water or less water due to the season.
So it doesn't look like it here, but there is a whole world basically underneath our feet.
That's correct. But yeah, we should be seeing some of the key components that make up the system. They're not all connected yet, electrically, or any of the gas systems or anything.
All right, I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit. We don't need this whole thing. It's just for the fun of it all here.
This is a Triton 3K3 submersible. It's a 3-person, 1,000-meter capable sub. I will show you how we get in, and we're going to take all of this off before we get in.
Let's go in. Whoop.
Yeah, let's squat there for a second. That's it. Pull this and get your legs down.
And we're in.
Yeah.
It's pretty comfortable.
Yeah, I think the acrylic gives such good visibility.
Yeah.
People think that they're going to be claustrophobic, but this just disappears in the water, as you can see.
Yeah. This is amazing. How many of these are there in the world?
So there's about 10 of them. We own 2 of them. All 10 are not operational at the moment. Most of these are used for science and research, and we currently use this one for training of experienced pilots.
And when you say training pilots, how do you control this?
So I control it with a joystick, so it's just forward, back, side to side, very intuitive. And then we can also pass over control to the passenger, who would be the trainee pilot.
So just like if you're a learner driver,
yes,
you're a learner submarine pilot. And while subs like this mean that we can go further underwater, Deep's also working on ways that we might be able to live there longer too.
That means not just people with a career of diving under their belts, but scientists and maybe even someday tourists.
Let's go.
Come on in.
Thank you very much.
This is just a prototype for now, but Deep's plans could see much bigger habitats like this one for humans to live in for days or even weeks at a time. Luckily, it's all still on dry land, making it much easier to take a look around.
Well, there you go. The future of living underwater. Being studied in a random quarry. Pretty cool. Like a Sealab type thing. It honestly kind of looks like Sealab. Like, am I wrong? Does it not kind of like remind you of Sealab? It gives me big Sealab vibes. I'm down for it. Alright, now this next clip, not necessarily a space phenomenon either, but certainly fascinating phenomena seen in the sky. So this is, wait, hold on, let me find it again. I can't remember what it's called. I gotta look it up. It's a weird name, and it's in the description of this video. Shit. Where is it? Sorry. It's called, an iridescent cloud. which is sunlight bending through tiny water droplets after the rain. It's like a weird, deformed rainbow, essentially. But it's super freaking cool. My first thought, I was like, I can't believe this is even real. Look at this thing. It looks like a sci-fi or something. Okay. How are we doing on time? Good lord. We're 6 hours in, we never completed the galactic content goal. Wow. Okay. C'est la vie. Let's go to the United Kingdom. Before we talk about the elections, which we are going to do briefly, let's talk about a British staple, which is under threat.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
I'm talking about the traditional fish and chip supper.
Since the Ukraine war, as we all know, prices have gone really high, and our gas and electricity have gone through the roof, about 300% more than we used to pay before. We cannot pass it on all to the customer. We have to absorb some of those costs ourselves. Otherwise, it's easy for us to put the prices up. However, every time we put the price up, we lose customers.
It seems that every government choice is anti-business, and the independents are less able to deal with those pressures. So taxation and changes in employment law. So that's put pressure.
Is that the reason? Oh my god! This guy just got done talking about how the cost of energy and oil are going up, or killing his business, and then this fucking deranged dude comes in. He's like, it's actually anti-business. It's actually anti-business taxation. It's the government. The hell, they're ruining fish and chips. All right, screw that guy. I bet that dude loves Tommy Robinson. Speaking of Tommy Robinson, let's talk about the unfortunate / fortunate. Depends on from what direction you're looking at it from. But the results, nonetheless, of the UK council, whatever you call it, councillor elections. I forget what you call these elections, because they're not. What do you call these fucking elections? The local elections. The local elections. Well, I mean, there were good and bad things about this. Bad. The reform made huge freaking gains in this election. Not enough to take a majority, but enough to be rather concerning. But the Greens made historic gains for their party, but not enough for, in my opinion, to make up for the fact that the reform made just outsized gains. From what I can tell, it's bad. I think it's, I hate to say it, but even with the progress of the Greens, I have serious concerns about the future of the UK government. I think it's about to take a hard right turn.
With 2 councils still to declare in England, here is the tally of councillors. Reform emerging on top, with Labour losing more than 1,400 councillors.
Okay, so here's the thing. Like, you can't really form a majority government, even with like a coalition between Reform and Conservatives, or with Labour and the Greens. But what you have is you have a very right-wing government when you look at it, right? If you count Labour as being like center right almost, right? If you count them in this whole mix, you do have certainly a majority with Reform, Labour, and Conservatives. Not that they're all going to team up necessarily, but I feel like just like with the United States, they'll team up on the worst stuff, right? And unfortunately, Greens, even though they've made huge gains here, only 550 seats, and that's good. It's a good move. It's a good direction. But they're not taking over the Labour Party fast enough for them to have more votes in Parliament than Reform. Which I feel like, once again, like just leaves Reform open to like make coalitions for things and pass some really
This is the
bad
change in
stuff.
council control. Once again, Reform securing the most gains. But with so many councils now with no overall control, it illustrates just how fractured politics has become. In a moment, we'll hear from our correspondents in Wales and Scotland. But first,
Now, what you can see clearly is, has come out of this result is that Labour's handedly been defeated in this election. They've lost big time. 2 Reform and 2 Greens, and other parties as well. The Plaids took over Wales. There's a whole bunch of stuff that happened here today, or this weekend.
in a moment, we'll hear from our correspondents in Wales and Scotland. But first, our senior political correspondent, Paul McNamara, has this.
A Labour horror show got worse overnight and today. Now down almost 40 councils in England, obliterated in Wales and squeezed in Scotland. But the Prime Minister says he's staying.
I'm not going to walk away from this. That would plunge the country into chaos. But that doesn't mean we don't need to respond. It doesn't mean we don't need to rebuild. It doesn't mean that we don't need to set out the path ahead. That's what I'm going to do in coming days.
That response and rebuild started today by appointing the Labour Prime Minister, who lost the 2010 election, as a special envoy on global finance, and one of Gordon Brown's cabinet members, Harriet Harman, as an advisor on tackling violence against women and girls. Not the move many backbenchers were hoping for.
Are they enough to win back voters?
No, and I like both Gordon and Harriet, but it is a bit back to the future, isn't it? I mean, we ought to be looking forward. They will bring certain skills, but in the end, it's Keir. That's the problem. Yeah, he can do as many resets as he wants. The problem is people have stopped listening to him.
Yes. And that's because people have lost respect for Keir Starmer. I think that's the main reason why people are no longer listening to him. Vintage Checkbook. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit to see what happened here in Wales.
Bleaker for Labour, with Plaid Cymru ending 100 years of Labour dominance. All the seats in the Welsh Senedd have been counted. Plaid Cymru has 43, but is short of the 49 seats it needs to form a majority. Reform UK has 34, while Labour has dropped to just 9. Plaid Cymru's leader, Rhun ap Iorwerth, hailed the results as a new beginning and said his party will seek to form a minority government. Our Wales correspondent Andy Davis joins us live from Cardiff. Andy.
Jackie, I think it's fair to say that Labour is still utterly shell-shocked by what happened here. It was, for the party in Wales, a monumental defeat. They've named an interim leader today, but frankly, they're still wading through the wreckage of yesterday's vote. Reform, of course, will now be a big presence in the Senedd, the main opposition, and their leader turned up today with other colleagues to be sworn in. But the big moment here happened when Plaid Cymru, marking their historic achievement, walked around the corner with all their new Senedd members to be met by an ecstatic reception from supporters. They were cheered onto the steps of the Welsh Parliament today. Plaid Cymru, after so long in opposition here, now contemplating for the very first time leading the Welsh Government.
I know how many people are celebrating this momentous piece of Welsh history.
For a party 100 years old, a party pro-Welsh independence, for them, no moment has bettered this. In the crowd, a tearful former party leader, Leanne Wood, looked on as Rhun ap Iorwerth spoke of a new beginning.
No UK government, no UK Prime Minister, now or in the future, can cast Wales aside or turn a blind eye to our needs and our aspirations as a nation.
It's a really exciting time. You know, we dared to dream. People.
I think I just realized I might be conflating two things. I'm just coming to the conclusion is that we have British people in the chat right now. Quacksmith, well, and or birds in the chat. Is these local elections? These aren't the big elections, right? Like there's a bigger election. I can't remember what they're called. But these are more like this is more like the House versus the Senate type of thing. And I can't remember how that differentiates itself here in the UK and like the name for it. But like it's not quite as important. Like this doesn't cause for there to be like a new prime minister, right? Because it's like the wrong elections, right? Sorry, the intricacies of UK politics are sometimes lost on me. I should know more. I should be better. I try my best.
Believed in that dream, and we just need to deliver now for the people of Wales. Hugely emotional, and can't wait to see Rhun as First Minister. Thank you.
For Rhun ap Iorwerth and...
No, it's even smaller. So what? It's like state Senate seats then, basically like state assembly seats. I see. Okay, that makes perfect sense.
This is momentous for Wales. It is historic. Now the focus turns to how will the party govern without a majority. 43 Senedd members now, but still 6 short of a majority means deals will have to be made. But with whom? There are only 2 Greens and 1 Lib Dem.
The party will need to take a really hard look at itself.
Labour.
Yes, Labour has been needing to take a good, long, hard look at itself for a while, in very similar ways to the Democratic Party back in the United States. Sort of ignoring the will of the voters, sort of alienating and or trying to exile members of the party that are perceived as being too left-wing or whatever else, too Muslim, for instance, which happened in the last election. All right, on to Scotland.
In Scotland, the final results didn't come through until the wee hours of the morning. The SNP secured its 5th win in a row with 58 seats. Not enough for a majority, though, while the Scottish Greens secured their best result yet. It was a dark day for Scottish Labour, coming second and tying with Reform UK, who have made a breakthrough north of the border. Live now to our Scotland correspondent, Catherine Sampson. Catherine.
Yes, for years there has been an assumption, perhaps even an assertion, that Scotland is somehow immune to the politics and the populism of Nigel Farage. An assumption turned on its head by this result that came through in the early hours of this morning. The arrival of reform in Scottish politics is a seismic shift. Now, there is no official opposition party title in Scotland, but
Yes, good point, Columbia Rican. Don't forget creating bills against Hasan Piker. Although, I don't think the UK technically did an anti-Hasan Piker bill. They just did it's illegal to say Palestine Action Bill, or whatever you call it.
place does determine certain things about where politicians sit, about who gets the first question each week to the First Minister, things that will need to be ironed out in the coming days as Scottish Labour now sits on equal pegging with an insurgent party like Reform in a country Labour once
Sounds sexy. Sorry, that was immature of me. Look, she said equal pegging, okay? I just...
Phrasing?
Okay. That's not my fault. I didn't say it. I just noticed it. And is that my fault for noticing? Anyway, huge political upheaval here in the local elections in the United Kingdom. Labour losing its longtime majority in Wales. Seeing big defeats across the rest of the UK. Reform, unfortunately, seeing massive gains. Well, of course, Greens made big gains that they would never have dreamed of seeing like 2-3 years ago. Huge changes. Could be good, technically. Who's to say? Well, perhaps this guy, Owen Jones. He's probably got more relevant things to say on this than I.
Keir Starmer's catastrophic premiership is in its death throes. He is finished, politically speaking, The Walking Dead. But you know what? There's every chance he's going to get replaced by ultra-Blairite Health Secretary Wes Streeting. And I'm going to surprise you when I say that a large part of me thinks, good, let the whole thing just burn to the ground. Now, I know it gets a bit more complicated given the threat of reform.
Makes me want to burn this
Little
motherfucker
recap.
down.
Labour got battered in the
Come on,
local
Boogie, let's
elections.
burn this motherfucker down!
Burn to the ground. Now, I know it gets a bit more complicated given the threat of reform. Let's talk about this. A little recap. Labour got battered in the local elections and the Scottish and Welsh parliamentary elections. In the projected national vote share, Reform got 26% of the vote, unfortunately coming first, but decreasing their vote share compared to last year, while the Greens came second on 18%, a big surge in their vote from 11% the previous year. Labour came third. Overall in England, the Greens increased their councillors by 441 to 587 in total, meaning they'll either run councils as a majority or as the biggest single party in several places. Labour lost nearly 1,500 councillors. In Wales, the Welsh Labour Party, previously the most electorally successful political party on earth, literally, was almost wiped out, while the left-wing nationalist Plaid Cymru stormed to victory, and in Scotland, Labour also lost seats while the left-wing Scottish Greens surged. But Labour MPs are stuck because there's no obvious person to replace Starmer. Their best bet, objectively, is Andy Burnham, but he's not in Parliament, and Starmer's faction stopped him from being able to return in the Gorton-Denton by-election, where the Greens stormed to victory. The former deputy leader, Angela Rayner, meanwhile, was sunk over a stamp duty scandal, and waiting in the wings is Wes Streeting, who was plotted to be Prime Minister since he was probably about 4 years old. Andy Burnham's people have hatched a plan to get him back into Parliament, believing the existential crisis Labour is now in will concentrate minds on the party's National Executive Committee to let him stand when another Labour MP decides to stand down in order to let Andy Burnham stand in their place to get back into the House of Commons. The National Executive Committee has to approve that. Last time they didn't. And they hope this will somehow happen in the coming weeks. But then, as well as several Labour MPs demanding Starmer resign, the Labour MP for Hornsey and Friar Barnet, Catherine West, went, do you know what? I'm feeling pretty random. I'm going to threaten a leadership challenge against Keir Starmer in an attempt to bring him down. But that's all too soon for Burnham's crew, who need weeks to get their man back in. And now Wes Streeting is in pole position because in a leadership contest, Angela Rayner is likely to be crucified by the media, and that will spook what remains of the Labour membership into voting for Wes Streeting. Eesh. Let's listen to Catherine West.
I'm a fair person. I will hear what the Prime Minister's got to say tomorrow, and then if I'm still dissatisfied, I will put out my email to the Parliamentary Labour Party asking for names. And the reason I am doing that is not for me, it's for working people, because Labour is the only party that can beat reform. We are the only national force that can take on reform across the whole of the UK. And that will be the job coming up in the 2028 or 29 general election.
But do you think Now, that's a fascinating argument to make, in my opinion, in the wake of a landslide defeat. To claim that you're the only ones who can beat the people that just beat you seems like a weird thing to do. That's just me. I prefer not to say things that are just demonstrably false as best as I possibly can avoid it.
Do you think you'd get the numbers, though? We will find out when I put out my email to the Parliamentary Labour Party. But what we need is that timetable from the chair of the party, and she and I are very good friends. She knows I've asked her for an orderly transition into a leadership election which will allow us to make the case to the country as well as to our colleagues so that we can go forward. And I say to the women of the Parliamentary Labour Party, don't just allow the men to stand.
Do you think that's what's happening?
I think we need to modernise. I think we're looking very dated. And I think we need to energise our communications, and we need to repair the relationship with the civil service.
And just Burnham supporters.
Just to be clear, if the British accent fooled everybody, that wasn't a smart thing she just said. This is the same thing as Chuck Schumer coming out and saying we're gonna get on the tiki-taki. Like this is basically we're on the TikTok. Okay, the social medias. We will not rest. Fascinating strategy. This is gonna work.
Our
No way this
communications,
fails.
and we need to repair the relationship with the civil service.
And Burnham supporters are absolutely fuming about this, because if she bounces Labour into a leadership election, then he's not going to become leader. Now, Angela Rayner, meanwhile, released a statement saying our party has suffered a historic defeat. No kidding. Many good Labour colleagues have lost their seats despite working hard for those they represented. We have lost good Labour administrations and lost the chance for more. What we are doing isn't working and it needs to change. This may be our last chance. The Labour Party must now live up to our name. We must be the party of working people. I mean, she's speaking there an obvious truth. This is an existential crisis for the Labour Party. I mean,
true.
look, they only got wiped out in Scotland years ago. Now they're wiped out in Wales, a heartland, but they're now being replaced in urban England by the Green Party. I mean, she says we are in danger of becoming a party of the well-off, not working people. The polling bears this out. The polling shows that Labour's remaining support is often concentrated amongst the well-to-do. Well-to-do professionals, basically. She said the Peter Mandelson scandal showed a toxic culture of cronyism. Decisions like cutting the winter fuel payment just weren't
Are you
what
still
people
talking
expected
about
from
Jeffrey Epstein?
I mean, it's interesting.
This guy's been talked about for years.
I was actually just about to bring up the winter fuel benefit cut as like an example of how the Labour Party is clearly turned away from the working class. And their assumed base. But yeah, the Lord Mandelson thing
Decisions like
didn't
cutting
help.
the winter fuel payment just weren't what people expected from a Labour government. I mean, it's interesting. You know, when they did that, they honestly thought, and these are the people at the top of the Labour Party who think they're masterful strategists and political geniuses. We can see how that's worked out. They thought they'd win respect.
MIDI Doctors just cheered 100 bits.
Mitty, thank you for the bids, buddy. Much appreciated. No, exactly, Eric. We will win. We won't rest. We will fight and we won't rest. We are the only ones who can win. Vote Biden.
I'm staying in the race.
Like, these are basically the same tired arguments that we're hearing over here from the leadership in the Democrats. Just sounds smart because they got a British accent. Often tricks Americans, I feel like.
Cutting the winter fuel allowance. They thought it would show we're prepared to make tough decisions. Because tough decisions
I'll be
paid
right back.
by people who are struggling. Doesn't mean you never hear politicians saying tough decisions means we need to tax rich people more. It's always let's make some struggling group of people worse off. But they did that and they thought they'd win respect from people because they think bashing welfare and all the rest of it is popular. But actually people were like, do you know what? I don't actually want you to freeze my granny. Anyway, Rayner also said this is bigger than personalities, but it is time to acknowledge that blocking Andy Burnham was a mistake. Oops. We must show we understand the scale of change the moment calls for. That means bringing our best players into Parliament and embracing the type of agenda that has been successful at a local level rather than reaching back to an agenda and politics that has failed people. Now, I mean, in theory, that's Andy Burnham's Manchesterism, as people call it, which involves, for example, public ownership, you know, bringing the buses back into public ownership, the privatisation and deregulation of buses was a catastrophe in this country. It meant fares soared. It meant a huge number of bus routes were scrapped. One of the reasons life just became more difficult for lots of people. You know, so really, buses were a really good example of that, actually. Just, you know, this is a country with, particularly outside of London, bad infrastructure. Not the infrastructure you would expect from a very wealthy nation. We'll talk about, though, what Andy Burnham's government could look like. Angela Rayner, let's just talk about her a little bit. It's clear she's not going to stand from that. I think the feeling was, and this may be the case still, that if Wes Streeting stands, she will feel obliged somehow to put herself forward rather than let.
Okay, I think that's a good place to end this clip. To end this discussion. But like I said, like everything that the Labour Party is doing is everything that has failed the Democrats up to now. Saying we are the only one who can beat the scourge of the far right while they lose to the far right in elections. And saying, you know, oh, well, we just need to re-energize by getting on the social media, the tiki-taki. Like, it's insane. Like, it's a terrible plan. It's not going to work. Don't do that. The reason why you're losing is because you keep fucking, like, stabbing the base in the back and acting like it's not a problem. That's the main issue, I think. Numerous issues on, like, a myriad things. And in the same way, I think with the Democratic Party, the attack on activists and on, you know, pro-Palestinian activists in particular is really disincentivizing, I guess you would say, people to vote Labor and are in fact causing them to all go over to the Greens. At least the people who are feeling pushed away by that sort of behavior. All right, one quick bonus vid. One quick bonus vid. This one courtesy of one Hasan Piker. Let's see what happened when a Green Party activist showed up on Talk TV.
Ashok Kumar, political economist, dismantles the Green Party anti-Semitism smear. Let's take a look.
Or about issues, but I don't think
Okay,
that
well,
this
let's do that. Let's talk about issues.
Okay.
One thing I think we can all agree is a big story is the fact that we are seeing a massive increase in physical and verbal attacks on Jews in this country. The stabbing of 2 Jewish men by an alleged suspect currently who's already been charged, believed to be an Islamist attack, has caused great concern. We've been big summits in Downing Street, and we're going to be fast-tracking hate crime prosecutions and the like. Now, there's no doubt at all there is a problem of anti-Semitism within the Green Party, because the Green Party itself is investigating no less than 30 candidates who have been publicly identified as having made, posted or said or written blatantly anti-Semitic things called...
It's just crazy. I don't know. I don't know how it keeps happening like this. It's so wild that anytime there is a party leadership or a party that's like critical of Israel in any way, shape, or form, anytime, there's always just some anti-Semites. There's always some anti-Semites around. They just like deploy it.
Jews vermin, rats, celebrating the October 7th massacre, suggesting that Hamas are, resistance fighters.
Wait, what do you mean? Like suggesting that Hamas are resistance fighters? That statement in and of itself is not anti-Semitic, man. What the are you saying? I mean, that's literally just true, okay? It's just objectively true. They are a part of the Palestinian resistance. What the does that even mean? Like we've gotten to a point where it's like, unless you say every Palestinian, especially every like Hamas militant is not, you can't even say militant, actually. You need to say Hamas rapist barbarian. When you say Hamas, you have to say baby beheader. Otherwise, it's anti-Semitic. If you even dare to question whether or not Hamas have beheaded babies, you're also anti-Semitic. Just actually saying Hamas in and of itself is anti-Semitic. I've decided.
Green Party activists.
They make me
let's talk about the issues. Is it an issue if you support a party and a party has as much support as the Green Party has garnered in recent months, which is basically siding with Islamist extremists and anti...
Like, you're racist. What do you mean siding with Islamic extremists? That's the other side of this puzzle that is endlessly frustrating.
But I mean, she also just, she's just being vague, so she doesn't have to be specific about it. But it's like, I mean, come on. Who is siding with Islamist extremists?
On the one hand, they try to pull the woke card, and then on the other hand, and this is how Zionism works, a very racist ideology, they immediately hit the, well, why are you siding with these like Arab barbarians who want to do jihad in the Western world? It's like, well, you can't have it both ways. What is this like? It's either equal opportunity bigotry or it's equal opportunity wokeness. We can't have DEI just for Jews. Okay, and not even just for Jews, let's be real, because it doesn't even exist for Zach Polanski, who is Jewish. DEI just for pro-Israel Jews. What the is this argument? It makes no sense. It literally doesn't make sense. You can't just be like, wow, it's really messed up that you're attacking white men like this. How f***ed up of you. So much for the tolerant left here. Okay, so much for the tolerant left. So much for the tolerant left. You're a pedophile because you're trans. Boom. It's like, okay. Well, I guess you're not woke at all. Why am I expected to be woke then?
Semites and is putting up candidates in local elections who are blatantly, outrageously, disgustingly racist against Jews.
Oh, okay. So self-assured too. She's like, yeah, I really cooked on that one.
Yeah, I mean, Hasan is right here. We are allowing one form of racism, and then claiming something else, like just like completely allowing, like full stop, basically all forms of Islamophobia, which is technically a form of anti-Semitism, but we won't get into that right now. But then, we're conflating something that's clearly not an actual form of hatred with the hatred of Jews. That is the criticism of the state of Israel. And we're saying that that's not allowed. It's not even, I mean, that is what is so truly paradoxical about it all, right? Is that we're claiming one thing is anti-Semitism, which it isn't. We're saying that's unallowable in any circumstance, which of course, real anti-Semitism, it should be unallowable in any circumstance. But like, then simultaneously saying this one form of racism where you know, completely disengage from the possibility of human beings as existing in the Middle East outside of Israel is like perfectly fine. Like referring to people as animals, as savages, as, you know, whatever, right? Referring to like civilians as like terrorists, essentially, justifying the murder of civilians of a particular group of people. Like we're like it's deeply racist. But that's been allowed in basically every single corner of the media, as if it's not a problem. While you have people like Hasan and other people who've like lost, you know, their channels or whatever for periods of time, or, you know, being criticized at length, great length in the media for pointing things like this out.
You know, we have over 4,500 candidates. We've gone from a party 6 months ago that was.
This is also the double standard. Like, this woman would absolutely could call me anything under the sun. I mean, she's doing it to Muslims in general here, like calling them Islamist jihadists. But if you were to turn around and use the B word on her, right, immediately, not only would she automatically put on the tears, white woman tears, but then also you'd get yelled at by every feminist organization as well. Now, I'm not saying this is appropriate to do. I would never do it. But I just want you to understand, yes, the B word, British. But do you see what I mean? It's not even like this is not even like, oh, society cares a lot about feminism. Clearly they don't, right? We live in an unbelievably misogynistic, patriarchal society. That's not my argument at all. But I'm saying that there is like a priority.
Daddies are more stronger than mommies.
And a system of varying degrees of stigma. And Islamophobia is not stigmatized at the institutional level at all. As a matter of fact, it's welcomed and it's rewarded. It's incredible.
60,000 to now having 230,000. And so, yeah, of course, needs to be a more thorough vetting process. But it's not that those 30 candidates are being investigated for anti-Semitism. They're being investigated for a series of comments, some of them racist, some of them sexist, or the accusations of that. They haven't been found guilty of that. And a large proportion of them are guilty of being critical of the state of Israel. Some of them, of course, are anti-Semitic, but a lot of them aren't. I think,
but no one's being investigated for being critical of Israel.
That's not true. That's not true. The list was released by a Labor dossier this morning. I'm sure you've seen it, and they are, for example, retweeting the Bob Dylan lyrics about death to the IDF. I'm sorry, Julia, but that's not a crime. We're allowed to criticize and even call for the death of a foreign army. If I said death to the IRGC, should that be criminalized? If I said death to the Russian army, should that be criminalized? Should I be deselected as a Labor candidate or a Reform candidate?
The vast majority of these candidates are being investigated.
I think there are parties that have platforms, and those platforms are the policies upon which we run on. Individuals who may have tweeted things years ago out of a massive list of candidates, I think that is not an accurate representation of the party. And I think I would say the same thing for Labor. I'd say the same thing for Reform.
I think when it continues to happen again and again and again, and you're saying it's a vetting problem, again, you could argue.
I wouldn't say the same thing for Reform. I think that's too generous. I don't know this guy very well at all. First clip I've seen of him, actually. But I would not say the same thing of Reform. In fact, Reform has proven time and time again that they are just outright racists who hate Muslim people. All the time. They're always saying it.
Why do those people think that the Green Party is the home for them?
Do you think that Reform is a racist and sexist party because of the dossier that was released by Labour last week?
But I think they do have a problem.
Why is it one rule? Why is
What? You don't think Reform is a racist party, but they have a problem with racism, but you think the Green Party is an anti-Semitic party? What? Dude. These guys don't even try to entertain impartiality.
Come on!
Wow. This is just like the Tory leader going on TV and being like, no, I think Tommy Robinson, Yaxley Lennon should be able to do his anti-refugee rallies because they don't harm Jews, which they do, by the way. So that's also ridiculous. They do say anti-Semitic shit at those rallies. So it's holy, you scared the shit out of me. So that's also ironic in and of itself. But pro-Palestinian rallies are deeply anti-Semitic and very scary for Jews, so they cannot continue. It's crazy. Like, they're not even doing the whole, like, oh, bigotry is bigotry. It's unacceptable no matter what. They're like, no, bigotry only goes one way, and that's the Green Party. That's crazy to me, that they're so open about their lack of standards for the reform, and the only smoke they have is for the Greens.
Yeah, no, it's deeply pathetic. It is deeply pathetic. But I mean, in a way, we have the same problem back at home, right? Like back at home, people are ignoring, people like the ADL, for instance, are ignoring all of the actual anti-Semites running around the country, the people with the actual Nazi flags doing marches in Tennessee or wherever else. Yeah, they've completely dropped that ball. They're like, that's fine. That's not the worst kind of anti-Semitism in America. It's actually pro-Palestinian students and Hasan Piker. That's basically what's happening here, right? You're like, look, the Nazis over here are fine.
Hasan Piker?
It's Hasan Piker. He's the problem. It's the Greens. They're the problem.
No, but I didn't say the Green Party was anti-Semitic. I said you've got a problem with anti-Semitism. It's a different thing, isn't it?
I don't think there's a problem with anti-Semitism. I think that a small proportion of candidates who've said things in the past, they're being now investigated.
There are questions about
candidates is an indication.
There are questions about the likes on posts and the retweeting posts from not only Zach Polanski but also both deputy leaders as well. That would suggest there is an issue.
Tell me specifically.
There are so many pieces of paper in front of me.
There's so many.
Oh, I'm so frazzled. Oh, how dastardly. The levels of anti-Semitism of the Green Party candidacies is off the charts, I tell you. Here is Zach Polanski, your leader, the leader of your so-called decentralized Green Party, saying...
Communist!
Oh, trigger warning for our audience. Free Palestine. What? Oh, how terrifying. Can you see the levels of anti-Semitism coming from the Jew himself? Zach Polanski. I, of course, am not Jewish myself, but I am pro-Israel, and therefore know better between good Jews and bad Jews. That's right. How? Zach Polanski has liked a tweet declaring
Okay, quick question. I like to think, I don't know, I don't listen to all of my live streams back. I would never have time to do anything else, but to listen to myself, it feels a little weird. So I don't do that very much. But please tell me that my British accent's better than Hasan's. His is just... I feel like it's been getting better lately, but it's still just fucking ridiculous. I don't even know where he gets it from.
Sign to be free from the river to the sea.
No.
find
I'll message you afterwards, but you would
What
have,
is this
seen them.
accent?
I want to know. Please inform your viewers.
Oh my gosh, he's so frazzled. It's awesome. It's awesome.
I haven't seen them. I'd like to know which leaders have
absolutely plenty of them. I'm desperately trying to find them right now. Well, I will.
I'm literally in the edge of my seat.
You can.
Waiting to give us this.
By the way, what's up with this Green Party activist? This guy's maybe the reason why he's got smoke.
Stupid papers. So inconveniently convenient. Those. She really wanted to get, and then that's.
Because he's American, right? Dr. Ashok Kumar.
This vital breaking news.
Like he's just like, I just realized his accent. He's not even British. Yeah, I mean, my God, respect. Hell yeah, Dr. Ashok Kumar, cook him.
I can't actually leave through things with plaster on my fingers, but there we are.
Oh my God, this is like the Piers Morgan Russell Brand moment when Russell Brand is like, oh, I'm gonna find the Bible passage. 1 second, licking his finger, flipping through the Bible pages.
This is from Isaiah.
Well, you know, these are issues. Green Party leader shared a conspiracy theory. Rachel Millward, co-deputy leader, shared a conspiracy theory about the Golders Green attack in which 2 men were stabbed. Shared a post which claimed a third victim of the day was Muslim had been erased to suit a weaponized, desperate narrative.
That's just the truth. Oh my God, that's the one you pulled out. That's one of the anti-Semitic conspiracies. The idea that there was a third victim, that Sky News and numerous other major TV channels refused to admit that there was a third victim who happened to be Muslim, by the way, in an effort to present this as a.
I hate to admit this, but since we covered this the other day, I can't. Was this over the last weekend? I can't remember when this happened now. But we covered this the other day, and I didn't dig deeply into it because it's just more fucking violence, and I don't know. Like, I guess to some degree on that particular story, just sort of accepted the mainstream narrative that I saw in a couple of places and just moved on without really looking further into it, and just said, this is a tragedy, we should stop with the violence, and just said, whatever. I can't even remember exactly what I said, but it was like, we should probably stop with conflating Israel and Judaism and all this other stuff, probably. But somehow, I'm not, afraid to just admit it, that I somehow missed it. Like, it happened. I don't know how. I mean, I know how. Because these other networks didn't talk about it. And I just accepted a narrative. And immediately, if not sooner, consequences. But yeah, apparently there was a third person stabbed in this anti-Semitic attack who was a Muslim. Which doesn't technically make it not anti-Semitic. Let's not forget, if you speak Arabic, read Arabic, or a number of other sorts of things, or any other of the Semitic languages, because Hebrew is not the only one. Well, that would make you a Semite.
Happened to be Muslim, by the way, in an effort to present this as a deliberate, targeted, exclusive anti-Semitic attack. That's not an anti-Semitic conspiracy. That's just that's what you guys did. That's crazy. Just saying what happened. Saying what happened is an anti-Semitic.
I'm sorry, I just realized I misspoke because I'm like thinking of so many different things right now. Did I say anti-Semite instead of just Semite? I can't remember if I said Semite or anti-Semite now. But let me just, for everybody, I feel like this is a topic we haven't really talked about in quite a long time, because I felt that we had established this quite well. We had talked about it a number of times. But I just want us to look really quickly at the Wikipedia for Semite. Semitic people, an ethnicity. Semitic people or Semites is an obsolete term for an ethnic, cultural, or racial group formerly used in connection with the ancient and modern peoples of the Middle East and the Horn of Africa, including the Akkadians, Arabs, Ammonites, Arameans, Canaanites, Edomites, Habesha peoples, Israelites, Jews, Judahites, Moabites, Phoenicians, Samaritans, and others.
Okay. If you don't call this a heinous Islamic crime, a jihad, which I'm sure people that look like you love, right? Muslim man, right? Then you're a heinous anti-Semite, which I already knew. Because you're brown and Muslim, I expect you to be anti-Semitic. That's why you would vote for an anti-Semitic Jew like Zach Polanski, the chief architect of anti-Semitism. Perhaps worse than the Ayatollah, who you love and admire, I assume. What? You brown boys, you congregate and foment anti-Semitism as you narrow your eyes.
I mean, that's just one example. Motinali is.
Wait, but how is that an example? You just read out, for example, earlier that there were 2 victims of that attack. In fact, there was 3 victims. The first victim was Muslim. Why is it an anti-Semitic or conspiratorial to? Why haven't we mentioned that? The Prime Minister didn't mention that. The media hasn't mentioned that. There was the first victim was Muslim. Do Muslim lives not matter? Just
he wasn't hospitalized. I think that's one. The attack was aimed at Jews. Is the viewpoint pretty much anybody involved?
But why not even mention that a Muslim was attacked first? And he was hospitalized, actually. But you know, his name's Ishmael Hussein. He was hospitalized, and we should name that. That his life matters too. That's not anti-Semitic. That's not anti-Jewish hatred. To simply mention the other person that was also stabbed.
Well, no, I think it's not the mention of it. It's the idea that the reason it's not mentioned is because of the conspiracy. Let's talk about.
Julie, let me just ask you. Do you think that people should that you should have mentioned that earlier in your program?
On the day they talked about 2. On the day when I was.
Yes, that's right, Carl Schmidt. Extermination of Palestinian people is anti-Semitic. It's an anti-Semitic Holocaust.
On the Thursday after that event had happened, and I went to Golders Green, there was only talk of 2 victims at the time.
But do you think it's a problem
the authorities
that we don't mention
only spoke about 2 victims at the time? If you want to take that up the Metropolitan Police, that's an issue, isn't it?
But then you've just given the story and you've only mentioned 2 of the victims. I think it.
Yeah,
3 were stabbed.
Okay, but the Met Police.
I can't say it.
That?
He should be like, you should say it. Say it out loud. How many?
Guys, she just like just like you can hear like the words like somehow get sucked back into her mouth, and she tries her best news like turnabout face there. Like it was. I just want to hear it one more time.
Please, that's an issue. Isn't it?
But then you've just given the story and you've only mentioned 2 of the victims. I think it.
Yeah,
3 were stabbed.
Okay, but the Met Police.
I can't.
It's like it's almost like the words are trying to go back in her mouth. She's like, oh wow,
awful, weak.
Yep, that's right. She did a Russell Brand. All right, I'm afraid Sunday Fun Day and Mother's Day is effectively over. But it's not my fault. It's because it's 4:54 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which means the day is almost Monday for the entire planet. I didn't do that. That wasn't my fault. However, the rest of the stream is my fault, and it's going to be less fun. But there might be a few fun ones in here towards the end, once we get out of the Middle East. Because now we're going to go from anti-Semitism to talking about everything that's been happening there. starting in Gaza, which is currently, perhaps completely unshockingly to everyone, facing a public health collapse. Here is Democracy Now! From Thursday.
Israel is continuing daily strikes on Gaza while expanding areas under its control and blocking essential aid from entering the besieged territory. An Israeli airstrike on Wednesday killed the son of Khalil al-Hayya, Hamas's chief negotiator, taking part in indirect talks with Israel. His son, Azam, died from injuries from an airstrike in Gaza City. Israel has now killed 4 of Khalil al-Hayya's sons since 2018. In a separate attack on Wednesday, Israel killed 3 Palestinians from the same family. Hamas condemned the violence as a blatant violation of last year's ceasefire agreement. Since the ceasefire went into effect, Israel has killed at least 837 Palestinians. Last week, an Israeli drone strike killed a 9-year-old boy, Adel al-Najjar, who was searching for cardboard to use as fuel for cooking. Relatives of the boy decried the Israeli attack.
They were collecting cardboard so we could bake. We don't have gas. We collect cardboard to bake. They want to eat. They want to drink. His father is blind. His father does not come or go. He is completely blind. He cannot see at all. Their father leans on these children. They are the ones who hold him, move him, and bring him.
A little child. He did not damage a tank. He did not make missiles or do anything. He was torn. Isn't it shameful? Isn't it shameful what is happening to us? Isn't it shameful that we bury our children every day right in front of us? Isn't it shameful? I swear to God, our hearts are breaking for these children.
This all comes as the Israeli military seizes more territory in Gaza beyond what was agreed to in the U.S.-brokered ceasefire last October. New maps issued by Israel show 2/3 of Gaza is now effectively under Israeli control. We go now to the Gaza Strip, where we're...
I'm sorry, but I gotta end the clip there. I just can't today. Oh, it's just making me so fucking sad right now. And we know what's happening. We know what is happening here. Because around here we talk about this every fucking day practically. And we know that the system is just continuing to break down. And that the United States and Israel are the ones that are making that a reality. That Donald Trump is doing nothing to prevent Israel from continuing its genocide in Palestine. He's doing nothing to prevent Israel from doing anything it wants to do. And we're continuing to give them weapons of war, tax dollars, people still starving, people still don't have the right medical supplies, and things just continue to get worse and worse and worse. We recently talked about how, a rat infestation is taking over, and that's because it's just open air sewage and garbage everywhere. Because it's just all being thrown into piles. Because there is no infrastructure, there's no garbage trucks to take garbage away, or functional sewers to take waste away. But maybe this will pick us up.
الحركات اللي احنا بنعلمهم اياها هي حركات مبنيه على اسس علميه.
The movements we teach them are based on scientific principles that primarily help the child with the psychological issues, especially from the difficult situations that we've experienced during the 3 years of war. Many children face PTSD, and we have a significant role in activating the children, moving them from an atmosphere of depression and frustration to one of joy and human interaction with his family and with himself. I come to the center because I discovered that I have a talent, and I also come here to release the negative energy inside of me, and to enjoy. I've been here 4 years, and I'm happy with the performance that I have developed with the captains who were with me and stood by me They helped me as I started from scratch to succeed. There you go. Kids in Gaza. Continuing to dance amid the rubble. Somehow. I don't know how. It doesn't even make sense at this point. The level of resistance of the Palestinian knows no equal, it would seem. All right. Now to the war in Iran, which is unfortunately continuing to not only cause a great deal of suffering, across the Middle East, it is also creating a great deal of economic suffering across the planet. And boat crews from around the earth, tens of thousands of them, are still stuck, stranded at sea due to this war and the closure of the Strait.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We turn now to an often forgotten group of people caught in the middle of the war in Iran and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Over 20,000 seafarers who've been stranded on ships that haven't been allowed to pass through the strait for over 2 months. United Nations International Maritime Organization estimates at least 10 seafarers have been killed since the start of the war. These maritime workers are working-class men from developing countries across the global south. They form the crews on oil tankers, container ships, and smaller support vessels. The men have been trapped on some 1,500 ships that have been unable to dock on either side of the Persian Gulf. Caught between fears of war and the commercial pressures of shipping companies, the workers have limited legal protections, unpaid for several weeks, lacking the visas to disembark in any of the Gulf countries near the ships. The men have been stuck on board for weeks with dwindling supplies of food and water. Most of them had to take out sizable loans to pay middlemen to get these seafaring jobs. Now they've been stranded in a war zone with almost no money to show for it. A few hundred men have been repatriated off the ships. Here's a man who just landed back in India after an arduous journey through Iraq, Armenia, and Dubai.
We did not have internet and there was no way to communicate with our families back home. We were quite tense and our relatives also were under a lot of duress back home. Subsequently, even getting food became difficult. Around 200 people, Indians, are still stranded there.
We're joined now by two guests. Manoj Yadav is General Secretary, Forward Seamen's Union of India, joining us from Mumbai. And Mohammed Archedi is the network coordinator for the Arab world and Iran at the International Transport Workers Federation. He's joining us from Bilbao, the Basque region of Spain. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Mohammed, let's begin with you. We're talking about, what, 20,000 seafarers? What happens to them now?
For the invitation. Well, there are more than 20,000 seafarers stranded. They are in a total... they have a deep feeling of lack of protection. Part of the requests we do receive, we have until now, in the 2 months after the start of the war, we have been reached out by more than 2,000.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Hey, how long did it take? 2 minutes? 2 minutes. Somebody that knows that we've already watched this already. Yes. Sometimes I think certain stories are important enough to watch them more than once. This one was left in the list. One of like 3. One of like 3 stories I decided to leave in from yesterday. And you picked
immediately,
up on it
if not sooner.
Which tells me just how much you love the show. I can't help but be both impressed and what's the word? I don't know what the word is I'm looking for, because I don't feel this emotion very much. But I feel like I know there's a word for the emotion I'm feeling right now. But thank you. Yes, thank you for paying attention, Frisla. You're right. We did watch it, and because it's important. We're talking about tens of thousands of people that are currently stuck just in the middle of a war zone of their not of their choosing, right? Just trying to live their lives. Like Mamie just mentioned, in some cases did everything they could just to get these jobs. In some cases paying like middlemen just to get in the door. And now they're starving aboard a ship in the middle of the Gulf. Can't be an enjoyable situation. It's like an impending like humanitarian fucking catastrophe. And you're just gonna have like a ghost fleet of abandoned ships throughout the entire Gulf. It's just gonna be like, I don't know exactly how many, but it's gonna be like hundreds and hundreds of just rusting carcasses. Gonna create like an environmental disaster any minute now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Seafarers, 2,000 times reached at the ITF, at the International Transport Workers Federation. That doesn't mean that it is 2,000 seafarers, it's much more, because the seafarers is talking on behalf of a group of seafarers or all the crew on board. The main problem is the big worry, absolute big worry about the situation. Being aware of the situation of war, there are requests of repatriation, there are requests to being stranded there, being blocked there. There is lack of food, there is lack of provisions, there is lack of water, there is shortage of food. There are seafarers asking us that they are eating once a day. And of course, there is the other problems to which these seafarers, men and women, are exposed, have not disappeared with the war. So we have still cases of abandonment in the region. Abandonment as defined by the Maritime Labour Convention. Seafarers who have not been paid for 8 months, not paid for 5 months, not paid.
Yeah. I think to some degree the reason why some of these guys go without pay for many months is because they don't get paid until they come back ashore from the place that they left from. So they're just sitting out here waiting. Oh God, fucking worst. Like, can you imagine? Can you imagine just suddenly being stuck at your job for 8 months? Or at least in this case, for 2 months without any, like, you know, like no warning whatsoever. You're just stuck at your job 2 months straight. Like you're just there, you're doing the business, whatever it might be, loading the truck, bringing somebody out, and then your supervisor comes up to you and is like, hey, so we're gonna need you to stay for the next 2 months. Nope, can't leave. They just like lock the doors. I mean, that's basically what's happened here, except it was a war. And it was the United States saying, kind of. It's complicated. You didn't annoy me, Frisla. I was appreciative of your comment. Nice to know that anybody watches the show enough to pick up on anything like that, considering it's so long. Glad you're paying such close attention. Well, let's quickly continue talking about the economy here for a brief moment. Specifically, the economy in Iran.
The Tehran market is practically empty, and traders are at a loose end. This is where January's mass protests kicked off, a place where the economic pain of the war is felt keenly. No shortages in the shops or supermarkets, but the currency continues to fall. Inflation was already rampant, and in the last year prices have risen 67%.
I bought 15 eggs and it cost me twice as much as it would have before the start of the war in late February.
Sanaz is an entrepreneur and no longer wears the mandatory veil. Since the war, though, she finds herself unemployed.
Look, that was my online shop, but there's no internet anymore. I'd only just launched my site selling jewelry to customers in the Gulf, but between the economic blockade and the internet outage, I can't work anymore. I've had to stop, like everyone who was working online.
Yeah, things are rough in Iran right now. As a result of Operation Epstein Fury, people are suffering. You know, I found fascinating, though, to some degree, is that it's like the way this is all framed. Like for instance, and like the way that Iran is talked about, and then France 24 and all sorts of other networks like this talk about Iran. But they talk about the mandatory hijab, but she's not wearing it, right? Like she's not wearing it, and she's talking to a reporter, I guess. And this, I mean, somehow this message got out. I just find it to be interesting, you know, because the way that we talk about Iran, a woman without a hijab talking to a reporter, you would assume
Immediately,
would be dead
if not
immediately.
sooner.
I'm not saying there isn't repression in Iran. Just that I feel like it is framed in this sort of Orientalist way that makes it sound completely outside of anything that we could possibly fathom. When I feel like a lot of it sort of borderlines on sort of the theocratic direction that the United States is headed in, except it's just a Muslim version of that. Like, the media doesn't talk about Hungary in the same way that it talks about Iran quite as much. Like, I'm not saying that they don't talk about Iran being like a dictatorship, especially under Orban. But, you know, they had effectively like a quasi-theocratic nationalist regime. But there's the vibes. When we talk about the two different, I do feel like it just are worlds apart in the media. It does feel like that's a product of a Western-centric viewpoint. Okay. While we're talking about the experiences of people on the ground in Tehran, we should talk about the I'm sorry. We should talk about the narrative surrounding the strike on the girls' school earlier this year. Donald Trump, on multiple occasions, claimed that it was Iran who did it vehemently when pressed on it earlier in the Operation Epstein Fury timeline.
No, we seem to have things under very good control. They know that virus very well. It's been around a long time. Not easily transferable, unlike COVID. But we'll see. We're studying it very closely. We have very good people studying it very closely.
We're at a point almost 10 weeks after a missile hit a girls' school in Iran. Who fired that missile?
So that's under study right now, and we'll give you a report as soon as we have it.
I just wanted to watch this one again. This is another clip that I left in here. One of like the 3 or 4 clips that I decided to leave in from the last stream. And the reason I left this in is because it's a complete shift in the fucking narrative. All of a sudden, when asked about who did the strike, he goes from "it was Iran," definitely, to "we're doing an investigation, we'll let you know." That's a very, I mean, for Donald Trump, that's a very muted response. It's a complete 180 from where he was at, right? Like, rather than bombastically and brazenly, without evidence, claiming that it's Iran, all of a sudden he's like, we're investigating, we'll let you know. 2-3 weeks. Which sounds to me like they have investigated it. They found out it's like it's the United States, and he's been told that it was the United States, and we won't be hearing about it ever again. Or at least he's gonna try and make that be the case. I honestly, I think the shift in narrative is important because I think it speaks to where Trump's mindset is at. Clearly, something has changed. He's a shoot first, ask questions later type of guy. So while the investigation's going on, he's just making bold, wild claims about it. And now that it's probably done, you know, even though we all know the truth, we've all known the truth like this whole time. Now that the investigation, that means literally somebody just telling Trump the truth. Now he's like, oh, we're investigating it, right? Because there's no investigation coming or ever, right? We knew what happened. The United States did the strike. You know, just launch a Tomahawk missile at a girls' school and not have the chain of command to know about it. It seems pretty unlikely. Like, each one of those things costs like $1 million or something, doesn't it? Okay, $500,000. No, $2 million. $2 million. 2 to 4. You don't just launch a $2 to $4 million fucking missile at something without knowing where you're launching it. Shut up. And Tomahawks are one of the more precise C to whatever missile. You just don't go, you know, really, just whatever. You don't need a fucking investigation into that. They know what happened. Okay. Boy, oh boy, 7 hours. Galactic stream so far. Covered quite a lot of stuff. What are we up to next here? Let's talk about the current state of the ceasefire talks that we've heard so much about from everybody. France 24 English from 19 hours ago. Iran warns of retaliation as the U.S. tensions threaten fragile peace talks. And by U.S. tensions, what I mean, of course, is last night there were reports as we were ending the stream, early Sunday morning, that the United States had done a bunch of missile strikes on tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. I guess we can call those tensions. France 24.
With a peace deal in the balance, tensions between Washington and Tehran remain high. Iran on Saturday threatened to target U.S. sites in the Middle East if its tankers are attacked, Iranian media reported. This came after the U.S. fired at 2 empty Iran-flagged oil tankers in the Oman Gulf, accused of breaking the blockade.
Any attack on Iranian tankers and commercial vessels will result in a heavy assault on one of the American centers in the region and enemy ships.
Washington is still awaiting Tehran's response to their latest proposal to end the war. The White House's 14-point memo for negotiations includes provisions for a suspension on Iranian nuclear enrichment, the lifting of U.S. sanctions, and the restoration of free transit through the Strait. In efforts to reach a deal, Secretary of State Marco Rubio on Saturday met with the Prime Minister of Qatar, which is playing a key role in negotiations. Meanwhile, satellite images show an apparent oil spill off Karg Island, Iran's main crude export terminal. It was not immediately clear what caused the apparent spill.
Yeah.
Hello.
So that was basically where we ended the stream. Now, during the day on Sunday, reports came out that Iran had sent a response to Donald Trump's latest peace proposal. BBC, 10 hours ago.
Samantha Simmons, this is the Iran War Today, our daily briefing, bringing you up to date with all you need to know on the day 72 of the US-Israel war with Iran. In the next 15 minutes or so, we'll be live with our correspondents in Los Angeles, Dubai, Jerusalem, and from BBC Persian here in London. Let's start with some of today's key developments. Iran sends its response to President Trump's latest proposal aimed at ending the war. A Qatari ship carrying liquid gas appears to have passed through the Strait of Hormuz with Iranian permission, though drone strikes on other vessels have continued. Lebanon's health ministry says Israeli strikes have killed 2 paramedics in the south of the country, despite a ceasefire being agreed last month. Iran demands a series of guarantees as it indicates it will take part in the Football World Cup in the US, Canada and Mexico. And we find out why shortages of Diet Coke in India are being linked to the Iran war. We start with the news that Iran has sent its response to the latest US peace plan. We've had no official word on what's in it, but Pakistani mediators have confirmed it's been passed on to Washington. Reports say the proposal suggests the breaking down of negotiations into 2 phases. First, on ending hostilities in the Strait of Hormuz, but leaving the most complex issues of Iran's nuclear program and sanctions to later. The Iranian president did not directly reference the proposal, but posted on social media, "We will never bow our heads before the enemy, and if talk of dialogue or negotiation arises, it does not mean surrender or defeat." President Trump hasn't commented yet on the response from Iran. In the past week, he has suggested the war is primarily over, but at the same time has threatened to return to the conflict if Tehran refuses to accept his terms. On Saturday, he spent the day watching a golf tournament in Virginia, but he was active on social media, posting an AI image of himself on a warship with explosions going off around him, with another depicting drones falling like butterflies. Mr. Trump is set to travel to China later this week to meet with President Xi. Whilst America's top diplomat, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, has held talks with the Qatari Prime Minister in Miami. In a CBS interview due to air later, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said Iran's stockpile of enriched uranium must be taken out before the war can end. Let's take a listen to what he told 60 Minutes.
How do you envision the highly enriched uranium will be removed from Iran?
You go in and you take it out.
With what? Special forces from Israel? Special forces from the United States?
Well, I'm not going to talk about military means, but what President Trump has said to me, I want to go in there. And I think it can be done physically. That's not the problem. If you have an agreement and you go in and you take it out, why not? That's the best way.
It's fascinating that this fucking genocidal lunatic can go on with CBS 60 Minutes here. Talk about wanting to go into Iran and take all the nuclear material from from a country that they're in a war with, while they themselves, of course, have nuclear weapons, an untold number of them, for decades. Continue to pretend like they don't have them.
But there isn't any.
Something we'll talk about a little bit later. It was a strange sort of upside down dynamic that we have to live with on that. Now, it didn't take long after the announcement of the Iranian proposal being sent to Donald Trump for Donald Trump to let everybody know that that proposal was, all caps, totally unacceptable.
In the last hour, US President Donald Trump has criticized Iran's response to a proposal from his administration that would have ended the current conflict. In a post on social media, he said, "I've just read the response from Iran's so-called representatives. I don't like it. Totally unacceptable. Thank you for your attention to this matter." We have correspondent.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Covering the latest developments from Tehran and Washington, D.C., where we start now with Rosalind Jordan. So, Rosalind, does this amount to a rejection?
It certainly sounds like a rejection, but we don't know on what grounds. And that's because up until the president's comment on his personal Truth Social account in the past hour, we have not heard from the Trump administration what it thinks of the latest Iranian proposal for trying to end the war that started back on February 28th. Now, according to various press reports, the Iranians talked about dealing with some of the big sticking points, the situation in the Strait of Hormuz, who ultimately controls the freedom of navigation through that waterway, Iran's nuclear ambitions, Iran's ballistic missiles program, sanctions, the refunding of money that has been impounded because of those sanctions.
Oh, my God. This thing's just going to keep dragging on because this fucking moron is going to keep not accepting peace proposals that he doesn't like. And if Iran keeps sending him stuff that's going to be, embarrassing to him. And he doesn't want to lose face. It's literally what's happening right now. Is the president of the United States is trying to avoid losing face. Iran refuses to budge on a number of things that are basically red lines for him. And now we're in a fucking stalemate / what's the word? Forever war. Love the good old forever wars. Freedom. $19 years equals 990,000 weeks. I don't think that's the way that works. I think it's close to, let me think, 1,000 weeks, I think. Maybe. I can't do the math right now. It's definitely not 1 million weeks. Fake news. Okay. Well, proposal given and rejected in a very short window tonight. I'm not even going to go through it. I'm not even going to go through these clips anymore because it's just bullshit. I love that we ended and started the week with pure chaos. Like, last night's stream was fucking utterly ridiculous. Like, the complete chaos that is the Trump strategy on this thing is utterly mind-boggling. I'm just glad we're going to start off the week with the same level of desperate flailing. I don't like it. Totally unacceptable. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Right. Thank you, sir.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
All right, let's go back to talking about those nuclear weapons in Israel.
The demand for more answers on Israel's nuclear arsenal. 30 House Democrats sent a letter to Secretary of State Marco Rubio urging the Trump administration to acknowledge Israel's nuclear program and for more assurances given the ongoing war with Iran. They write, quote, Congress has a constitutional responsibility to be fully informed about the nuclear balance in the Middle East.
Shit, I'll be right back. I gotta do something really quickly. Fucking hell. I don't feel like...
Risk of escalation by any part of this party to this conflict, and the administration's planning and contingencies for such scenarios. We do not believe that we have received that information. This is sort of like an open secret. Everybody knows that Israel has nukes. We don't know how many. Is it time for there to be more transparency around that?
Well, it's not up to us. I mean, it's a very interesting story because we were put in a difficult position by the state of Israel. Some people out there might not know this, but the United States government tried really hard to prevent Israel from having nuclear weapons. It was not in the state and national interests of the United States under the administrations of Dwight Eisenhower and John F. Kennedy and Lyndon Johnson for Israel to have the bomb. The French engaged in a covert operation with Israel to help Israel build its capacity. The French were not straightforward with us about it, and the Israelis were not straightforward with us. By the end of the 60s, you have a new administration that comes into town, and the French have changed their policy, and they're now not selling weapons to Israel anymore. The Israelis come to our government and say, we'd like to buy F-4s, Phantom bombers. We're willing to do that, but we say to the Israelis, but you've got to announce that you will never introduce nuclear weapons into the Middle East. Because we were very worried about an arms race in the Middle East. And we were afraid that if the Israelis announced that they had nuclear weapons, the Egyptians would go to the Soviets and say, would you give us a nuclear guarantee? And we'd find ourselves in a Cuban Missile Crisis, but in the Middle East. So the Nixon administration, which, by the way, the Joint Chiefs of Staff didn't want Israel to have nuclear weapons. The State Department didn't want them. Really, none of the leaders in that administration wanted them to have nuclear weapons.
If I recall correctly, by the time Nixon was president, Israel already had nuclear weapons. So there's kind of like a superfluous, unimportant point. Hold on, let me make sure I got these dates right. Oh, God. What was his presidency? 69 to 74. Well, actually, maybe it was during Nixon's. Wait, no, I was wrong. I was right. I mean, it started in it depends on who you ask, somewhere between the 50s and 60s. Of course, it's been a covert, clandestine operation, so it's a little unclear, but basically before Nixon ever got up in there. So, yeah, I think the point stands.
But they had them. And so the U.S. government came up with this fix, which is basically don't say to the world that you have them, and don't introduce them. In other words, don't assemble a weapon, and we'll sell you phantoms, because the administration was afraid that if they didn't sell phantoms to Israel, members of Congress who were supportive of Israel would say, why aren't you helping the Israelis out? And
So even though Israel already had nuclear weapons, under Nixon, they were pretending like they didn't have nuclear weapons as justification to sell them the United States' most high-tech weaponry of the era. Okay, yeah, that makes
the
sense.
U.S. government didn't want to say, well, we're not helping them because they have nuclear weapons, because we don't do that. You know, we don't talk about the number of nuclear weapons France has. We don't talk about the number of nuclear weapons that the UK has. Those countries
It's
announce
rude,
them.
yeah. That's rude. It's like asking your friend how much they make at a party, you know? Rude. Don't go asking your friends about their nuclear weapons. It's a faux pas to bring up your friend's nuclear weapons. Okay?
How rude.
It's very rude. I love that take. It's a fascinating take. I've never heard anybody say that before. Huh. Is that in the Emily Post book on etiquette? I'm trying to remember who said that first. Did Tim come up with that? I think he's the first one to ever say that. Never ask your friends about their nuclear weapons. It will make you seem rude and brash. Like, I knew we were gonna get a really dumb take from a guy who's like the top historian at the Nixon Presidential Library. But that was a special take from him. I'm trying to remember what Naftali's job was in the Nixon administration. I need to look at it. Naftali or whatever it is. I can't remember. Like, my history is lacking right now.
Here are some of the questions that Joaquin Castro is posing on this issue. Maybe this might answer some of your questions. What nuclear weapons capability does Israel have? Has the administration received any assurances from Israel that nuclear weapons will not be used? Has Israel communicated to the United States any nuclear doctrine, any red lines or thresholds for nuclear use in the context of the current conflict with Iran? Has the administration assessed what circumstances could lead Israel to consider nuclear use?
Okay, apparently he wasn't in the Nixon administration. He's just the director of the Nixon Library. So he's just the guy who knows a lot about Nixon. Okay. Sweet.
What contingency planning has the administration conducted for such a scenario? I mean, we do. Look.
Is there any? I'm asking an honest question. Why? I mean, has there been some rumor that says that Israel is going to nuke Iran?
Here's the thing. I guess the question is again now.
When people started off by stammering out the sentence or the phrase honest question, it's never comes an honest question after it. Write that down. Write that down for later. Oh my god. Honest question, why even bring it up? Says Van Jones. It's weird. Why do you want to do that? I love how like the consensus opinion around the table is, can we stop? Why do we even want to talk to Israel about their nuclear weapons? It's really weird. It's really weird of everybody to want to know what's up with those nuclear weapons that they have. while we're simultaneously, the fact is about all of this is all of these guys are going like, oh, wait, we can't ask Israel about their nuclear weapons. They're only our biggest military ally in the Middle East, who we're giving billions of dollars to every year, and then claiming that we're only allowed a certain amount of freedom in America because Israel exists, so we can't criticize them, and all these other things. We can't even ask them about their nuclear weapons. All of these same guys think we need to make sure that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon, right? I just want to make sure that we are all on the same page on this. Everybody who's saying this also simultaneously thinks that Iran shouldn't be able to have a nuclear weapon, and we should be going in there, like, physically to look for all of their nuclear dust and whatever else, right? Like, the hypocrisy is at a 10 or an 11, right? They simultaneously find it just sort of like completely outside the bounds of like normalcy to ask Israel about just asking them about it, not going in there and taking whatever from them. Nothing even close to that. Just mentioning it to Israel is like a horrible gaffe, like a huge misstep to even consider. Incredibly rude, an alienating thing to do to Israel, while simultaneously we demand all of the nuclear dust from Iran. Not weapons. They don't have weapons. They just have, as Trump calls it, the dust. Which is why I keep calling it the dust. And so we're going after dust. Oh, we pretend that our ally doesn't even have nuclear weapons. If we want to go in there, boots on the ground, seize it, with whatever means. Benjamin Netanyahu was just talking about how, oh, we can go in there with the agreement. Fucking insane. It's a fucking insane double standard that nobody should live with. Like, it's nonsense. Like, nobody should live with this hypocrisy. And yet, it's like presented to us as like being a reasonable take, almost. By so many people.
And a change of status quo. Mm-hmm. There's a war between the United States, Israel, and Iran that is going on right now in the Middle East. And under those circumstances, that is actually different from what we've been experiencing for the last, 40, 50 years. And so under those circumstances, there's only one power in the Middle East that has a nuke, and it's Israel. And so the question is, what are the circumstances? What are the boundaries? Are there any boundaries? They don't acknowledge that they have them. People know that they do, but are there any boundaries? And I think that seems like a fair question to ask.
I'm assuming that there are.
Damn, Abby Martin. I'm sorry, I just called it Abby Martin. Abby Phillips cooking over here. For a second, I thought it was Abby Martin talking like that. Thank you. Needed to be said. It's a very reasonable fucking question. We all know the answer to it, but I mean, it would be nice to get an actual answer. Like, to get it from Israel and not have them continue to pretend that they don't. Now, the early morning hours on Monday here in Lebanon, more explosions were seen in the sky from across the border in northern Israel. White phosphorus.
Illegal.
War crime. As white phosphorus right there. Starting off the week with some war crimes here. I love the complete bullshit of this text. Israeli strikes send smoke billowing over South Lebanon and Hezbollah tensions persist. This is like pure propaganda. This is not a strike. This is just white phosphorus. White phosphorus is literally turns to smoke when you do this. Like, it's not a strike. This is not a missile. Oh my god. Like missiles, bombs don't do that. Missile and bombs don't explode 50 feet over or 100 feet in the air and then let off a massive cloud of white smoke. Okay, that's just not how they work. Here you go. I mean, it's not shocking. We know what they're doing. I think most of us know what they're doing. The fact is they are starting fires. Israel is attempting to start fires. You throw white phosphorus bombs, essentially, over an area, have them explode over the area. That then... Phosphorus is extremely flammable. It then hits the landscape below and starts wildfires. So this is going to start a bunch of wildfires in this agricultural area, as you can see, probably used for farming and things. A clear war crime. Okay, let's go to Al Jazeera next. See what the latest is.
Enemies and re-engineering the region through brute force. The push to settle new territories taps into a concept that has biblical connotations: Greater Israel. Media discussions about a Greater Israel never used to be in the mainstream, but have grown much more common, and more settler voices are being platformed, becoming fixtures in Israeli media coverage. The Listening Post's Tarek Nafa now on the normalization of the idea of a Greater Israel.
You have a movement of people who are actively pushing for the expansions of Israel's boundaries. A deep web of different settler movements that are working together on an idea that Israel should be much larger than it currently is.
מעצבים את מדינת ישראל מחדש, מגנים עליה וחוזרים הביתה אחרי אלפי שנים, התרגשות.
Every day we see support for the concept of a greater Israel.
אפילו אם אנחנו מדברים על כל ארץ ישראל השלמה, שיש עוד הרבה זמן להגיע לזה, עדיין יהיה מדינה קטנה יחסית לעולם. לא נורא אם נתרחב קצת.
Last August, Netanyahu stated that he's very much connected to the idea of greater Israel.
אתה מתחבר לחזון?
מאוד.
באמת?
מאוד.
לישראל השלמה.
That would have been unfathomable just a few years ago. It's becoming more and more mainstream and more normalized.
As Israeli forces have rampaged through Gaza, the West Bank, Syria, and Lebanon, a once fringe settler fantasy, the idea that Israel should be larger, greater, has never been more prevalent.
ובסופו של דבר ישראל פה צריכה לבסס את העוצמה שלה, והעוצמה שלה היא במשפט אחד: לא נסוגים מדרום לליטני.
The concept of a greater Israel has deep roots. The father of modern Zionism, Theodor Herzl, advocated for a future Israel that would stretch from the Brook of Egypt to the Euphrates. The influential Zionist thinker, Zev Jabotinsky, wrote the song East Bank of the Jordan River in 1929.
Another way of putting that, from the river to the sea.
It remains popular in the Greater Israel movement. The idea is anchored in a religious prophecy that views the land between the Euphrates River and the Mediterranean Sea as promised to the Jewish people.
People can sometimes get carried away with thinking that you know, this biblical map of Greater Israel is in fact a blueprint for Israeli takeover of the entire region. What's really happening is more simple than that. What the concept of Greater Israel does in Zionist political thinking is that it strengthens and emphasizes the idea that Israel's current borders are not fixed and are not destined to remain as they are, and that Israel has a right to expand those borders kind of as and when it chooses.
One of the main mottos of Gush Emunim, of the bloc of settlers fighting for Greater Israel historically, is this idea of Nachel belevavot, which literally means in Hebrew, to settle the hearts. And the idea is that it's not enough to only settle the land. We also need a plan to settle the hearts and the minds of the people, to convince them of this project. And that's one of the things that the settler movement has been most successful in over the course of the past decades, is really a PR campaign selling this idea that settlements bring security.
Following the October 7 attacks in 2023, Israel's settler movement saw an historic opportunity to push their agenda forward.
צריך להתיישב בעזה, נקודה. לא יהיה איום פשיטה מעזה, כי פשוט לא תהיה עזה, עזה יהודית.
Chief among them, Nachala, led by veteran settler activist Daniela Wise, a frequent commentator on Israeli television and supporter of Greater Israel.
מה גבולות הגזרה של ארץ ישראל בעיני רוחך?
מנהר פרת?
כן.
ועד נהר...
פרת זה...
עיראק?
יש לך תוכניות להתיישב גם בגולן הסורי?
כן.
Wise is one of a constellation of voices who are mainstreaming ideas about conquering lands far beyond Israel's borders. They include the
This is Nazi Germany talk. Okay, this is God, I can't remember what they called it. Did they call it a Greater Germany? I can't fucking remember now. No. Oh, but it was basically, it was like a similar fucking thing. It was, you know, like it repelled Germany to continue expanding its borders in the region. Israel's doing the same fucking playbook over here. It's fucking disturbing. And the United States is literally funding it, involved in it right now. I mean, literally, militarily, we are working side by side in the Middle East right now. These guys are looking to expand, and unfortunately, the settlers, like Al Jazeera is rightly pointing out, continuing to grow in terms of political power. And the government, as we've seen, is continuing to grant them more and more of what they want in the West Bank. And you have them over here talking about a quote-unquote Jewish Gaza. It's a disturbing thought, the way that they talk about this. Israel is just going to literally just extricate all of the Palestinians and replace them with Israelis.
ultra-right organization Uri Tzafon, whose motto is occupation.
Right, thank you. That's right, it's a German word, and that's why I couldn't think of it. Or Lebensraum, however you say it. Thank you, Frisla. How is that translated again? Living space. Yes, living space.
Expulsion, settlement.
I first started tracking Uri Tzafon in the spring of 2024, which was very soon after they were founded. And in the recent period of time, we've seen a tremendous uptick in their support.
צריך להתיישב בצפון הגליל, צפון הגליל נגמר בליטני, כמו שהגדירה ההסתדרות הציונית לפני 100 שנה.
At the beginning of March, again and again, there were mainstream Israeli media personalities who started talking about the idea that the Litani River in southern Lebanon had to be Israel's new northern border, and that it had to be ethnically cleansed of its Lebanese inhabitants. The villages had to be destroyed.
זה רצועת ביטחון עם הבדל אחד, אין שם נפש חיה, אין תושבים.
This is basically like, once again, not necessarily the playbook, but sort of like the same, like this very similar historical parallels to Germany. It's like when the ethnic cleansing project doesn't bring about all of the peace that they wanted in Germany, they start moving outwards. They're, you know, like, these are basically like Lebensraum and, you know, greater Israel concepts. I feel like are kind of happening for fairly similar-ish reasons. You can't solve problems internally by just kicking out particular ethnic groups or whatever, right? Like people you don't like, LGBTQ people, Romas, and whomever else. Like, it doesn't work like that. Can't get rid of the Palestinians and solve all the problems.
כפרים, אין כלום. הכל ריק. כמו שעשו בקו הצהוב בעזה, ככה צריך לעשות בלבנון.
Until at the end of March, the defense minister, Israel Katz, made an announcement that Israel would control up to the Litani River and hundreds of thousands of Lebanese people would not be able to return to their homes. The media becomes a policy. Next time there's a war with Lebanon, they'll be one step closer. The Litani River has become a sort of common sense idea. And so as much as I would like to dismiss a movement like Orei Tzafon, it would be foolhardy to think that it's a project that doesn't have any future.
מדברים על לבנון והסדר לקראת משהו, השטח הזה לא צריך לחזור אליהם בכלל. הם לא צריכים לדעת שאולי הם יחזרו לשם.
היית אומר שצריך ליישב אותו ביישובים ישראלים?
הייתי אומר שהתיישבות יהודית ישראלית בכל מקום שווה ביטחון נקודה.
We saw the same happen with Gaza. You know, in the weeks after October 7th, we heard, you know, increasingly bombastic statements by prominent figures in the Israeli media on the big TV networks.
גם שנחסל את החמאס, אנחנו צריכים את השליטה הביטחונית של מדינת ישראל בעזה, אנחנו צריכים להישאר שם.
Which includes the...
I haven't seen this one yet. I mean, this is just what's live on Al Jazeera right now, but I'm like lasered in right now on this. I mean, this is well put together, and it's disturbing. It's a disturbing picture that's being painted here. Ah! We've gone from Sunday Funday to, what are we going to call this?
Far-right Channel 14, but also the more mainstream Channel 12 and 13, and the public broadcaster, Can.
Sorry, moms. I'm sorry, moms, but the day's over. It's Monday. We've switched from Sunday Funday stream to Terrible Monday.
These
Sunday,
TV stations
Monday.
are hugely popular in Israel. Millions of people watch them every day. And the fact that these statements become normal really gives rise to them becoming normalized, becoming popular among the Israeli society.
As Palestinians are experiencing in the occupied West Bank, Israeli settlers are violent, dangerous, and operate with impunity. But on the Israeli airwaves, they're given the kid gloves treatment.
מה בחלום שלך? מה היית רוצה לראות פה?
פה יהיה יישוב גדול, מתפתח יפה.
Too often, voices once considered extremist, even by Israeli standards, are being positioned as authorities on the country's security.
מי שנמצא כאן מגן על מדינת ישראל. כשהטייסים שלנו תוקפים בלבנון, אנחנו עובדים בקרקע, אנחנו מחזקים את מדינת ישראל.
We see a consistent trend that settlers and other people deeply involved in the settler movement, the Greater Israel movement, are brought onto Israeli TV and other media platforms to speak as experts on security.
יש לנו כאן עניין מהותי להגיד שההתיישבות בעזה זה הפתרון היחיד אחרי 7 לאוקטובר.
Part of that is the ways that settlers have become.
Did you see that? I'm sorry, I can't read all of this. There's no way. Not in this format. It just keeps going back and forth between English and subtitles. But look at this. Settlement in Gaza is the only solution after October 7th.
This is ridiculous. אחרי 7 לאוקטובר.
Is it just me, or is she giving like who am I thinking of? Like she's like, it's like Israeli Roseanne or something. No, not Roseanne. The other one. Like, can't I think of it? 90s. Fuck. Damn it.
Is the ways that settlers have become
The crazy one who's like big Trumper. Is it Roseanne? I always forget. Like the celebrity stuff I'm always like forgetting about. I can never remember who did what. I feel like I remember like all the politician stuff that's going on, but when it comes to like celebrity stuff, I just get them mixed up. Who is doing the unhinged like pro-Trump like Facebook posts or whatever tweets?
military actors in the West Bank. There's a sort of
Was it Roseanne who was doing
that?
Okay, all right.
Logic that settlements bring security is the correct one. And we see empirically that that's not true. That settlements and the quest for greater Israel and a kind of constant eternal warfare and expansion is not something that has made Israelis safer. Certainly, of course, has not made anyone else in the region safer, has brought tragic genocidal consequences.
Tragic genocidal
A dangerously hubristic, genocidal doom loop.
Perpetrated what rights groups widely consider to be a genocide in Gaza, then invaded and occupied new territory in Lebanon and Syria. Israel has grown accustomed to the freedom to operate as it pleases in the region. A maximalist plan to recreate biblical Israel is not a mainstream idea in the country, but some version of a greater Israel increasingly is. And because it has entered the mainstream, the settlers have already widened the horizon of what is possible.
This kind of rhetoric that we see today on the Israeli media is the logical outcome of decades of rhetoric that dehumanizes Palestinians and dehumanizes Arabs more generally. I don't think you can say a majority of Israeli society
arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Gaza, settling Lebanon. Those positions are still pretty divisive within Israeli society. But what you can say is that a majority of Israeli society would not put up a fight if that happened. Israel wants total freedom of action across the Middle East. Over the last 2.5 years, it's largely been achieving that. The concept of Greater Israel, this is what it's about. It's about total Israeli domination over the entire region.
And finally, this past week, the 2026 Pulitzer Prize for Breaking News Photography has been awarded to a Palestinian, Sahar Al-Ghora, for his coverage of the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza. Al-Ghora's images, published by the New York Times, document starvation, displacement, and daily life under Israeli bombardment. The backlash was not long in coming. A self-described media watchdog organization that calls itself Honest Reporting, a group that targets what it calls anti-Israel bias, accused Al-Ghora of staging scenes and advancing what it called a manufactured famine narrative.
Shock, I'm shocked. Palestinian wins the Nobel Prize for photography. Israel immediately says it's anti-Semitism. All right, that's not quite what happened, but you get what I'm saying. Like, I mean, it's incredible how they just try and discredit Palestinians at every fucking turn, no matter like what. Like they're just like, oh no, it's fake. Fake news. Fake news. Palestinian fake news. We call it Pallywood. Everybody's saying it. Ay. What a troubling time to be living through. Well, we're making it through the list here fairly well. Let's see if we can have some fun in the back half here of the stream. By the way, we are 8 hours in. We're almost done. And if you haven't already, hit that follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. Without your support, we would cease to exist. Things like Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifts and subs, Prime subs, Cash App, PayPal, donos. Throne contributions, and Patreon memberships keep this channel alive. All right. Well, let's see if we can have some fun in Russia. Victory Day Parade. TRT World.
Говорит и показывает Москва.
The show went on in Moscow's Red Square, but for the first time in nearly 2 decades, Russia's Victory Day Parade was noticeably scaled back. Gone were the intercontinental ballistic missiles, columns of tanks and much of the heavy military hardware traditionally used to showcase Russian power. Instead, this year's parade focused largely on marching troops and military personnel, reflecting heightened security concerns and continued tensions surrounding the conflict in Ukraine. Among those marching this year were fighters involved in what Moscow calls its special military operation, alongside troops from North Korea, a rare and symbolic appearance highlighting Russia's increasingly visible military ties with Pyongyang and an exhibition of its links of past and the present.
Like how North Korea shows up with a bunch of chromed out AKs. Like, what the fuck?
And an exhibition of its links of past and the present.
The great feat of the generation of victors inspires the soldiers who are today carrying out the tasks of the special military operation. They are resisting an aggressive force that is armed and supported by the entire NATO bloc. And despite this, our heroes continue to advance.
At times, television viewers were not watching live pictures from Red Square at all, but carefully edited videos showing Russian soldiers in combat zones and its newest weapons.
I'm sad. Every year I wake up to watch the military hardware at the parade. But of course, if it's not there, it means that's how it has to be that way.
It's okay that it was smaller this year. It's not the most important. What matters is that it stays in the hearts of minds of the people. Every family should know its heroes. The main thing is the memory.
President Vladimir Putin used the ceremony to emphasize sacrifice, patriotism and national unity, presenting the conflict as part of a broader historical struggle and using Victory Day as a rallying cry for both troops and society. Despite Moscow declaring a temporary ceasefire for the holiday, nervousness and anxiety were visible across the capital with unprecedented security measures.
Yep, if you recall, last time we talked about this parade, Donald Trump had declared a ceasefire. He supposedly brokered between the two countries for 3 whole days so that Russia could do Victory Day parade here. And it looks like he went off without any hostilities breaking out. Something I was rather skeptical about actually taking place, but it would seem I was wrong about that one. Fact is, though, I'm always just skeptical of anything good ever happening at this point. Like, I've stopped predicting good things happening because it never comes about. So, like, at this point, I'm just like, yeah, nothing good's ever gonna happen. Don't tell me something good's gonna happen. Show me. All right, that's not true. Sometimes I predict good things from happening, but they just never come true. It's very frustrating. Okay, moving on now from Russia. And quickly talk about the problematic political situation in India.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman in Austin, Texas, with Nermeen Sheikh in New York.
We turn now to India, where recent state-level elections have created a political earthquake, further consolidating the power of the ruling Hindu nationalist BJP, led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. With the recent victory, 78% of the country now live in BJP-run states. Two major opposition parties to the right-wing BJP lost in West Bengal and Tamil Nadu, with the BJP winning the crucial border state of West Bengal for the very first time, defeating one of Modi's most outspoken opponents, Mamata Banerjee. Banerjee's term is supposed to end today, but at a press briefing Tuesday, soon after the results were announced, she refused to resign as chief minister of West Bengal, claiming the elections had been rigged by the BJP.
If someone takes over by force and expects me to resign, that is not going to happen.
Now also I want to say that we didn't lose the election. It is their forceful attempt to defeat us. We fought against the all machinery, where Prime Minister and Home Minister is also involved. Directly interference. So how they play the dirty, nasty and mischievous games. I have never seen this type of election in my life.
Mamata Banerjee has accused the Modi government of using the Election Commission of India to defeat her party by deleting 9 million names from the polls in what she's called an exercise in mass disenfranchisement.
That's a fucking ridiculous number. 9 million voters purged? Unbelievable. I'm just trying to think, like, how many people voted in the last U.S. presidential election? Like 150, 160? Something like that? Maybe a little more?
Nearly
I mean, and right now we're in the middle of doing a whole bunch of real shady shit. I wonder how long it'll be until we hear about things like this. 9 million voters purged. Good God. And we pretend like India's a fucking democracy while they do.
Million
like
voters in West Bengal, most of them Muslim, were not allowed to cast their vote. Meanwhile, hundreds have been arrested and 4 people killed, including
no
a
shit. No shit, Mitty. Democracy is having a terrible century. Year. It's having I mean, really. But yeah, things are just heading downhill. Heading downhill fast.
Of the BJP's leader in West Bengal in the wake of clashes between supporters of Banerjee's party and the BJP.
For more on the Indian elections and their significance to the future of Indian democracy, we're joined now by 2 guests. Gilles Vernier is a political scientist focusing on Indian electoral politics and history. He teaches at Sciences Po in Paris and joins us from San Francisco. And joining us from New Delhi, Arfa Khanum Sherwani, an award-winning Indian journalist and a senior editor at The Wire, a leading independent digital news website. She hosts a popular news
9 million is less than 1% of the population of India. Yeah, but it's a huge portion of the electorate, right? Because there's like, hold on. I think it's a pretty big portion of the electorate, right? How much is a crore? Actually, I take it back. It is like 1%. Still, though, it doesn't matter. Like 1%, 2%. I Like, I know it's bigger than the United States. I'm not pretending it's the same size. But, like, just having 1% of the population just be disenfranchised suddenly is quite drastic. And for, like, ethnic and or religious reasons, it's pretty disturbing.
An analysis show on YouTube. Welcome to both of you to Democracy Now! Arfa, if we could begin with you, could you just respond to the election results, what happened particularly in West Bengal, and the effects of what the Election Commission did prior to the election, what impact that may have had?
Thank you very much for having me. First of all, I think in the last 12 years of Narendra Modi's rule and me covering it as a journalist, I feel like these two particular states, Kerala and West Bengal, they stood as perhaps the biggest resistance to Narendra Modi's majoritarian politics, which was intended to divide the Indian public based on their religion. And Mamata Banerjee in particular, like if you ask me the effect and the impact it will have on Indian politics, I would say Mamata Banerjee in particular was single-handedly was one of the fiercest chief ministers who stood against this divisive agenda of the BJP and its cultural wing, the RSS, starting from demonetization, to the Citizenship Amendment Act, which was actually aimed to establish India as a Hindu nation. It was modeled on, the state of Israel, a natural home for Hindus as Israel is for the Jews. Mamata Banerjee came out on the streets, and taking along hundreds and thousands of people with her. So I think BJP now getting hold of this bordering state called West Bengal is a bad news for everyone who believes in a plural, diverse idea of India. And one more thing, I think, and the most important thing, that it's also a blow to, I would say, the federal structure of India, because federalism allows India against this forced uniformity that Mr. Modi's politics and policies try to impose on India. And so with Mamata Banerjee now not remaining the chief minister of West Bengal, I feel it is one of the biggest blows to the federal structures, and it is going to weaken the opposition. And the saddest part, in the last 25 years of me covering India and Indian elections, I mean, I have covered at least 5, parliamentary elections and dozens of assembly elections. This is for the first time that I am observing on the ground, not just in the studio, that the general public does not think the elections are free and fair in India.
Yep. In fact, there's a huge portion of the Indian electorate do not vote. It's an enormous electorate of nearly 1 billion people, right? Like 2/3 of the population are eligible to vote, but not nearly, which is why something like 9 million people just disappearing from the rolls is, problem. Because say they went through the rolls and said these are the most likely to vote people in these particular elections in this particular way, and then they remove those people, because that's kind of what it seems like happened here. That's a real problem. Unfortunately, we've talked a number of times about this problem of democracy in India, with nationalist Narendra Modi in charge of the country. Hindu nationalist. I mean, it's basically, like, we don't talk about India like we talk about Iran, but it's a theocracy. They repress people of particular faiths. Modi literally went and prayed at a temple that was built on top of a burned down mosque, which had been burned down in an ethnic an ethnic cleansing attack, essentially. I can't remember what region of India it was, but we watched this story a couple of years ago or something. But it's insane. That we talk about India it's just this normal, free and fair democracy. Maybe you call it the Modi regime, which is what it should be called. People are right. I see people talking about it. I mean, it's a very diverse place. Unfortunately, Modi's trying to pretend like it's not. And that's bad. All right. Now, let's go east. Right next door. To Bangladesh. Where, unfortunately, Operation Epstein Fury, the war in Iran, is causing a great deal of economic problems. If this situation continues, we will have to move back to our village and find some other way to earn a living. It is not possible to survive in Dhaka.
The energy, the production drops about 30 to 40%. And the cost of doing business has increased about 35 to 40% also. The local demand has been dropped because of the inflation's getting high.
Basically, there's a crisis because of the disruption in the raw materials. So all the suppliers have increased their prices of swing threads, polybags, and other accessories items of garments. For that reason, the cost of doing business for exporting the garment have been increased quite significantly in past 1 month.
Okay. Now for some what will hopefully be fun. To Navarro Media from Wednesday. 2 weeks in China blew my mind.
What you talking about? China!
We don't usually do long segments about our holidays on Navarro Media, but as many of you will know, I've recently come back from 2 weeks in China. And given me and Aaron love talking about the country so much, I thought it would be worth sharing some of my thoughts here on the show. Of course, going to China, seeing some new buildings, some bright LED lights, and coming back with your mind blown by cool infrastructure is not exactly original. Lots of people are doing it at the moment. And it's something actually that the Chinese government seem keen for Westerners to do. So hypermodern cities like Chongqing, a city of around 18 million people in central China, often forms the backdrop of videos extolling the wondrous virtues of modern China. My Twitter feed is currently full of short videos showing the drone show in Chongqing, which the city put on for their May Day bank holiday. Unfortunately, I wasn't there for this. I missed this. I'm yet to see a drone show, which I would love to do. Some influencers have been explicit about the message we're supposed to take away from the impressive skylines of China.
This is a warning to any Westerner visiting China. The first thing that's going to happen is you're going to question your reality of living in the States or living in the West. As in, what the hell are we getting in the West? As an American born and raised my whole entire life, I could not imagine living in a city that looks as beautiful as this. This is Shanghai. And here in Shanghai, I could leave my bags right here, unattended, probably for the whole day. It would still be there, or the police would probably pick it up for me, right? You could not do that probably anywhere in America.
It's worth being clear from the outset, the China maxing phenomenon seems partly manufactured. The Chinese government has been courting influencers to improve its image in the West. Indeed, they even invited me on an all-expenses-paid trip to the country last year. I suppose reluctantly, but also politely turned that down and went this year off my own back instead. Now, you might notice my phone camera isn't as good as some of the influencers online. I didn't take a gimbal or even a selfie stick, but I still thought I'd share some moments I thought would be interesting for you guys to see and which would spark some interesting conversations with Aaron and myself. And I did go, for my sins, to some classic influencer haunts. This is the restaurant in Chongqing where you can cook your own meat barbecue as you look at the lit up Chongqing skyline. Covering your skyscrapers with LED lights really does create.
It is nice, though. I mean, even on his cell phone footage with no gimbal or selfie stick, as he pointed out, it looks incredible. Look at that view. I mean, my God. Looks like some sort of future city. They're living some sort of, like, utopian cyberpunk future here in China.
China.
Impression. I do believe they go off at 10:30, so everyone can sleep. You're not sort of stuck with that in your city.
Oh, no, I forgot to do the Nick Shirley Cuba situation. You mentioned this to me last stream or the stream before it, and I totally forgot about it. There's no way I have it in me for tonight. We're already in Asia. Can't turn around now. I'll go back to Cuba. You know how this stream works. God. You're right, we didn't do Nick Shirley. It's because, once again, I feel like going after Nick Shirley is like hunting an already wounded deer or something. He's such a fucking idiot.
And this is my friend Lewis. I'm doing the Western Tourist Chongqing barbecue pose. This is the view as you ride the monorail. So it's the train that goes through the apartment block, which has become the iconic image of Chongqing. And I mean, one thing that just stands out to you is the density of Chongqing and all of these cities. Makes me even more of a YIMBY than I already am. Sort of most of these buildings would probably get blocked in London because they'd say this is not within the character of the local area. So it's nice to go somewhere where they're not afraid of density. That's some of my terrible camera work. Then you can find better portrayals of Chongqing's architecture elsewhere on YouTube, people with drones, people who are really sort of committed to the bit of sort of filming fancy buildings from high locations. What I thought I could probably add, though, here is how the local government is very actively using this infrastructure to build legitimacy in public relations campaigns. So these are all posters from a metro station in Chongqing put up by the city-owned rail network. Here you can see a photo of the monorail. The text in Chinese says, "Promote high-quality development, create high-quality life," which is pretty much my politics in a sentence. This one has the image of the monorail going into the apartment building that's sort of iconic now. It says, "Speed up and run, move forward." And then this one says, "Accelerating the construction of a metropolitan area on rails." I want to take a pause here. Aaron, you don't see many posters like that on the London Underground. They're normally telling you, not to look at people funny or to do sexual harassment or not littering. Whereas in China, you've got this sort of constant vision of, the future is bright. We're building infrastructure so you can have a brilliant life.
Yeah. Well, it's because we're not a country anymore, Michael. We're a Ponzi scheme. This country is a Ponzi scheme. It doesn't have a vision of the future. It doesn't have a sense of collectivity and meaning like many other places do. And those kinds of messages that you saw on those posters were exactly what you'd see on British rail posters, basically from 1945.
That's kind of true, actually.
And before then as well, but basically from 1945 all the way through to privatisation. And if you don't believe me, put in retro British rail poster and you'll see a ton of stuff that's just really optimistic and bold about the country and about what we're going to build together and how it was better than yesterday and better than today, and we should be optimistic about what's ahead of us. That's gone because we aren't a country. And people might think I'm being flippant when I say this, but we are not. We're an economic zone. We're a Ponzi scheme. We're a market for US capital and big tech. We're a place where US asset managers can exploit us. We're a place where US big tech can open servers and can actually hire pretty cheap, efficient, effective labor when it comes to their industry. We're a nice little entrepot for US finance and for global finance, which is effectively a US industry. We're an aircraft carrier in terms of US bases being in the North Atlantic. We have many of the many US bases in this country. So Britain is not a country anymore, sadly.
Hold on. It's getting too Britishy now. We're not talking too much about Britain. We're going to go back to China.
I have to have my China.
Have to have my China. That's what we're here to talk about. Okay, Bell. Aaron. Stay focused.
Major fast development. My worry is sort of there isn't time for people to sort of just relax and have a good time if it's a very hyper-competitive society. And that meant that Chengdu, I suppose, to sort of put to bed some of those fears.
Yo, nice. Vans for president. The one guy clamoring for Vans for president. This guy, Kevin. Nice, Kevin. Good job, pal.
A brilliant place to visit. Now, Chengdu is the capital of Sichuan province. It is a couple of hours of train, a couple of hours by train from Chongqing. Another mega city, so it has around 20 million people, known as China's most relaxed city, which definitely seemed true to me. So it's full of relaxed streetscapes, cafes by rivers, people eating hot pot, having beers out in the street. It felt surprisingly like being in Barcelona or Berlin. Aaron asked me yesterday what I found most surprising about China. I said, one, it's a bit more communist than I thought, which is what we're going to get onto. And two, it felt more like a European city at times than I had thought. It didn't feel sort of that different. Walking around on hot evening felt like, in Chengdu in particular, felt like you're in Barcelona or Berlin. People having just a really nice time. Obviously not everyone, but lots of people. And my big takeaway from Chengdu, this is what sort of surprised me, not about China, but about sort of like my overall philosophy in general, is that major roads apparently don't have to be miserable places. Now, this is, of course, mainly made possible in China because nearly everyone drives an electric car. So you don't have all the noise and pollution that you would sort of with
Wait, stolen MR background. Wait, who stole the MR background? What? Oh, you're right. Oh my God. Look at Aaron stealing the MR back. I didn't even notice it.
Illegal.
Good God. Thank you. Oh, okay.
Have all the noise and pollution that you would sort of with petrol-powered engines. But it's also because in Chengdu, they very creatively covered all their major roads with climbing vines and flowers. I think we can get up a picture here. How lovely is that? You also have silent cars again. So you can see there you've got a Chinese electric vehicle with all of those vines going up those concrete motorways. Now, I'd never imagined a concrete motorway could be beautiful. And when you walk around at night under those motorways, they're actually quite pro-social places. So here you have people having beers and a barbecue under a pretty major road junction. And this was perhaps my favorite thing I saw on my whole trip. It's a musical gathering by retired people under a Chengdu motorway junction.
I love that under the bridge is just a place to set up a random concert. Like, what the fuck? Good
Now,
God.
I love that. Now, because I was thinking, when I got invited by the Chinese government to go on the influencer tour, it's very attractive because all expenses paid, etc.
Under the bridge near my Earth apartment is a bunch of trash.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
But I was worried that anything I saw, I would feel like, oh, I'm just being shown this because it's a state-backed influencer tour. That literally, I just wandered past it in the street. And it's like just loads and loads of old people who gather on a weekend under a motorway to all sing to each other. Like, it were quite organized performances. So you had different people go up, playing different musical instruments, singing songs. There was a guy, the video is a little bit abrupt because, you know, I felt like, is it appropriate to be filming this? And there was a guy who was, he was an older fella, but I couldn't work out if it was a police uniform or whatever, but he sort of wandered up to me and I thought he was going to say, you know, this isn't for you to film, etc. But he said, come sit down, come sit down. And then he sung the next song. So he really wanted us to come and see him sing his song. I should also say, going back to the car issue, Chengdu, Chongqing, every city I visited, so I went to Beijing, Chengdu, Chongqing, Shanghai, have a brilliant metro system. So I'm not saying let's not bother with public transport. Let's just have mega roads all across the city.
Just going to skip around through this video here. Hit some of the different things Michael had to say about his little trip to China. A little bit more than a little trip. I mean, 2 weeks. I mean, if you're going to go all the way to China, you'd probably maybe do it for a couple weeks. That makes perfect sense, I suppose. And in a couple weeks, I feel like it would still be very difficult to see that much of China. Like, you'd really have to have quite a itinerary, if you will.
I said a moment ago, I came away feeling a bit more like I'd been in a communist country than I had expected I would. So in Shanghai, we went to the Chaoyang Model Village. It was built in the 1950s for industrial workers moving from the countryside. And just around the corner from that, you have a very hipster-looking, now, I suppose, guess what that building is, Aaron?
Community centre?
Local Communist Party headquarters.
Wow.
They had a hipster coffee shop on the ground floor. You could read books by Xi Jinping. I think we can see this, the quite sort of hipster shelves there. And this was the help desk. It was unmanned at that point, which I thought was quite coded. They had a sort of the nicest coffee brand on the ground floor, which is called Manners, which is sort of like nicer than Pret. So it was very fully automated luxury communism. Probably more meaningful, though, were these buildings. So this is a community canteen run by the party. They have them sort of in cities everywhere, loads in Shanghai, and they're specifically designed for elderly people to get cheap meals and to get out of the house. Young people can go, though, as well. We did. The meal was delicious, cost about £2. You can you imagine a more balanced meal for £2? And it was completely heaving. I saw a sort of article online saying they were shutting because of not enough demand, but all the ones we went into were heaving. And I don't have an image of it, actually, because, you know,
it looks, I mean, it's making me hungry right now, actually, a little bit. I gotta move from this topic. I gotta move from this topic because I've been going for 8.5 hours. All I've eaten is a fucking bagel. Yay. Although I do have those snacks coming in from Throne. Somebody bought the trail mix. $10 for 4 pounds of cranberries and nuts. Whenever those come, that should solve some of my snacking problems midstream. That's just the thing is, I'm a snacky. I want a snack, right? I see snacks and it makes me even snackier, but then I have no snacks, and that's a problem, right? When I'm not streaming, I can cook actual food, but when I am streaming, making food is difficult, right? Like it's a whole thing. That's where the snacks become so important. Appreciate all of you, by the way, for your donations lately. You've been keeping me alive over here. Bills paid, even with the demonetization from YouTube. Feeling jealous? Very jealous. I'm very hungry right now. Like, I just see these guys over here just crushing a bunch of what looks like pretty delicious food, I'm not gonna lie, and I don't have any of it. My tummy is mad at me for looking at it. Somehow my stomach knows when I'm looking at good food. I don't know how that works, some sort of instinctual thing, I assume, but
need there, but also because he wanted the party to be more in people's lives. So you have more of these community centres opening up, which is sort of quite Communist Party branded, and then have various functions in the community. On the Xi Jinping sort of let's make the country more communist, there's also a lot of that sort of in the more formal sense, communist and nationalist myth-making. So in Shanghai, we went to a very new building. Well, the building wasn't new, but the museum seemed sort of done up recently, commemorating the resistance to the Japanese in the Second World War. In Shanghai, they've also opened a massive museum celebrating the founding of the Communist Party. That was in 1921. So it celebrates 100 years of the party, goes from revolutionary struggle to China's technological flourishing. And there's also a lot of space devoted to Xi Jinping and some quite fun communist escalators. The museum was opened in 2021 for the 100th anniversary of the founding of the CCP. And it seems like in regions across the country, they were sort of doing events to celebrate this. So in Chongqing, they commemorated that anniversary by launching a pretty spectacular Broadway-type show, which we went to. This is our picture by my friend, of Chongqing 1949. So it portrays the communist liberation.
Oh my God. Dude, the scale of this is wild. I have to know if these stairs are permanent or not, because this is insane. Look at the scale of this stairway. It's enormous. We need a new word for the size of that fucking stairway. It's inside of a building, I think. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell if that's actually, I think it's a building. I mean, I can see the scaffolding. And this shit is, that's wild.
Chongqing from the KMT, so the nationalists during the Chinese Civil War, has, if you squint there, you can see that above those lights, there's lots of people sort of flying across the ceiling, which is whenever they were representing sort of fighting, they had people marching through the air. The seats span, it was all very, very high tech. Obviously, though, in many ways, China doesn't feel very communist. So to get to the Communist Party Museum in Shanghai, which I just showed you, you get off at a station called site of the CCP First Founding Conference. It's a very good name for a metro station. But this is what greets you when you walk out of that station. So you can see here, that's site of the first CPC National Congress, South Hangwo Road.
You've been here all night and you've just been sleeping on and off? Lurk away, Paige. I'm glad to have you, whether you're in chat or not. I mean, I'm always glad to see people typing, but, sometimes the Galactic News Network's just good for listening. Curling up in bed, too. Meal prep for the week so that I could pop something in the microwave in stream days. That would work if I owned a microwave. That would be a good solution. In theory.
And then you sort of turn around, you see a Chanel shop there. Then you get the Apple shop, which is very prominent on a street corner. It's really built up sort of Oxford Street type area. And then you get Tiffany's & Co. Just a bit further down, you had Victoria's Secret. Sort of all the major consumer brands in the world and lots of quite well-to-do people sort of around shopping. I suppose, Aaron, I'm not going to be the first person to sort of comment on the coexistence of capitalist consumerism and sort of communist imagery, and also sort of, I mean, the conversation I was having with the people I went with was to what extent those community centres were a communist thing or would have just been sort of in any reasonable social democratic country as well. But I suppose, yeah, we're often talking about whether or not China is communist. What do you think of my discoveries on my holiday?
Well, the things you're observing with regards to the subsidised canteens, etc., there are many countries, right? You go to Malta, you've got the Labour Party in every town, basically. You can get nice cheap beer and you can get chips and so on. That's a party cafe, a party restaurant, party bocce, like boule. So that's not unique. You get something similar in Poland. Of course, it's a bit of a hangover from, not a bit of a hangover, it is a hangover from before 1989 of subsidized kind of canteens. You get that many places. That's not unique to China, although I think the shine on that was particularly impressive, Michael, I must say. Do I think China is a...
Yeah. China's making the West look very foolish right now. Oh, God, it's going to happen again. Oh, God. Okay. I'm sneezing a lot. There's like a lot of space dust up here on the GSS. All right, I think that's it on Michael's trip here. Let's just see how they wrap it up.
So many are in finance. QE, disaster. You know, QE was a disaster. The banking bailout, parts of it probably weren't that clever. QE was the big one. So how were we allocating credit in the West? We were basically giving it to older asset owners. How are they allocating credit in China? They were building high-speed rail. You know, and so...
This has been one of my criticisms of QE, is that instead of helping like regular people and or like using all that capital to build infrastructure or whatever else, we just flooded markets with trillions of dollars, gave it to the banks and the stock traders and said, here you go. Here you go, do some trickle-down capitalism.
What now?
That's a really provocative challenge. How do you allocate resources? Which is what finance is ultimately. It's never explained like that by our media, but that's what it is. So I think Britain, the US, and this is part of what Dan Wong and what Ezra Klein talk about, right? I think they really, and it's an insightful observation, actually the US has a lot more to learn from China than a country like Ethiopia or Nigeria does.
No, I think that is probably true. I mean, especially when it comes to that kind of infrastructure. Anyway, I've got you a gift, very Falk-coded.
No.
Yes. It is a battery from the Chinese Communist Party Museum that says, believe in power.
Wow, Michael.
Which I thought was very Falk.
Wow. This is the nicest thing anybody's given me in a really long time. I'm not even going to take it out of the box.
You should take it out. It says believe in power on the... Well, you're not going to read it anyway, yeah. We should wrap up there.
I'm going to learn Pinyin just to read my charger.
Well, that's not in Pinyin. That's Pinyin is the Chinese in English characters.
So it's in, oh my goodness.
It's in Chinese characters,
So it's in,
obviously.
what do they call them again, the letters?
Oh, there we go.
Chinese characters.
There's a letter, there's a wow.
For 1 second. For 1 second. You could hear it in my voice. I was like, oh, he's going to do that? He's going to do that? He's going to deprive us of the unboxing? He's got it right here. It's a beautiful gift from his friend Michael, and Aaron's just going to leave it here. And then... And he's like, oh, well, if it's that, and then, good God. What a roller coaster of emotions.
100th anniversary of the Communist Party of China.
Wow, you know me so well.
Yeah. Let's wrap up there. Thank you so much for joining me this evening.
My pleasure, Michael. And it's great to have you back from China.
Pleasure
I feel
to be
like
back.
you've invested in yourself. You've invested in the organization by going. And also, lucky China, you know. You're saying they tried to pay me to go.
They tried to pay, I know.
They didn't need to.
I should have taken
I love it anyway.
Well, now I can heap praise on China without people telling me that I've sort of been bought. Let's wrap up there. Big shows for the rest.
Well, there you go. Navarro Media's Michael... I always forget his last name. Something. Michael something. Why can't I think of this man's name right now?
You're a moron.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. What's QE? Quantitative easing. Quantitative easing was the process of the U.S. Federal Reserve buying its own debt U.S. treasuries, which are the vehicle with which the United States funds the government. Right? Here we go. Economics 101. Well, maybe 202. Well, again, I don't know. Whatever it is. Whatever it doesn't matter. Point is that, as we know, the U.S. government runs a big deficit. How do we finance that deficit? We sell our debts in the form of U.S. treasuries, 5s, 10s, 30s. Bonds, as we know them. In the case of quantitative easing, the Federal Reserve bought up trillions of dollars of U.S. debt via the U.S. Treasury, and by doing that, artificially lowered the market rate. Because you know how we talk sometimes about the distinction between the market rate and the federal funds rate? Right? They lowered the federal funds rate. Actually, in the wake of the recession, they lowered the federal funds rate to a negative rate. So when Chase Manhattan and all the other banks came to them for money, they literally paid them. It was like they were going out and trying to sell money to the banks. Like, please take money from us and inject it into the economy. Please trickle it down to the people. We wouldn't want to enact government programs. We wouldn't want to have to enact government programs that help them. No, we would like to do it vicariously through you, the banks. And so when that didn't solve everything, they started doing quantitative easing, which is something that was created by actually the Bank of Japan. Before anybody else, Bank of Japan started doing this. It did create some currency problems for them, but in the meantime, it did spur a lot of growth. And the only reason the United States hasn't had the same sort of currency problems, I would say, as Japan perhaps did, has something to do with the fact that we were already the reserve currency of the planet. But the Federal Reserve then spent, in the wake of that not working, trillions of dollars buying down the real rate debt, the actual treasury markets, essentially. Like every week, not every week, I think I can't remember the exact timing of it, but like on a regular basis, Federal Reserve, to fund the government, right, sells debt, bonds, treasuries at a bond auction, which traders and other investors go in and buy, right? And if you watch CNBC enough, you'll know that the guy by the name of Rick Santelli comes out and he gives a rating on every auction. And, you know, the rating is based upon how much demand there was for the government debt. Did people really want it? Oh, good, great. Oh, nobody liked it this time. Bad, great. But instead of having the market buy it up, the Federal Reserve came in and bought it up, artificially forcing in the market the rates down. Because the more demand there is for bonds, the lower the percentage yield on the bonds themselves go down, right? And the markets for sale. It's an inverse relationship. Does everybody get it now? All right. I think we did as much as we can of that. Let's move on. Staying in China. Second to last video. Good job, everybody. Fantastic effort from all of you for making it this far through the stream. Now, let's go to South China Morning Post from 2 days ago. Talk about the current situation in China's car market. Now, what's interesting about China, even though, I mean, the fact is it's not a fully Chinese, it's not a fully communist country. right? Like, it's still a capitalist country. It has a stock market, has all sorts of industries, and operates it's a global economic player, right? They just have a one-party system that, to some degree, that tries harder than everybody else to take care of the people before worrying about capital profits. But they have a great deal of what people tell us only the free market can provide. That is competition. You hear from, economists, oh, you got to have the free market, otherwise we won't have competition. However, move over BYD. Because BYD has multiple competitors nipping at their heels. Say hello to Chang'an Automotive.
China.
A car is really no longer just a machine to get you from A to B. It's becoming what I like to call the third space. A mobile living room, a digital companion, almost the sanctuary. Inside Chang'an, design is the absolute anchor of brand strategy. It's our universal visual language. Whether you're on the streets of Munich, Shanghai, or LA, marketing can make promises, but design is the undeniable physical proof of those promises. The way light catches the sculpted surfaces, the little greeting sequence of the LED signatures, the warmth of sustainable materials in the cabin. A great example would be the Chang'an Depot. The design blends technology with a sporty stance and really recognizable signatures to spark excitement and individuality. Those aren't just aesthetic choices, they are psychological triggers. They build a bond of trust and desire before you even press the accelerator.
Immediately, if not sooner.
The Chinese automotive industry is rapidly moving from being perceived as a volume manufacturer and follower to establishing itself as a leader in innovation, design, and new technology paradigms, in particular in electrification and intelligent connectivity. Chang'an is at the front of that shift, and each brand is built to create a distinct emotional connection with a different kind of global customer. Chang'an Nivo, which is calm, warm, and welcoming.
Well, China's living in the future where everything is computer. Chang'an Automobile, or whatever it's called, automotive, is competing to take the cookies of BYD. They're not the only one who are edging in on BYD's grip on the automobile manufacturing, the electric automobile manufacturing space here in China. Somehow China is managing to make all this stuff way cheaper than everybody else. A lot of it has to do with the fact they can vertically integrate with ease, since it's all, at least in part, centrally owned. It's fascinating how that doesn't actually prevent people from competing. All right, people, final video. Let's go to South Korea. Talk about hit sensation boy band Tomorrow X Together. All caps. All caps.
Oh, boys, let's go. Hi, guys. Oh, man, it's been a while. Well, not for Taehyun. I saw him the other day.
I heard it.
Yeah, we had a great time together. It was nice to see him, but you know, the rest of you, it's nice to see your faces. How are you guys? Well?
Yeah, we're good. Oh, did you cut your hair?
No, I just have it tied up.
Oh, I see.
That's a good question. I'm sorry for tricking you.
It's okay.
I had to get up early, so I had no time to make the curls flow this morning. So it's, you know, it's still there. Don't worry.
Awesome. But it looks great. It's great.
I'm so excited about this album. I've listened to it and I loved it. 7th year, a moment.
They're all so positive and supportive. They're like, looks great, man. Looks great. No, perfect. No, it's a great look, dude. But they actually sound like they mean it. Like, I feel like I can't even sell it. Like, like it sounds genuine. They're like, oh, really, really looks good. How do you do it? Okay, I can do it. I can do it. I can
Stillness in the Thorns. You know, this era represents starting from scratch.
Right.
Was it
coordinated, inauthentic behavior. You think it's inauthentic? I mean, it could be.
Coordinated, inauthentic behavior.
These guys coordinated inauthentic behavior? Come on.
To be able to do that, was it nice to, as I say, start from scratch and tell a new story?
저희한테도 아무래도 새로운 도전이긴 하죠. 저희가 이제까지 7년 동안
That's definitely a challenge. Up until now, for about 7 years, we've been carrying out one continuous travel strategy, and now after renewing our contract, we're starting a new storyline. So even in the early stages, we did a lot of interviews and talked a lot among ourselves. Thinking hard about what to do for the next album. And then we thought, now that we're entering our 7th, 8th year, what if we poured our inner conflicts and struggles into the album after the contract renewal? That became the key idea
You touched
behind
on a
how
lot of
this
points I
album
want to
was
talk about
made.
there. You know, when you renew a
Ah, well, there you go. Album from the new hit Korean boy band, Tomorrow X Together. It's gonna get all angsty, according to whoever the heck that guy is. I don't know any of their names, I'm not gonna lie. But move over, BTS. All caps, Tomorrow X Together is here. I think that's how I think it's literally all caps. That's why I have to say it. Otherwise, people won't know. How else would people know it's all caps? Well, there you go, Space Fams. Sunday Funday show. Nine hours. Nearly. Spacecast touched on all sorts of things here on this Mother's Day / Sunday Funday show. Melania Trump and her Mother's Day message to America.
Be best.
Be best. The Supreme Court rulings and other election activities happening this 2026 midterm year. We got into sports, the Presidential Physical Fitness Award, which is in fact back. Trump's war on disabled people, as well as communities raising money for the disabled with physical activities. More Mother's Day stuff and Hantavirus talk. People trying to enjoy the planet and the environment in the spring as we head into the summer UK elections. And just so many things. I mean, basically everything you could have. What else would you have liked? Oh, right, Cuba. Okay, one thing.
Are you not entertained?
Look, I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best, okay? Maybe we'll talk Nick Shirley Cuba situation tomorrow, or, well, Tuesday. Depends on what happens this week. As you all know, and since we're heading into this week right now, new week, this weekend, I'm not sure how the streams are going to go. I have wedding activities happening Saturday, Sunday, but they do happen before the stream, generally speaking, most of it, not all of it. But does mean I could potentially do some streams, but it may be difficult for me to pull one together. So I can't promise back-to-back Saturday, Sunday stream, but should be able to do Friday, no problem. And I might try and increase the number of streams I do this week, but I can't guarantee anything on that because I do have some things to do to prepare for the wedding. So, and it's not me. I'm not getting married. It's my longtime friend back down on Earth. Who I've known for over 10 years now, 11 years. What? I should get this down. I'm in the fucking I'm in the wedding party. I should get this. I should have these. I should know these numbers offhand. All right. This is one of the things. Stuff like that. All right. Yeah, that's it. That's all the content, people. We got it. We got the Middle East. We got Russia, India, China, and South Korea too. Yep. Hopefully you've been properly, or at least adequately value-tained. And are feeling at least slightly more ready for this week. Oh, we got through another stream. It's quite long and also a little difficult. But thankfully we had each other to get through it. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Calibrating, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoa, Nadia, Jokey, Skelt, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rica, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslight Docracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benny Honda 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfect Cell, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Egios, Emily S, and Hecate. That's right. All of these these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for the low, low price of 10 cents a day, $3 a month. Low, low price, great, great space benefits. Just a reminder to our patrons, it's been over a month since I stopped canceling Galactic patron benefits as a result of Operation Epstein Fury and the increased cost. I know it's adding to everyone's monthly expenses. However, we still have a number of longtime Galactic patrons who may or may not know that their memberships have been canceled. I would not like to see you disappear. So check your inbox, check your Patreon. Make sure you're paid up so I don't have to take you off the list. You know how sad it would be for me to take off some of you from this list. Oh, it would be terrible. Ah, okay, yeah, there it is. What did we listen to last night?